Chapter 1, Anohana Yachiru. Rukounde Zaraki, Area 80. A slender beauty with long black hair walked in the yellow sand. She had a shallow sword on her waist, and the white haori draped over her black kimono fluttered in the wind. Her straw sandals fell in the flying sand but did not leave any traces. The whole person seemed to be floating in the wind. On her soft and delicate face, her expression was gloomy. Long. It was really too long. For a woman who had experienced thousands of years of fighting and almost regarded killing and swinging swords as the true meaning of life and endless time, life without a fight target was undoubtedly long and painful. In order to learn how to swing a sword, she has learned more than 8,000 sword schools in this unknown number of years. In order to refine the most exquisite killing method, she constantly swings the blade in her hand in this world of the dead that seems to have no end, killing everything she can see. In order to enjoy the pleasure of killing and being killed for a long time, she even distorted her mind and turned her sword, the reflection of her mind, called Zanpakuto, into a sword that can repair others and herself. Every blade draws blood, and she feels the coldness of the opponent's hand piercing her body, and then regenerates at super speed and restabs the blade into the opponent's body. What she does is to enjoy the joy of fighting forever. She doesn't need a reason to kill. If you don't fight, how can you know how good your swordsmanship is? If you don't kill, how can you know that the opponent has done his best? Fighting is everything. This is Anohana Yachiru, a villain who has spread her notoriety throughout the Soul Society through fighting for thousands of years. However, after this long history of fighting, she finally felt that her fighting career seemed to have slowly come to an end. As time went by, her strength increased. The woman named Anohana Yachiru could no longer find someone who could touch her body in the fight like before. This made the woman who longed to be pierced by the blade and gathered by murderous intent feel the emptiness of living. There was no goal, no expectation. Everything was blank. From Runlinen to Zanmu, there were very few people who could block her sword. Even if she changed to a small knife only as long as a finger, it would not be able to withstand a single blow. Life so long. It would be nice if I could go to hell. Why can't I go to hell after killing so many people? Is it really only possible to go there after death? The slender woman named Anohana Yachiru stopped where she was and murmured in a low voice. A place where the essence of the Soul Society for millions of years is gathered, where all the powerful dead gods of death Gathrevan the remaining ones are all powerful and unforgivable. If I could live in such a place, it should be able to fill my empty heart. She wanted to continue living, but she also wanted to use endless fighting to fill her heart that was even emptier than hollow. Anohana Yachiru was such an extremely greedy woman. However, just when she didn't know how many times she was longing for this, a figure slowly walked through the yellow sand in the distance. The figure obviously also found her, and almost stopped at the moment he saw her figure. This is Zaraki. A place of extreme poverty, harshness, fighting, and fear. This is the largest, poorest, and most distorted marginal Shura field in Rukonga. Countless dead people fought and scrambled for food and water with knives picked up from nowhere, just to survive. Those whole who don't need food and water will be eaten up by powerful monsters who need to eat almost at the moment of birth. Their bodies are also made of spirit particles after all. The rest is only the battle between the strong and the strong. Everyone you meet here is an opponent. No matter what they look like. Anohana Yachiru was also born here, so she knows the rules here better than anyone else. However, the behavior of the child opposite is a little weird. He stood far away and looked at himself, and seemed to hesitate for a while, and asked from a distance after a long time. "Excuse me, are you from Thesperit Court?" Anohana Yachiru just glanced at him casually. Weak spiritual pressure. A poor little guy like this, could he survive in a place like Zaraki? I really don't know whether to say he is lucky or pitiful. Anohana Yachiru's sigh lasted only a moment. She had killed too many people in the long years, and she was actually quite numb to the concept of life. Not to mention other more emotional emotions such as pity, sorrow, fear, etc. Without stopping for too long, she slowly walked away in another direction. She had no interest in the weak. However, even though she had let him go, the little guy saw her like this, and instead ran over excitedly, shouting from a distance. "Are you leaving here? Please take me with you. I have been hungry for many days. There is no water nearby. Can I?" The meaningless shouting of the weak Zheng in front of him was like the shrill noise of a baby waking up in the middle of the night to Anohana Yachiru. Noisy. So, Anohana Yachiru stopped. She turned around, and in the astonished eyes of the young man, she slowly took out a finger-length, delicate knife from her sleeve. The next moment, a bright light fell in the young man's eyes. Clang! The metals collided violently, and dazzling sparks flashed. The young man still had a blank look of astonishment in his eyes, but he almost subconsciously pulled out the tattered katana from his waist. The scabbard broke, revealing the poorly maintained katana inside. A hint of surprise flashed across Anohana Yachiru's eyes. However, at this moment, the young man had already reacted, and subconsciously used a flash step to quickly slide back more than 10 meters. Be alert! The whole body was tense. Until this moment, Anohana Yachiru looked at the young man in front of him for the first time. He was about 14 or 15 years old when he died. He was thin and handsome. His long hair was tied up with grass roots. He was wearing a tattered brown mufu. The right sleeve was rolled up and tied with a broken rope. The lower skirt was roughly torn off for convenience, revealing a pair of skinny legs appeared, with nothing under his feet, only a half rope hanging between his toes. He looked like a refugee, dressed to facilitate movement. The sword on his waist, was it probably snatched from someone? Anohana Yachiru narrowed his eyes slightly, and his heart beat a few times. Although he was still very weak. But the moment he waved the sword with a blank expression just now, she inexplicably felt like she was looking in the mirror. Just like her, this young man has turned swordsmanship into instinct. He has trained his swordsmanship well into his bones. Interesting. It's a good entertainment project. Unconsciously, Anohana Yachiru's soft face had already brought a relieved smile. In a long life, there are still some small pleasures. There are pictures here, which can be viewed after the updated version. Chapter 2 Fuji Mia Makoto. Damn it! Seeing her in a white coat, I thought she was from the Godi I-13 and came to appease the cannon fodder. Finally I could get out of this hellhole. But, is she from Zijuku again? Fuji Mia Makoto narrowed his eyes slightly, his thin upper body arched, his right hand pressed on the hilt, like a cat with its fur standing on end. He fiercely confronted the long-haired woman in front of him. It has been a while since he traveled to Seoul Society, but because there is no change in the sun and moon in Zijuku, so now even he couldn't even tell how many days had passed, and he only remembered that he had killed dozens or even hundreds of people who wanted to kill him. Besides that, his life during this period was all about fighting and traveling. With only a pair of legs and no reference points, he could never get out of this vast and desolate land. If he hadn't been able to rely on that slightly brain-twisting golden finger to save his life, he would have become meat in someone else's mouth long ago. Until then, Fuji Mia Makoto finally understood the cruelty of this place called Seoul Society. It was because of this endless physical and mental double torture that he stopped immediately and asked the woman when he saw a person wearing a white haori who looked a bit like the Godi I-13. But now it seems that he was wrong to give his true heart to the wrong person. Just thinking about it, the system panel has lit up in front of him. The true meaning of love between two people lies in the strong collision between the soul and the softness that comes from the heart and is full of passion. Don't stop! Slashing technique +3. The system in front of him that is talking dirty is his exclusive golden finger. Although it is talking dirty and a bit yandere, the name sounds normal, love and bond system. Fuji Mia Makoto has relied on it to survive during this period. Pi. Name, Fuji Mia Makoto. Spiritual Power, 7th Grade Upper. 4 Skills. Slashing, 4th Level, 53/100. Fist, 2nd Level, 29/100. Ghost, 1st Level, 35/100. Walk, 6th Level, 20/100, Limited Talent. Zanpakuto, Unreleased. Talent Points, 0. Bond Traits, none. Love Traits, none. Note, in the current world, the highest level of the 4 skills is Ghost Way, 21st Level, Owner, Hayashubu Ichibe. The upper limits of spiritual power, 4 skills, Zanpakuto release, and bond/love traits are all subject to talent constraints, and can be broken through by talent points. And so exaggerated. Looking at the number of slashing techniques added on the panel, Fuji Mia Makoto's heart couldn't help but jump. He had experienced no less than 100 battles during this period. In addition to the instant step that he trained to the top in order to escape, the highest attribute level was slashing techniques. For this mere 4th level slashing technique attribute, he killed at least 100 people, but each time he fought with him, the most added only 5 points in the whole battle, and the least killed in the end, it was only 1 point. But the woman in front of him was so good. She added 3 points after just 1 blow. Noticing this, and judging by the principle that the stronger the strength and the greater the threat, the more points will be added, Fuji Mia Makoto felt that he was going to be unlucky today. "Aren't you going to attack?" While he was gazing at the woman in front of him, Anohana Yachiro was also looking at him calmly. A gentle smile slowly appeared on that soft face. "Then I'll go over." In just a moment, Fuji Mia Makoto suddenly felt a great fear in his heart, and the strong killing intent pierced his body like a knife and a sword, forcing him to make a judgment between death and attack immediately. Clang! Instantly, thrust! The shallow strike in the young man's hand was like a streak in the air, and completely driven by instinct, he broke into the territory of the woman opposite. Very fast. However, facing his attack, Anohana Yachiryu simply raised the short knife in his hand. Moved forward a little. Suddenly, the direction of Fuji Mia Makoto's knife path was completely blocked. No matter how many times he swung the knife, the result was the same. At the same time, the system panel kept jumping out of Fuji Mia Makoto's eyes. When you can't help but want to go deeper into the big sister, only those very experienced big sisters know the necessity of inch stop for boys. Slashing technique +4. No. Don't. Don't stop and bite your teeth. Slashing technique +3. Now Fuji Mia Makoto has no mind to read those dirty words. Only when he is fully focused can he barely resist the stern killing intent from the woman in front of him. All his attention is firmly attracted to the short knife in Anohana Yachiryu's hand. It's as if he is watching the sword of Damocles that is about to fall. The speed of waving the shallow strike in his hand is getting faster and faster, almost completely following the instinct to dance. Slashing technique +2, slashing technique +3, slashing technique +4. Anohana Yachiryu seemed to be just having fun, waving the knife in her hand like chopsticks to block Fuji Mia Makoto's knife path, ruthlessly interrupting all his attacks, only defending but not attacking. However, as time went by, she seemed to have noticed something and frowned slightly. It seemed that she encountered something puzzling. Suddenly, she saw the short knife in her hand turned and suddenly handed it towards Fuji Mia Makoto's chest. Antelope hanging horns, completely natural. This move did not have any killing intention or precursor, it could almost be called a sudden whim. However, Fuji Mia Makoto seemed not to see it, twisted his body, and forcibly used his shoulder to block the knife, and at the same time faced the knife path handed by Anohana, and stabbed the shallow strike with a blade several times longer than hers. Ding! Anohana Yachiru turned his wrist, and the short knife pressed the blade handed over by Fuji Mia Makoto and gently deflected it, and his brows finally frowned. Didn't use all his strength at the beginning? Is he testing my strength? No, it doesn't seem like he is testing, but... As if he had discovered something interesting, Anohana Yachiru's eyes suddenly flashed with extremely dazzling brilliance, and the speed of waving the knife in his hand suddenly doubled. SHH. At the moment of acceleration, Fuji Mia Makoto's clothes on his shoulders were directly pierced by the sharp short knife. Even if he tried his best to dodge, he could only keep his muscles from being pierced. A huge gap still appeared on the surface of his skin, and blood flew. Go deeper. Keep going deeper. Only the extent to which she goes deep into your body can represent the degree of her love for you. Slashing technique +8. Ding! Slash, level 5. At the moment of attribute breakthrough, Fuji Mia Makoto's body and consciousness seemed to have broken through in this moment. The knife that was swung so hard that it was almost invisible just now suddenly became clear and visible in his eyes. He could feel the loose spirits that lacked refinement in his weak body, and he could also feel the pain of muscle tearing from his wrists, arms, shoulders, waist, and even legs when he swung the knife at the limit speed. At the same time, he also realized that the gentle and dignified woman in front of him did not even breathe in such a fierce battle. Running away must be a dead end. This woman is just playing. So, there is only one way to let her have fun. At this moment, his brain, which was crushed by the killing intent, could not allow him to think so much. There was only one thing Fuji Mia Makoto could do, that is, swing the knife. Anohana Yachiru seemed not to see his action, and stabbed him again as he did just now. With a loud bang, the spiritual pressure spread. The gusts of wind stirred up the yellow sand under his feet, and Fuji Mia Makoto's body was like an arrow shot from a bow. At the moment of stepping, the shallow sword in his hand suddenly brushed the short blade in Anohana's hand. Dang! The sword with almost the same force and speed as the one that just broke his skin was directly swept away by the sword. At the same time, Fuji Mia Makoto's sword pointed directly at the opponent's heart. At this moment, his pupils reflected the face of the woman with a soft appearance in front of him. The expression that gradually became happy in the high-speed fight suddenly burst out with a strange look that ordinary people could not imagine, with a strong attraction to death. After 2 attempts, Anohana Yachiru finally confirmed in his heart. This child is not hiding his incompetence. But progressing at a flying speed. She narrowed her eyes and stared at the young man in front of her. A charming and bright smile quietly appeared on Anohana Yachiru's slightly pale face. Chapter 3. You are quite fierce. Not bad. You are very good. Anohana Yachiru looked at the young man in front of her, and her eyes, which were always gloomy and cold, finally met Fuji Mia Makoto's eyes as if she was talking to a living person. She still held the knife that was only the length of a finger in her hand, and praised in a tone that was probably appreciative. You are the second person I know who has made such rapid progress in kendo. Want to live? Pa. Fuji Mia Makoto spat softly. He didn't know whether this was the other party's bad taste of playing cat and mouse, or pure appreciation from the heart. However, after killing so many people in this hellhole of Zijuku, he has never seen anyone who can let others go so easily. If there is, he will probably be stabbed in the back later. All those who are born here after death are extremely evil people in their lifetime, and they are only one step away from hell. Zijuku is such a cruel place. So the act of raising the blade in his hand has already shown his answer. It's more than just wanting to survive. Even if he faces an invincible strongman, facing a dangerous situation that is difficult to escape, fighting to the end in a fight that is almost certain to die, and shedding the last drop of blood, he must survive. And he must live better than anyone else. In this life, I know the plot in advance and have a golden finger. It would be a pity if I just entered the novice village and died in a place like this garbage dump. Very good. Anohana Yachiru looked at his determined eyes, her smile growing stronger. She casually threw the finger knife aside and slowly pulled out a shallow knife from her waist. The woman's voice was still soft and gentle, making people feel like spring breeze. Use all the methods you can think of. As long as you can touch me once, even if it's just a corner of my clothes, you win. Pleasure me. Almost at the moment when the woman's voice fell, Fuji Mia suddenly felt a chilling fear in his heart. The next second, the terrifying spiritual pressure like a tide continuously erupted from the body of the woman in front of him, forming a strong low pressure that was more terrifying than a tornado. All the vision he could see seemed to be pulled and crushed by invisible gravity, forcing the weak to kneel in front of the strong. Her existence with the essence of spirit particles filled every inch of space he could perceive. Then, the figure of the woman suddenly disappeared from his sight. Fuji Miyamoto's eyes were blank for a moment, and the bright knife light suddenly tore through the scene in front of him. Squeak squeak clang. Sparks flew, metal collided with metal, and a series of crisp hammering sounds were heard. Fuji Miyamoto used all his strength to raise the shallow sword to block the opponent's casual sword, but was immediately forced to carry the back of the sword on his shoulder by the sword. The friction between the blades lit up a dazzling fire, making a series of piercing sounds. Clang 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 clang. The hammering sounds became a series of explosions. However, facing the young man who was struggling to resist, Anohana Yachiru had no hesitation in his eyes. Each time he swung the sword, it was more neat and crisp than the last time. The heavy pressure almost crushed every inch of spirit in Fuji Miyamoto's body. Even the action of just resisting gradually became difficult to support. Continuously increase the strength. Although Fuji Miyamoto had overestimated this woman who probably stayed in Zaraki all year round, he only realized now that he still underestimated her strength. Even if he didn't see her Shikai, according to the performance in the original book, this guy's strength is probably at least at the level of a high-ranking official, right? The only thing to be thankful for is that the stronger the oppression, the faster Fuji Miyamoto will improve. Push harder. Hurry up, big sister. Don't pity me just because I'm a delicate flower. Beheading technique plus 10. Small fish. Big sister, small fish. Can't you push harder? You have to squeeze out every inch of flesh and blood in my body. Beheading technique plus 10. Faster. Big sister, small fish, push harder. My body can still hold on. Beheading technique plus 10. Under this series of oppressive blows, Fuji Miyamoto's strength improvement speed is also soaring at a speed that is almost as fast as soaring. Slashing technique. Level 6. Slashing technique bottleneck period stage 2. Fighting to the death, breaking through the slashing technique bottleneck. Slashing technique, level 7. His talent ceiling has not yet reached its peak. However, the faster he fought with his swords under this near-limit pressure, the more Fuji Miyamoto could feel the terrifying gap between himself and his opponent that was almost as deep as the sea. The more he fought, the more frightened he became. According to the system panel, he was already improving at a flying speed, but this speed still made him see no end in sight. It was as if the woman in front of him was a bottomless pit that was taking everything she could. No matter how much sweat and energy he poured into it it is impossible to fill it up, let alone overflow. What's more terrifying is that no matter how you judge, the spiritual pressure, speed, reaction, and strength used by the other parties seem to be kept at the same level as him. What a terrible control! Cat playing with mouse. She is just playing. In the Soul Society, even such a terrifying strong man can only stay in this corner of Zaraki. In just this moment of distraction, his vision suddenly broke into the collar of the woman in front of him that was accidentally blown open by the wind, and his eyes suddenly flooded into the wide front skirt under the pale feathers, swaying and jumping like a water ball. What? His eyes subconsciously followed it. Distractions. Anohana Yachiru spoke coldly, calmly interrupting Fuji Miyamoto's chaotic thoughts. Still free at this critical moment of life and death. Very comfortable? The next moment, he saw that the Zanpakuto in her hand suddenly increased its speed by a level. Swish! Just a moment of distraction, the shallow strike in Anohana Yachiryu's hand had penetrated Fuji Mia Makoto's seemingly impenetrable defense, pierced his collar along the edge of the blade, and cut his chest diagonally, leaving a long bloody wound. Blood was flying and flowing. At the moment the blade passed, Fuji Mia Makoto subconsciously rolled over along the ground, and at the same time, with the help of his body, his free palm pressed on the sand, as if he had grabbed something. Just this short distance saved him from being split into two horizontally. Anohana Yachiru stood there, raised the blade in his hand, licked the blade lightly with the tip of his tongue, tasting the taste of blood that only belongs to young people, and the sick smile on his pale cheeks became more and more satisfied. You dodged again. You are better than I thought. It's like you are improving every time you swing the sword. However, those who swing the sword just to survive will always die in battle. Only those who can devote themselves to fighting and constantly taste the endless excitement between life and death can live alone to the end. Anohana Yachiru's soft face slowly showed a calm smile, opened his arms in the direction of Fuji Mia Makoto, and ordered. Swing the sword. Fuji Mia Makoto held the sword with both hands, his expression tense. Immediately afterwards, a large piece of sand and dust was seen under his feet, and the whole person drove the instant step at an almost extreme speed to rush towards the direction of the woman in front of him. The blade drew a dazzling arc in the air. Anohana Yachiru smiled with satisfaction and stabbed the shallow sword in his hand at the same time. Swish! The blades of both sides crossed in the air. Fuji Mia Makoto's movements suddenly stopped. The sharp blade pierced the young chest of the young man, bringing out a lot of blood wrapped on the blade. But the shallow sword in his hand, in the end, could not touch the clothes of the woman in front of him. Is it still a little short? Anohana Yachiru looked at the shallow sword slowly falling from his side, and sighed with a lost tone, and even his charming and narrow eyes drooped. Just looking at the appearance and figure, it is so beautiful that it seems that water can be squeezed out, but the expression on his face is like a child who accidentally broke an interesting toy. However, this is not the first time. The weak are always fragile. Just as she sighed softly and was about to shake off the rotten meat on the blade, Fuji Mia Makoto suddenly grabbed her wrist, staining her clothes red. Anohana Yachiru frowned slightly. She didn't like this kind of behavior after the game was over. Then, she heard Fuji Mia Makoto say weakly. Hey! Fuji Mia Makoto grabbed her wrist and slowly raised his head. On his handsome face, a smile with blood appeared, and his eyes were fierce. He said, It's a pity, the teardrop shape I quite like it. Anohana Yachiru seemed to not understand what he said, or it was simply unexpected, which made her subconsciously stunned for a short moment. It was the first time she had seen an opponent like this child who forgot his life for a little bit of fantasy. However, it was this very short moment of contempt. Fuji Mia Makoto's right hand suddenly grasped the woman's hand tightly, enduring the tearing pain in his body, and let the blade that pierced his body move forward half a centimeter. While leaning forward, his free left hand suddenly stretched out forward, as if he didn't even want his life. Even if he risked his life, he would touch this evil woman fiercely. Almost at the same time, a familiar short knife suddenly stretched out from the other party's palm. Anohana Yachiru's pupils suddenly contracted. This is the moment he just rolled down. Tear. The knife, which was only the length of a finger, suddenly broke through the woman's clothes and stabbed down fiercely. However, this seemingly fierce knife that seemed to be risking his life suddenly stopped. Fuji Mia Makoto lowered his head. The tip of the knife only cut a wound on the surface of her round teardrop-shaped skin that was so fine that even a drop of blood could not be seen. It couldn't move forward. This woman is really hard. Fuji Mia Makoto watched this scene, and the last bit of spiritual pressure in his body was consumed, and his whole body was exhausted and shaky. He couldn't stop the blood from flowing out of his mouth, and his eyes were wide open. He stared directly at the soft face of Anohana Yachiru. Only his mouth the corner still had a difficult smile, and cursed in a low voice. Distracting thoughts. After the last breath in his chest came out, Fuji Mia Makoto suddenly felt that all the strength in his body was taken away, and even his consciousness quickly became blurred. Head gradually drooped. He passed out. Anohana Yachiro was left alone, staring blankly at the boy who fell in his arms after performing the last blow, still holding the short knife tightly in his hand. She was inexplicably absent-minded, thinking of what had just happened. The corners of the woman's lips first curled up uncontrollably, slowly grinning a line of unstoppable smile, couldn't help but make a sound, and then a series of rare heartfelt laughter, laughing so hard that her whole body couldn't help shaking along. It seemed like she had encountered something very interesting. Anohana Yachiro didn't care about the blood all over his body. He hugged the boy lying on him tightly with both hands, and took him completely into his arms, like a real mother. She caressed his delicate blood-stained hair lovingly, and gently pressed her fair cheek against his forehead, whispering excitedly, "That's right. Only progress can be made. Not enough. This is how fighting should be done. No rules, no means are unscrupulous. You are really a surprising gift." Event: the bond level with Anohana Yachiro has been raised. Reward: spiritual power level +1, talent point +1. Get bond trait: swordsmanship genius. Spiritual power: 7th level up, 6th level down. Bond trait: swordsmanship genius. The highest level of the talent for slashing is raised to 12th level, ignoring bottlenecks, increasing the speed of acquiring slashing attributes, and having a certain probability of understanding one's own swordsmanship and style. Chapter 4. Are you awake? Cold, shaking. The chest keeps feeling oppressive as if it is wrapped in some substance, but it feels like it is soaked in some warm and greasy liquid, and there is an indescribable feeling of suffocation. Fuji Mia Makoto's consciousness gradually recovers. Until a certain moment, he suddenly opens his eyes. Strange. Gilyalu. Puff. The young man suddenly sat up from the bucket that was only half a person's height. His weak body almost couldn't support himself. He leaned on the edge of the wooden bucket with difficulty, but the struggling movement caused a large splash of water. Wait, what is this place? Oh! Are you awake? Congratulations, from today on, you are a cute girl. As if he heard the movement behind him, the long-haired man who was busy in front of another bed turned his head, holding a wooden spoon in his hand. Ah! Hearing this, almost subconsciously, Fuji Mia Makoto reached out and grabbed the deepest shadow under the water. Hey! The young man secretly breathed a sigh of relief. A foot-long thing, not reduced at all. Fortunately it was a joke. He turned his head and looked at the uncle. Did you save me? Thank you. But... Fuji Mia Makoto said, and glanced in the direction of the surroundings. Then, he saw a room about the size of an ordinary bedroom, with steam in the air and several large buckets of hot water lined up next to it. A bathhouse? Fuji Mia Makoto was stunned when he came to this conclusion in his heart. In an area like Zijuku where most resources, whether water, food, or clothes, are occupied by the strongest people nearby, it is a huge difficulty to drink a few sips of water at a fixed place on time, let alone take a bath, and you have to face the swords of all the villains at all times. How can anyone sit down and take a bath peacefully? You have to wear a helmet when fishing. Thinking like this, Fuji Mia Makoto finally asked out the confusion in his heart. Where is this? Also, where is the fierce woman who wanted to kill me before? Oh, didn't you fall for it? I thought you were going to the bathhouse. Boy was talking to himself. After hearing his words, he didn't seem to react at first and repeated it. What fierce woman? Until he suddenly understood who Fuji Mia Makoto was talking about, his cheeks bulged, and his face suddenly turned liver-colored. He tried very hard to hold it back, but he couldn't. Kukiku, ha 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 ha. He laughed loudly and wildly, holding his stomach with difficulty, his whole body bent up, and he was out of breath from laughing. Fuji Mia Makoto looked at him in confusion. He was almost chopped to death by that guy. What's so funny about this? You. The little-eyed bathhouse boy laughed so hard that his whole body trembled, and even his voice seemed to tremble. The corners of his mouth were almost stretched to his ears, and his smile was uglier than crying. You are indeed a strong man who can survive from that woman. Ha! In the future, I will always take care of you. Fuji Mia Makoto was more and more confused, and he subconsciously held the wooden barrel and wanted to get up. As a result, as soon as he raised his hand, he suddenly felt a tearing pain in his chest and abdomen. Fuji Mia Makoto groaned and looked down. He saw that his chest, arms, abdomen, and other parts were wrapped with thick bandages. Soaking his body, the warm water now showed a delicate pink color. That was the color of the hot spring stained with blood. Ahem, ahem. As a professional doctor, I advise you not to move around. Before Fuji Mia Makoto could ask, the bathhouse boy with long flowing hair tried his best to hold back his smile and reminded him seriously. As he spoke, he turned around to do his work. Fuji Mia Makoto looked in the direction he was in and found that the body on the bed in front of him was a naked body. The young man's pupils suddenly shrank. He instinctively stood up and grabbed the broken shallow whip not far away. Snap! However, before he could straighten up, his wrist was suddenly pressed by the seemingly leisurely bathhouse boy. Fuji Mia Makoto's movements stopped. The wrist could not move. The strength was great. The instant step was even faster than expected. He glanced at the corpse in the distance, then at the long-haired man who appeared in front of him without any sign, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Will I be taken back to her old base by that woman? Be careful, brother. The bathhouse boy casually let go of his hand and said casually, drawing a sword on my territory is very dangerous. You will die. Fuji Mia Makoto retracted his wrist, which had turned blue, and stood up from the barrel despite the pain, and said cautiously, where is this? Who are you? Can I leave? Don't worry. The bathhouse boy smiled and shook his long and thick hair, and said gently. But it is indeed my fault. You are now in West Ryokan Street 64th District, Tsuyoshi. Here is the only training holy place in the entire Soul Society Yuan Zijuku. He did not explain the meaning of this place name at all, as if it was common sense. Finally, he raised his thumb and pointed at himself with unparalleled confidence, and said loudly and confidently. And I am the legendary #1 pioneer of Yuan Zijuku, the dreamy strong man, and the fastest legend in Soul Society. Thunder. Tianqilang. Master. Yes. The bathhouse boy shook his long hair vigorously, closed his eyes quietly, and waited for the exaggerated admiration from the seriously injured patient in front of him. But after waiting for a long time, there was a dead silence in front of him. He opened his eyes and looked over, showing a puzzled expression. Fuji Mia Makoto was stunned in the place, and did not respond for a long time. Hey! You, kid, didn't you just die not long ago? I've never even heard of you. But the next second, Fuji Mia Makoto suddenly stood up and grabbed him, asking solemnly, what did you say your name was? The bathhouse boy was stunned by the question and asked puzzledly. Tenshiro. Kairanji Tenshiro. Hey, I've been famous for a long time, don't pretend you don't know me. How embarrassing was it that he just tried so hard to introduce himself? Fuji Mia Makoto didn't care about his reaction, swallowed hard, and continued to ask. Then what is Yuan Zijuku? You kid, you didn't really just die, did you? Kairanji Tenshiro widened his eyes. Yuan Zijuku, of course it is the founder of the Yuan Liu, the teacher who taught the teachings, and the Ishizusai Yamamoto Shigakuni, who has been the strongest man in the Soul Society for 1,000 years. He founded the first holy place for training in the Soul Society for 800 years. Sure enough. Fuji Mia Makoto thought to himself, but still held on to the last glimmer of hope, and continued to ask, then, the Godai 13 of the Soul Society, have they appeared now? Now, it was Kairanji Ten's hero who was a little strange. The Soul Court. Recently, we have indeed been fighting with those bastard nobles, and many people have died. But the Godai 13. In his small eyes, there was a clear and stupid look. You haven't heard of this unit. It's over. Bad luck. Fuji Mia Makoto loosened his hands, his body limp, and leaned into the warm bucket, his face extremely gloomy. He traveled to at least 1,000 years ago, when even the first generation of the Godai 13 as a killer organization had not been established. An unknown period. Not to mention the loss of the most basic information advantage. If he lives long enough, he will have to fight the omniscient and omnipotent Mr. Wywak at least twice. As for the other chaotic fighting in Soul Society, there is no need to say more. It's inevitable. Seeing his suddenly depressed expression, Kairanji Ten's hero smiled and continued, as if to comfort him, but you are really amazing. You can survive from that woman Lai, even though you don't look very strong. You are the first one who can do this, except for the old man. Now, your name is probably spread all over Yuan Zijuku. Hearing the name of the woman mentioned by Kairanji Ten's hero, Fuji Mia Makoto felt as if he was electrocuted all over his body, and twitched slightly. When the brain reacted, he asked, "Who are you talking about?" "Lai. This is the name of the woman who almost killed you." "Ah, if it's now, you should call her by her new name." Kairanji Ten's hero smiled heartlessly, obviously watching the fun, that unique villain in history. "Anohana, Yachiryu. Yesterday, she brought you back and said she wanted the old man to accept you as his disciple." Fuji Mia Makoto looked calm and slowly slid into the bathtub, completely free of worries. "Sariki-ku, you're so lucky. What a bad place." Chapter 5 Yuan Zijuku. A plaque with the words Quinyu hung on the main entrance of the hot spring hotel, surrounded by a simple wooden fence. Perhaps because of the reputation of thunder, there were few people around. Fuji Mia Makoto sat blankly on a bench beside the hot spring hotel, looking at the vast Rukanga in the distance. At this time, he had changed into a new set of clothes. It was a dark Shinigami suit with a white lining inside, and a pair of brand new straw sandals on his feet. The rags and grass roots he wore before had long been stained with blood in the battle, and no one knew where they were thrown away. The black long hair that was originally so greasy that it was almost infested with lice had been washed clean in the hot spring, and now it was simply tied into a short ponytail with grass roots and draped behind him. He looked at the blank space in front of him. Pi. Name, Fuji Mia Makoto. Spiritual power, 6th grade lower, 3rd 4th seat. 4th skill. Slash, 7th grade. 13/100. Fist, 2nd grade, 29/100. Ghost, 1st grade, 35/100. Walk, 6th grade, 20/100, talent limited. Zanpakuto, unreleased. Talent point, 1. Bond trait, sword genius, Anohana Yachiryu LV1. Love trait, none. Note, spiritual power, 4 skills, Zanpakuto release, bond/love trait upper limit are all subject to talent constraints, and can be broken or modified through talent point. And Fuji Mia Makoto looked at the only talent point on the panel, and thought of what Kairanji said before he left, that Yamamoto Shigakuni might summon him in a while, so he temporarily suppressed his thoughts and did not use it. Feeling the actual increase in the total amount of spiritual power in his body, and the countless sword skills in his mind after waking up, he didn't know whether to be thankful or curse. At this moment, sitting on the bench, thinking of the information he had just inquired from the bathhouse worker, he sighed again. What time did this time travel to? I give up. He knew Kairanji. Kairanji Ten's hero, one of the members of the Zero Division, the Eastern God General, known as the Quinyo Ghost, the manager of the Zero Division's Kirin Hall. But that was all information from 1,000 years later. Now he is just a doctor playing the corpse decomposition and combination game in the bathhouse. Not only is this information invalid, according to what Fuji Mia has inquired, the current Soul Society structure is very different from the period he knew. Shigekuni Yamamoto, the Jizusai, who is known as the strongest man in the Soul Society for 1,000 years, has run the Yuan Zijuku for nearly 1,000 years, with 3,000 disciples and 72 sages. The strong muscles on the back of this old man can form a clear word, with a little twitch. The flowing blade in his hand can often convince people. If someone doesn't believe it, they will probably be burned to ashes by the Zankadachi. The power is so great that even an old woman who is known as the biggest villain in the history of the Soul Society surrendered after being defeated and became a kendo teacher in his Yuan Zijuku. It can be said that the benevolent are invincible. However, if it is just like this, it is just equivalent to having one more strong man for the Soul Society. In the history of the Soul Society for millions of years, strong men like this have appeared before. But the key is that this invincible old man refused to fight and started teaching instead. It was as if old man Kong, who was supposed to be carrying the city gate with a helmet and armor, stopped fighting and started to run a school. He has been running a school for more than 2,000 years. Is this normal? He is not normal. Not to mention teaching, this old man only recruited those peasants in Rukanga who had no food to eat, could only survive by drinking water, and fought desperately. Who dares to provoke such a person? So, after hundreds of years of reputation, the Yuan Zijuku where Yamamoto Shigekuni was in charge naturally became a holy place for practice passed down by word of mouth in Rukanga. It was the only way for all the dead with spiritual power to become powerful death gods, and the hope of all Rukanga. Over time, the number of these rabble-footed Shinigami, who were carefully selected from the 80 districts of Rukanga in the southeast, northwest, and northeast, has surpassed that of the Osrei-T in recent years. Not only that, even the average level of the grassroots Shinigami of Yuan Zijuku is much higher than those of the nobles of the Osrei-T. The corruption of the central 46th chamber is not a matter of 1 or 2 days. It was not until now that they were extremely slow to realize. Is this Yuan Zijuku a little too strong? Eliminate it. It must be eliminated. As for whether it can be defeated, can you pass? Hat. My great Osrei-T is invincible. When the people in the central 46th room gave orders, it was really hard to figure out whether there were any brain cells in the mass on the top of their necks that were involved in the thinking process. In short, since that order was issued, the war between the Osrei-T nobles and the Yuan Zijuku has continued to this day. To this day, old man Yamamoto, the chief culprit, has become the top figure on the Osrei-T wanted list for many years, with a bounty of 1.5 billion rings, which is 10 times higher than the 2nd to 10th combined. In a different worldview, this is definitely the king of death. However, this content that happened before the plot is very unfriendly to a time traveler like Fuji Mia. I have never heard of this damn plot. Kubo tight. Give me back my life. Fuji Mia is now so angry that he just wants to keep hitting the ground with his head. Hey, Quilla. How could a weak guy like you be scared like this by a woman? Just when he was about to bang his head against the wall in anger, he saw Kairanji Tianqilang coming back from outside with a smile on his face, speaking in the standard tongue-twisting accent of a gangster. The pair of small eyes narrowed into a slit with a smile, and he held a stick in his mouth and teased. Isn't it just that the woman Yachiryu has targeted you? Ha! Anyway, I'm going to be cut into 8 pieces, so why not have some fun now? Do you know how to comfort people? Fuji Mia turned his head with a dark face and looked at him. Seeing that face, he was even more angry. Also, can you open your eyes before talking to me? Kairanji's facial muscles stiffened, and his face suddenly turned red. He stared at his eyes, which were as big as a date pit, and roared. I've opened my eyes as wide as possible. Ah! Fuji Mia Makoto looked at his face and was stunned. Suddenly, he couldn't help showing an expression of some apology, and said with a wandering look of guilt, "Sorry that, I'm very sorry." You. Kiranji Tianchalang suddenly had blue veins and twisted features. He suddenly understood a little. It's not without reason that the woman Yachiryu wanted to kill this guy. Kiranji instructor. Just as he began to roll up his sleeves, he heard a cold reminder from the door behind him. Master Yuan Liuze is still waiting for him. On hearing this voice, Kiranji Ten's hero remembered that he had something important to do. Fuji Mia Makoto turned his head in the direction of the voice and saw a slender young man with silver hair and golden eyes and a big back hair standing at the door. He held the hilt of the sword with his left hand, a short white cape on his shoulder, and looked at the two of them like an eagle. Just standing there, it was like a sword that had just been unsheathed. Mr. Suzuki Kojiro Tadashi. The chief disciple under Yamamoto Shigekuni. Even in the current Yuanzi Academy, he is one of the most powerful people. He has followed Yamamoto Shigekuni for 1,000 years and is his most capable right-hand man. Tisk! You little brat, I'm looking for you. Kiranji Ten's hero spat, but he didn't refuse him after all, and stepped aside to make way. Suzu Kojiro nodded slightly to him and said calmly. Are you Fujimiya Makoto? Master Genri Yusai wants to see you. Please follow me. Leaving only this sentence, he was so cold that there was no extra explanation, and the whole person disappeared abruptly. When he appeared again, he was already dozens of meters away. Fujimiya Makoto's pupils shrank rapidly. The people of Yuan Zijuku are really fast. However, just as he was about to catch up, he heard Kiranji Ten's hero behind him tilt his head and casually reminded him. Hey! Old man Shan is not as good-tempered as me. Fujimiya Makoto smiled and looked back at him, then you are a good person. You kid! Kiranji Ten's hero rushed up and was about to hit him with a knife from behind. Fujimiya Makoto, however, followed him instantly as if he had foreseen it, and suddenly flashed dozens of meters, followed behind Suzube steadily, and disappeared in the distance. Pfft! Kiranji, holding a stick in his mouth, spit on the ground in a very uncivilized manner, and said dissatisfiedly. This bastard boy! He deserves his bad luck to be targeted by that crazy woman Yachiryu. I won't care about you if you die. Chapter 6 Hurry up! Along the way, Suzube Kojiro seemed quite silent. Apart from introducing himself and repeating Yamamoto Shigekuni's order, he never spoke again. Fujimiya Makoto could only look at the land he had never seen before while walking. Compared to the extremely cruel living environment of Zaraki, as the 64th district is also not rich, but many people can be seen near the edge of the road and the foot of the mountain. Occasionally, the lakes and ponds can no longer see those hunters holding knives and swords, grinding their teeth and sucking blood like patrolling prey. Just looking at this corner, it is still quite a bit of the prosperity of the classical era. Not bad. As if noticing his gaze, he was silent. The Suzuki Kojiro who had been with him all the way suddenly spoke to him. It's much better than Zanki. Fujimiya Makoto nodded in agreement. It wasn't like this before. I have lived here since I was born. 1,000 years ago, this place was not like it is now, and it was not much better than Zanki. Suzuki Kojiro's face, which had always been cold, unconsciously showed a smile from the heart, and even his golden pupils looking at the distant countryside unconsciously showed a touch of tenderness. All this is the credit of Genri Yusai-sama. After just a few words, Fujimiya Makoto suddenly felt that he seemed to have grasped the pulse of this guy, and tried to say. Then Genri Yusai-sama is really amazing. That's right. Suzuki Kojiro suddenly raised his voice and inadvertently gave Fujimiya Makoto a hearty smile of "You have good vision." The next second, he suddenly realized that he had said too much, and he put on a straight face again, returning to his expressionless frozen Kyokoku-style expression. However, when he looked at Fuji Mia Makoto, his eyes showed a little more recognition of his own people. Fuji Mia Makoto nodded in understanding. Ah! Little fanboy, hey? Soon, the two of them passed through a mountain with dense vegetation and saw a simple walled house built in a bamboo forest from a distance. There was also a pond in the courtyard. Except for the larger open space, it seemed no different from the wooden houses in the villages at the foot of the mountain. "We're here." Quibu still had a straight face, stopped at the gate, and changed to walking. Just before entering the door, perhaps because of the effect of the few words just now, Kojiro Suzu couldn't help but remind him, Master Genri Yusai has always been strict and meticulous, no matter who he is. When you enter the house later, remember to only answer the questions asked by Master Genri Yusai. If there is nothing to ask, don't say more. Do you understand? Yes. Fuji Mia Makoto can also understand Kojiro Suzu's reminder. From the analysis of the plot I have seen in my previous life, no matter how you count it, the old man Yama has become more tempered 1,000 years after the establishment of the Godai 13. Even old opponents like Waiwak would say that he has become weaker than before. So what does the old man Yama look like in his weak period? In the Battle of the Two Poles, he was ruthless in his decision to severely punish and kill Rukia Kukaki who violated the law. Even if two disciples came forward to obstruct him, he still drew his sword and opened his sword. In the Battle of Karakura Town, when he saw many members of the Godai being defeated by Aizen alone, he had no choice but to attack, and he started with the Great Fire Prison. He didn't care whether it would burn his own people to death. The people who protect the court should die for the court. It is one of his classic quotes, which fully demonstrates the connotation of kindness does not lead the army. From this, Fuji Mia Makoto can roughly imagine what kind of ruthless person Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shigakuni was, who built the 1,000-year order of Soul Society 1,000 years ago. Swinging the knife against the corpse of a companion is not a metaphor full of deep meaning, but the most straightforward statement. Fuji Mia Makoto thought in his heart. However, just as Suzyub walked to the door, he saw a young man with samurai long hair coming out to report, "Suzu-sama, Genri Yusai-sama is holding a teacher meeting. I wonder if you are." As he was talking, he heard a deep voice from inside the house, "Gen's hero, Kojiro. Bring him in." The two people outside the door were both startled, as if they didn't expect Genri Yusai to pay so much attention to this matter. Then, Suzyub Kojiro reacted faster and turned to look at Fuji Mia Makoto, "Let's go, you can go in." However, hearing what they just said, Fuji Mia Makoto seemed to become nervous. And his left hand suddenly pressed the hilt tightly, and asked hurriedly. Wait a minute. Teacher meeting, what is it? Didn't you say that Genri Yusai-sama was alone?" Suzyub Kojiro immediately noticed his hand on the hilt, frowned slightly, but slowly released it. No one would be stupid enough to worry about the safety of the monsters in the house. What he was dissatisfied with was that this little action was impolite and might make him look incompetent. However, despite his dissatisfaction, Suzyub still explained conscientiously, "When there is an emergency, Genri Yusai, the chief teacher, will hold a meeting. Now, all the teachers in the school should be here." Fuji Mia Makoto's expression suddenly became a little tense. He said carefully, "Suzyub-kun, can you help me deposit my Zanpakuto somewhere else now, and use it when I come out? To be honest, my Zanpakuto may have some brain problems. It likes crowded places the most and is more of a crowd pleaser. If it says something it shouldn't say, it would be too rude." Suzyub Kojiro looked at him with some confusion when he heard it. Who doesn't know that Zanpakuto and the god of death are one and the same? You said your Zanpakuto has a brain problem, but I think you are quite normal, don't you? I'm afraid not. Suzu Kojiro shook his head and said, "Lord Genri Yusai probably came here to test you. After all, you are the one brought back by Lord Unohana." With just this one sentence, Fuji Mia Makoto quietly opened the back door and blocked it. That's right. Maybe he will have to fight with others later. How dare you not bring a sword? For a moment, Fuji Mia Makoto felt his scalp tingling. To be honest, he has been wandering alone in Zaraki for too long. It was so long ago that he just remembered something. He remembered how his own Zanpakuto and the Saochat system had secretly cooperated, forcing him to practice instant step to the top in one breath from the very beginning. However, he had come here. Could he just turn around and leave? Voila! The door opened. Kei Buletin and Changya stayed outside the door. Fuji Mia Makoto had a stern face, tightly grasped the hilt of the sword, and strode into the dojo, facing the gazes of more than a dozen fierce teachers on both sides. The black-haired, bald middle-aged man sitting in the front was undoubtedly the Sword of Fire Yamamoto Shigekuni, whose reputation was at its peak and would continue to be at its peak for 1,000 years. At the same time, the teachers sitting on both sides also looked at him curiously. Anohana Yachiru, who was sitting closest to the front, turned his head early, and on his pale and bloodless face, he couldn't help but reveal a smile that made people feel like spring breeze. It was extremely rare. Fuji Mia Makoto's expression became more rigid. Under everyone's attention, the dojo was silent. However, before Yamamoto Shigekuni could speak, at the end of the queue, a one-eyed girl with dark purple ponytails couldn't help but slightly narrow her eyes, and her soft snake-like eyes slowly moved across the corners of her lips, revealing a look of interest in her eyes. This kind of young and active spirit, no matter how many times I see it, makes me a little irresistible. There must be enough delicious blood flowing in this child's body. Really, I'm looking forward to it. Hearing her voice, Anohana Yachiru's eyes suddenly turned cold. And he turned his head straight to look. Sato's immortal one-eyed face was fearless and he smiled softly. What? You want me to taste you too? For a moment, the two women suddenly fell into a dangerous situation. There are pictures here, which can be viewed after the updated version. All the fierce teachers around took their eyes off Fuji Mia Makoto, and they were all used to it. They looked at the two women as if they were watching a play, with expectations in their eyes. Fuji Mia Makoto saw the target shift, and he couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Next, as long as the dog system can shut up. However, before Anohana could speak, Fuji Mia Makoto suddenly heard a cute and almost morbid joyful sound from his waist. It was not a sound that vibrated and transmitted in the air. It was extremely abrupt, and appeared directly in everyone's brain. Ah, I like it. Quick, taste mine. In an instant, everyone's movements suddenly froze in place. Just this sound made the atmosphere in the hall suddenly fall into a dead silence. Fuji Mia Makoto trembled all over. It's over. Something's going to happen. Immediately afterwards, the charming voice suddenly raised its pitch and began to sing at a high speed from the heart. I like the purple-haired, twin-tailed, one-eyed, poor scholar Lolita the most. I also like the soft and slippery little snake head. I like the contrast of the Lolita calling herself an old person even more. Ball, step on me with your cute white little tabby. Stab me with your sword. Lick me with your little snake head. No, I can't help it. I've reached my limit. Move faster. For a moment, the doubts in everyone's eyes faded away, and they all looked back at Fuji Mia Makoto, with a weird look that was almost outrageous. This one is a super heavyweight. That's Sato Immortal. The cute little tabby. Are you a little too extreme? Even the old man sitting in the center couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows. His facial expression was very stiff, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to tremble. Fuji Mia Makoto's body seemed to be frozen, and his whole body showed a strange grey-white color. Standing in place, motionless. Suddenly, he swung his left hand and threw the Zanpakuto in his hand to his feet. Then he pretended to kick it carelessly, and the rotten scabbard slid far away on the wooden floor of the dojo with a swoosh, leaving it to continue to squeak. What broken sword? It's not mine. The girl with dark purple twin tails just stared at him quietly, with the scarlet light that was hard to suppress in her single eye, and her fingertips jumped on the handle of the sword rhythmically and joyfully like plucking the strings of a guitar. Even her breathing seemed to become a little heavier, and the smile on her face became more seductive. He was addicted to chopping. Chapter 7, Winning is a Must. Enough. Just as the situation became tense, a majestic low voice came from the center of the dojo. Sato Furuabushi, whose fingertips had already touched the hilt of the sword, and Fuji Mia Makoto, who had just kicked Asada away, stopped at the same time. Yamamoto Shigekuni looked at the two with a cold gaze. In just a moment, Fuji Mia Makoto suddenly felt a terrifying spiritual pressure that was like a landslide, crushing through this narrow, like a flood and huge waves, pouring down in the space. Fuji Mia Makoto even unconsciously felt a strange suffocation as if he was buried alive in the soil. It seemed as if he was going to die in the next moment. Until Yamamoto Shigekuni lowered his head and seemed to drink a sip of tea at hand carelessly. Tisk. Seeing this, Sato Furuabushi glanced at Yamamoto Shigekuni with fear, but he held down the knife and didn't come to chop people madly. The teachers on both sides also had different expressions. Before the battle with the Osrei Tea, Yamamoto Shigekuni had already robbed all the masters in Rukanga and united the front. And they were the masters who were robbed. Those who are sitting here peacefully now are all heroes who know the situation after being defeated, and former ruthless characters who have surrendered obediently, but if it were in the past, any of them would be a monster of the local giant crocodile level if they were placed in a certain place in Rukanga. However, now they have all succumbed to the real fierce dragon crossing the river. Are you Fuji Mia Makoto? Yes. His expression was a little tense. Yamamoto Shigekuni's voice was still neither light nor heavy, with the unique low and magnetic middle-aged man. I heard that you have the talent to infinitely improve your strength in battle. Is this true? Or is it just the ability of your Zanpakuto? Hey! Hearing this rather direct question, Fuji Mia Makoto was stunned at first. Then, he immediately reacted. No. This is not an unlimited improvement. Fuji Mia Makoto suddenly corrected with a serious face, in fact, it was a last resort to save my life. It is a unique ghost technique of mine. Even if it looks easy, in fact, every time I improve my personal strength, I have to pay a very tragic price. Yamamoto Shigekuni seemed to be slightly alert and asked carefully. Price? For example, a lot of spiritual power is consumed. Fuji Mia Makoto didn't think so much before entering this room. His mind was full of how to shut up Yuchin's dirty talk Zanpakuto. Now he speaks up and pretends to be very serious on his face. It's like he's saying, I'm not kidding. It will also consume physical strength very quickly. It is also a great burden on the spirit. Once it reaches a certain extreme value, it may be life-threatening, and may even cause the collapse of the lock and soul sleep. It is extremely dangerous. Fuji Mia Makoto spoke more and more fluently, and his face gradually revealed an expression of facing a great enemy and surviving a disaster as if he had paid a terrible price in the battle with Anohana Yachiryu that day. He, Fuji Mia Makoto, is a standard talent of hiding. Having a saucy Zanpakuto is enough to give people a headache. If he doesn't keep a few more cards for himself, how can he live in the future? Fuji Mia Makoto's thinking is very clear. It's even more like the real thing. However, hearing this, the teachers sitting around began to nod slightly. They felt that this matter seemed to be somewhat reasonable. If it is a special explosive ghost technique, then it doesn't seem so incredible to let a weak person fight with Anohana in a short time. On the scene, only Anohana Yachiryu frowned. Unlike others, she herself has actually fought with this kid. But she didn't say anything either. Just waited quietly. Is that so? Yamamoto Shigekuni took another sip of tea and suddenly changed the subject. Then, If I can accept you as my disciple and teach you sincerely, are you willing to put aside the previous cause and effect and sincerely give everything for Yuan Zijuku? Of course. Almost subconsciously, Fuji Mia Makoto blurted out his words. This is Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shigakuni, the character who was sealed in the whole field. However, at the moment when this voice came out, the old bald man in front of him waved to the side of the dojo. Soon, a plump pink-haired man with a large cape on his back came up to Yamamoto Shigakuni. He bowed slightly and lowered his voice. The results of the ghost detection except for the last sentence, which is a subconscious reaction, the rest should be made up. Ah! Fuji Mia Makoto's eyes widened. Why can't you just talk nicely? Why did you lie on the test? You are even on guard against a gentleman like him? But the next second, something even more confusing happened to him. Ah, damn it! The old smoker sitting on one side with a fur coat around his neck slapped his thigh hard. His expression was full of regret. There are such monsters in the world. You bet on the wrong horse. The little glasses man sitting next to him stretched out his hand to him mercilessly. I accept the loss. Shenghui Yuan Huan. I've said it before, with Miss Anohana's character, she would never lie about such things. Look. Tisk, I know. For a moment, the originally quiet dojo immediately became a mess. Fuji Mia Makoto looked at the group of gamblers with an incredible look on his face. If you really have no life, go bite the electric light bulb, okay? Ahem. Be quiet. Finally, old man Yamamoto coughed twice, barely calmed down the situation, frowned and scolded. How can you behave in front of young people? That's right. The girl with dark purple ponytails jumped out early, looking at them with disgust. According to what I said, we can find out everything by just fighting. Why do you have to make it so complicated? Hey! That shy boy! As she said that, the girl suddenly turned her head to look at Fuji Mia Makoto, holding her slightly barren chest with both hands and tilting her head. Sato Furuabushi smiled very proudly, and with a puff of one hand, under the stiff gaze of Yamamoto Shigakuni, he inserted the scabbard into the wooden floor of the dojo, rolled up his sleeves casually, and waved in his direction. You don't use a sword, and neither do I. A fight should be good for you, right? Let's see what the monster looks like. I'm not, I don't. Fuji Mia Makoto was a little confused by the chaos. In his impression, the predecessor of the Godi I-13 should be solemn, strict, and always maintain the captain's status. Why did it become like a bandit camp or a makeshift team? Should he continue to be a knight? Oh, is that so? Seeing that he seemed to be hesitant, Sato Furuabushi suddenly understood the reason. The girl thought for a moment, stretched out her hand and pulled off the white tabi on her feet, revealing a pair of palm-sized, round, and smooth feet. The delicate white toes like jade seemed to be still not used to the temperature of the wooden floor, and they were subconsciously slightly curled, outlining a smooth arc at the arch of the foot. When the soles of the feet were raised, the skin showed a healthy light red. Sato Furuabushi casually threw the pair of tabi in front of Fuji Mia Makoto, with a nonchalant look, and laughed with his hands on his hips. Since you like it so much, let's make this the bet. As long as you can hit my face, you will win. If you win, I'll give you both. If you lose, there will be one as a consolation prize, although it has a hole in it. Also, your hobby is really weird. This is the first time I've seen it. Seeing this scene, Fuji Mia Makoto felt that his facial features were about to become distorted. Do you want to bribe me with the stinky socks of a cute girl? This is an insult to me. Fuji Mia Makoto wanted to scold her loudly. In the end, the Zanpakuto's reaction was faster than he opened his mouth. Ah, PR. Long live the feet. Stupid. You should be smarter and quickly pull me out of this broken sheath. I want to sleep in the toes and tabi of a cute girl. The surrounding teachers looked at him more and more as if they were guarding some kind of mimetic pollutant or dangerous chemical with a terrifying influence. Sato Buletin Lao Buletin Shi put his hands on his waist and laughed even louder after hearing this. Hey hey! You are so honest about your perversion and folly. I am beginning to like you a little bit. You are so energetic. At this moment, Fuji Mia Makoto was extremely angry and covered his face with a painful look. Now, winning is enough to control, and losing is enough to control. Then, it's not good not to win. Chapter 8 What a pity! Are you ready? Sato tilted his head, looking defenseless, standing without a proper posture, and looking at Fuji Mia Makoto opposite with a smile. I am going to go. Fuji Mia Makoto's pupil shrank, and his whole body's spiritual power perception spread out in all directions. Almost at the moment when the voice fell, Sato Buletin Lao Buletin Shi's whole body's momentum suddenly changed. Suddenly, from the relaxed posture that seemed to make the whole body seem loose, the petite body leaned forward like a leopard, and the slender fingertips touched the ground. However, Fuji Mia Makoto's heart was still calm. No matter what, he was also a person who had experienced countless fights in the hellish place of Zijuku. Although Fuji Mia Makoto still believed in the 4 skills data on the character panel until now, the knowledge and experience from his previous life made him hold a little luck in his heart. Zhan Chuan Guizhou. Fist, for white fight, that is, fighting. Since it is fighting, no matter how it develops, the first goal must be to hit the opponent. In this case, height, arm span, leg length, and weight are still the necessary standards to determine the level of this technology. This point has been verified as early as when he fought with the crazy people of Zijuku. Although the big loli in front of him is at least captain level, her figure. The mind just had time to move to here. Sato Furuabushi uttered coo's laughter. Under the girl's bare white feet, a spiritual wave as powerful as an air barrier burst out, and her body was at a very small angle to the ground. With a bang, she suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, her slender 5 fingers clenched into a fist, which had already been deeply imprinted on his face from the left. If you look at it in slow motion, you can probably clearly see the ripples on Fuji Mia Makoto's left cheek formed by the small fist and the abnormal huge force, and the whole head seemed to be deformed in an instant. Bang! Fuji Mia Makoto's whole body twisted under this surging huge force, and his whole body turned several circles in the air, and his consciousness fell into a blank in an instant. Yet, Sato Furuabushi's smile, which suddenly became bloodthirsty and excited at a very close distance, was clearly imprinted in Fuji Mia Makoto's vision. Push harder into my body, poor little snake-headed sister? Boxing plus 10? Just looking at the data in front of us, we can know that the gap between the two sides in fighting is almost at the level of crushing. Bang 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 bang. After rolling on the ground for several times in a row and smashing countless wooden boards, Fuji Mia Makoto barely regained his consciousness, shook his head reluctantly, and supported the ground. This reaction is not good. In the teacher's seat, the executive Neiwu Gang, who looked like a consumptive ghost, probably because he just lost money, half raised his cheeks at this time, frowned and muttered, with undisguised disgust in his tone. There are pictures here, which can be viewed after the updated version. As if he thought of something, he looked at his companions beside him with a smirk and laughed. Hey, Janelle. Do you want to play another game? Just 10,000 rings. Yan Yuan Janelle, as usual, tucked his sleeves into his robe. There are pictures here, which can be viewed after the updated version. Standing by and watching. However, from his slightly lowered eyelids, one can also see his faint contempt. Hearing the voice of the executor Taketsuna, he couldn't help but laugh. 20,000 rings, play or not? 20,000 is 20,000. I bet he loses. Hey! Most of the teachers present have been in Seoul society for hundreds or thousands of years. Except for a few idiots, most of the people standing at the top of this world have top-level eyesight and can see through Fuji Mia Makoto's level at a glance. Only Anohana Yachiru still maintained a smile. It began. Sato Furuabushi was so disgusted after just one punch that he put his hands on his hips, took a step outward, and said in a dissatisfied tone. Hey, hey, hey! Is this all you can do? If you are so weak, how did you survive from that stupid woman Yachiru? Give me your full strength. Full strength. On the other hand, Fuji Mia Makoto could only take a deep breath. The punch just now was not just a simple force. The explosive spiritual power suddenly poured into his head almost the moment it touched his body, just like a grenade exploded in his head. Even though he has reached his current physical level, Fuji Mia Makoto almost lost consciousness. But I learned it. Pfft. He stood up with difficulty and waved his hand. Continue. Sato Bulobushi glanced at him, and seeing that he seemed to be able to hold on, he slowly showed a bloodthirsty smile. That's right. The next moment, the girl's petite body rushed forward again, so fast that only a shadow remained. However, this time, Fuji Mia Makoto already had experience, and with his almost instinctive spiritual power perception, he swung his hand knife neatly to the side. Bang! A bunch of spirit particles exploded in the air. Sato turned his head and easily stretched out his hand to block the attack, seemingly not disturbed at all. His other arm was hung on Fuji Mia Makoto's wrist while his body was spinning. And the little foot that had been accumulating power for a long time suddenly passed through his armpit and hit him in the face with a bang. Foot. My favorite foot. Boxing plus 10? However, this time, Fuji Mia Makoto seemed to have adapted to this kind of force. His head was only slightly dizzy, but he immediately reacted and raised his knee to hit the girl floating in the air. Oh! Sato Furuabushi seemed to be stunned for a moment, but he still easily changed his hands to block the tip of his knee, and his body turned half a circle in the air like a monkey. At the same time, his legs clamped Fuji Mia Makoto's head. The moment he was clamped by the soft thighs, Fuji Mia Makoto only felt that his eyes went black, and a certain warm and soft feeling suddenly came from both sides of his head. However, before he could feel it carefully, he saw the girl's waist suddenly exerted force, and with the force of turning over in the air, she actually threw Fuji Mia Makoto, who was a circle larger than her petite body, half a circle and smashed him to the ground. Boom! Fuji Mia Makoto's upper body was buried deep under the wooden board, exploding into a ball of surging wood chips and dust waves. Sato Furuabushi jumped to make way, but the expression on his cute face seemed to be getting excited. Hey! Keep going! This time, it wasn't just Sato. All the teachers sitting next to him were keen. I noticed the progress that Fuji Mia Makoto had made when he swung the knife just now. Yan Yuanjinal adjusted his glasses and looked over sharply. Executor Nao Taketsuna also frowned. No one continued to mock as they did just now. Crash! Fuji Mia Makoto supported himself with the broken wooden board and shook off the dust on his body. This force is really strong. No. He must not have used his full strength yet? A hint of fighting spirit slowly emerged in his eyes. Then, his action stunned everyone present. I saw Fuji Mia Makoto lower his body, just like when Sato just started. His body was at a very small angle with the ground, his fingertips supported the floor, and he took a deep breath. Inhale. Sato Buletin Lao Buletin Si was stunned at first. Then, I saw the arc of the smile on her pretty face suddenly became a little exaggerated, and her eyes widened with excitement. Boom! A powerful spiritual energy circle suddenly erupted under Fuji Mia Makoto's feet. His figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on the left rear side of Sato, with an extremely sharp hand knife from top to bottom, as if to cut off her neck without leaving any room. Sato excitedly dodged sideways, her long dark purple ponytail swaying in the air, and her seemingly slender white arm suddenly punched back, but was quickly blocked by the opponent, and then immediately a series of extremely impactful spiritual energy fluctuations spread continuously. The whole dojo was shaking constantly. Boxing plus 10. Boxing plus 10. Boxing plus 10. Boxing, level 3. Boxing bottleneck period first stage. Teaching Ing, boxing bottleneck breakthrough. Boxing, level 4. Boxing plus 5. A series of prompts kept ringing in Fuji Mia Makoto's head, and the system's nonsense almost never stopped. However, he didn't have the time to pay attention to them at this time. Under the seemingly fragile white arms, there was an extremely terrifying spiritual power fluctuation, and under the weak fists, there was a violent force that could easily blow up a building. In addition, the girl in front of him was much better than him in terms of speed, reaction, combat experience, and moving skills. In this case, only by concentrating all his attention can he barely keep up with the opponent's speed. Until a certain moment, he suddenly revealed a flaw. Swoosh! She flew up barefoot, legs almost in a split, solace of feet pointed directly at Fuji Mia Makoto's face. As if he had expected it, he turned his head to avoid it, then stretched out his hand to block and clamp the girl's knee, and punched Sato's forehead with his other hand, at an astonishing speed. But at this critical moment, Sato's immortal face was still full of excitement. His small hands grabbed Fuji Mia Makoto's robe on his chest, and his petite body turned flexibly in the air with his waist and abdomen. While dodging the frontal punch, the other leg suddenly increased its strength. When turning around, he used the force to twist the clamped leg, and a kick like a battle axe swept directly on Fuji Mia Makoto's cheek, causing his whole body to tilt suddenly, and his neck was like a rubber band being pulled, suddenly stretched a section. The place where his left foot stepped on the wooden board suddenly showed large spider web-like cracks, and his calf almost sank into the ground. He barely managed to stand. The whole dojo seemed to shake with this blow. Step on it. Hurry up and crush my face with your cute feet. What are you waiting for? Boxing plus 5. Boxing, level 5. However, this time, the teachers sitting next to him were all serious. Although the reason for the previous battle was that Sato was immortal and his strength was almost the same as Fuji Mia Makoto. However, they all noticed. If Fuji Mia Makoto was a little faster just now, he would have touched Sato's face. Not only that, even his ability to resist attacks is increasing rapidly. Asshole! Executor Naiwu Gang cursed softly. Is there really such a monster in this world who can learn all the experience of the opponent just by fighting? I thought Yuan Liu's AI was already perverted enough. Yan Yuanjinal nodded seriously, and inadvertently adjusted his glasses that were shaken apart by the shock, and whispered. His level of fighting is at least one level higher than the beginning. Yes. It's really scary, young people nowadays. Yan Yuanjinal turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a bald man who was just sitting on the ground and whose body was a circle bigger than others was muttering in a low voice. He had no lips on his face, revealing a mouth full of gold teeth embedded inside. His body was so strong that his muscles seemed to burst out from his loose robes. He also wore round-frame wooden-legged glasses with a literary look on his face, and subconsciously grinned a weird smile. There are pictures here, which can be viewed after the updated version. In the center of the battlefield, Sato Furuabushi shook his head lightly and shook off the long ponytail on his shoulders, but his laughter became more and more cheerful. This monster with an astonishingly fast improvement speed is really... It's great. Hey! Where are you looking? Fuji Mia Makoto's throat was filled with blood and was slightly hoarse. Just as the girl looked at the man in front of her excitedly, she saw Fuji Mia Makoto tilting his head and grinning at her with a hideous smile, and the wound at the corner of his mouth was bleeding. Sato Furuabushi, his eyes paused slightly. Then, he saw his calf that was stuck in the ground pull forward, kicking along the ground in the direction of his body, raising a large cloud of dust, obscuring the view between the two. Ha! This little trick won't work on me. As expected. Sato squatted in the dust with a big laugh, and his petite body dodged a punch from the smoke. As he moved at high speed, his two dark purple ponytails swept through the air like whips. A pair of bare feet pushed the ground, and the force rose from the ground and penetrated the whole body. As the spine twisted, he suddenly threw a punch in the direction behind him. The fist pointed directly at his abdomen. However, just when the girl's slender white fist was only an inch away from his body, Sato's immortal figure suddenly stopped. The whole body seemed to be dragged by an invisible force, fixed at this distance of only an inch. In the corner of the girl's eye, she caught a glimpse of her braid being pulled. "My hair!" His pupil shrank, and his attention was suddenly diverted. In just a moment, Fuji Mia Makoto's other hand had already clenched into a fist. "I got you!" He suddenly widened his eyes, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes that had turned scarlet from the continuous blows. This punch, the high-density spirit particles condensed on the surface of which could almost be seen with the naked eye, obviously burst out with all his strength. He wanted to avenge the beating he had just received. All of it. The next moment, the fist hit the girl's white and tender cheek fiercely. The huge spiritual power burst out with a violent sound as it spread, and the pressure exploded along the fist and Sato's cheek, forming a conspicuous impact wave in the eyes of everyone, and even the air wave passing through the other side of Sato's cheek could be vaguely seen. Bang! The sound wave was deafening. It hit. The waves of the impact force that continued to spread rolled up the robes of many teachers not far away. Everyone sat quietly in their original places, watching this scene with wide eyes. Many people couldn't help showing some surprise. The executioner Nobutsuna, who lost another 20,000 rings, suddenly opened his mouth and made a ga sound. Yan Yuanjinal laughed softly, and felt a little relieved in his heart. Fortunately, the fool Nobutsuna got there first. However, Fuji Mia Makoto was suddenly startled. Sato slowly turned his face away. On the girl's fair and tender cheek, there was only an inconspicuous wound. She showed him a crazy smile of extreme happiness. The girl's emotions that gradually boiled in the battle seemed to reach the peak of joy in this inconspicuous pain. The dark purple pupils shrank into a point, faintly flashing with a blood-red glow. At the waist, the slender white fingers clenched into fists. Swing! At this moment, Yamamoto Shigekuni, who had been sitting upright, opened his eyes. "It's over." Just with this sentence, Sato's immortal body seemed to be hit by a fatal point. The girl's delicate little fist suddenly stopped at the tip of Fuji Mia Makoto's nose. Boom boom! The surging and condensed spiritual power impact whizzed along Fuji Mia Makoto's face and neck. The violent sound waves almost shattered people's eardrums, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. The blood on his skin flew with the wind. That was the extremely dangerous death instinct. The whole body stiffened. With just this punch, a large wall behind him collapsed, exposing the scenery outside the wall. It's really impossible to make people happy. Let the little snakehead sister bang bang kick a few more times. Boxing +10. At this moment, Fuji Mia Makoto finally realized how much the girl in front of him had put in the test just now. She was almost killed by a little bit. Really? After stopping, Sato Fu Lao Buletin Si jumped and shouted in dissatisfaction, slapped his thighs and shouted regretfully. "I was too careless. I didn't dodge. Kiwiavu, my favorite hair." Sato Fu Lao Buletin Si said regretfully, while rubbing the hair that Fuji Mia Makoto had just grabbed. The pretty face was full of pitiful expressions that made people love and pity. It was completely different from the extremely cruel and bloodthirsty performance just now. But Sato Fu Lao Buletin Si was nagging, and the one-eyed man suddenly turned his head to look at the young man in front of him. She stood up and took a few steps closer to him. "What are you doing?" Fuji Mia Makoto was a little confused, frowned slightly, and subconsciously wanted to step back. But the next second, the girl stepped in front of him and grabbed the robe in front of him. The bare feet slightly raised, and the soft little snake head suddenly jumped out, slowly sliding over the wound on his cheek, tasting his blood carefully. Slurp. Fuji Mia Makoto subconsciously leaned back, and the expression on his face froze. It tastes really good. Sato Buletin Lao Buletin Si looked very satisfied, holding his cheek, enjoying it to the extreme. The girl's fist gently hit Fuji Mia Makoto's chest twice, making a dull sound, and she smiled foolishly. Not bad. I like your taste very much. If there is a chance in the future, let's have another sword fight. I won't lose to you next time. Fuji Mia Makoto was stunned by this sudden lick, and finally reacted when he heard her words. His eyes twitched unnaturally, and he looked at the large area of houses behind him that were destroyed, and murmured. I don't want to do it again. Right. Walking back, Sato seemed to have just remembered something, picked up the tabi on the ground and threw it to him, with his hands on his waist and laughing. These two are for you. Next time I will change to a new pair. There are pictures here, which can be viewed after the updated version. Fuji Mia Makoto suddenly widened his eyes, showing an expression as if he was insulted, and loudly retorted. Your stinky socks and so on, I just... Before he finished speaking, he heard a sickly and almost charming voice from a distance, shouting with some embarrassment. I will take it home to make tea for the rest of my life. Thank you very much. Turning around, he saw that the other teachers who were all looking at him with admiration just now all showed some complicated expressions. What a good child! What a pity, he is a pervert. Chapter 9 Stay away from me. Event, the bond level with Sato Furuabushi has been raised. Reward, none, teaching battle. Obtained bond trait, foot art lover. Bond trait, foot art lover, you have an extreme love for girls' feet, and finally embarked on this ultimate road called foot art. Bond effect. The further you go on the road of foot art, the higher the upper limit of instant step talent. Now it has exceeded the current limit, and the talent limit has reached 8th level. Note, what should I say when I first saw Sato-chan's feet? That, although it sounds obscene, hehe, I'm so stupid. Fuji Mia, face censored, Cheng, words, included in the Great Spirit Book corridor. Ah! When the gym was over, all the teachers left. The shabby gym was empty. Fuji Mia Makoto flipped through the densely packed system prompts on the panel in front of him, and suddenly inadvertently saw this small column hidden at the bottom. For a moment, Mr. Fuji Mia was stunned. He stood there in a daze, looking at the small words included in the Great Spiritual Book corridor at the end of the record. For a while, he couldn't recover. When he finally came to his senses, he immediately moved like a rabbit, shot out, holding the broken shallow beater that he had thrown aside with both hands tightly, shaking like a madman with red eyes. Delete it. Delete your teeth for me. Written in that place, it will definitely be browsed by a bunch of people in turn, right? You are pure slander. Slander. Insult my innocence. However, what is the use of this miserable and incompetent roar except for making noise? It's just a knife. Fuji Mia Makoto held his broken sword and shouted for a long time, and he felt that he might look a little stupid. After all, his Zanpakuto never made a sound when he was alone with him. Only when he could find trouble for him would this broken sword become abnormally excited. However, just when Fuji Mia Makoto was about to give up, a familiar helpless female voice with a slightly admonishing tone suddenly came into his mind. I think you don't understand at all. Sister will show you a way. You, go pick up the tabi now, tie it to the scabbard, and tie it tighter. It will definitely benefit you. She actually spoke. Fuji Mia Makoto looked at the sword in his hand in astonishment. She refused to answer him even a word when he was practicing sword meditation. However, after hearing what she said, Fuji Mia Makoto couldn't help showing a half-believing and half-doubting expression. She glanced at the tabi thrown on the ground by Sato Furuabushi. White and soft. The material is mostly cotton, and it looks like the size of a palm, about the same as an adult man's gloves. I don't know if it's because I just changed it today, or if the body of a high-level Shinigami doesn't have the concept of metabolism, but there's no smell even if I pick it up in my hand. It's a little fragrant. Hey! Fuji Mia Makoto suddenly stood up and threw the tabi that he had been holding in his hand on the ground. He must have been affected by this broken sword. Quick! You should open your teeth. However, seeing his somewhat resistant look, the Zanpakuto became even more impatient. Fuji Mia Makoto hesitated for a long time, and then thought of the talent limit of instant step that had been broken on his panel. I'm just trying it out a little bit. Take it off immediately after tying it. He muttered to himself. As he thought about it, Fuji Mia Makoto felt much better, and he reached out to tie the tabi to the lower rope at one end of the scabbard. With just this small action, the panel immediately responded. You have taken a step further on the foot art road. Instant step, talent restriction. Level 9. Gyu. Bliss. Suddenly, Fuji Mia Makoto was stunned for a moment, took a short and spasmodic breath, and stood there like a root. From now on, he will be controlled by this broken sword. But if only doing these little things can continuously turn him, an ordinary person, into a genius who can compete with the top figures in Seoul society. It seems that it is not a big deal to be a little weird. Seeing this too direct and effective, so that it has a very impactful effect. Fuji Mia Makoto actually began to comfort himself. The pervert thought came up, and the world was wide in an instant. Even if it is to become stronger, he must go further on the road of foot art before he can speak. That's right. That's it. This is the necessary price. He raised the Zanpakuto in his hand high, and cheered himself up loudly. Unfortunately, the people behind him were not very respectful. Cough, cough, cough. Fuji Mia Makoto suddenly shuddered and turned his head abruptly. Then, I saw Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, Suzuki Kojiro, and Okage Genshiro standing at the entrance of the dojo. The young Suzuki classmate, probably out of the friendship of being a fanboy, was clenching his fists and pretending to be a tuberculosis ghost, coughing one after another. At the same time, he was winking at him. The old man Yamamoto looked at him with a very heavy expression on his dead face, with all the wrinkles piled up together. The young Okage Genshiro even turned his head slightly, covering half of his face, and didn't look at it at all. At this time, I saw Fuji Mia Makoto standing in the middle of the tattered dojo, with his head raised high, holding the sword in his hand, and the tabi that he had just won from Sato Bulobushi's feet hung on the lower thread of the scabbard. It was just half a foot away from being fed into his mouth. It looked so impatient. No. It should be said that in the eyes of these three people, he was just preparing to taste it when no one was here? Ah! No, no. It's not what you think. Fuji Mia Makoto's whole body tensed up, and his heart seemed to be filled with large pieces of cold lead, and he immediately stretched out his hand. It's over. There's a big problem. But what was shocking was that Yamamoto just looked at it with a heavy expression. When Fuji Mia Makoto seemed to calm down, he said in the low voice unique to middle-aged people. Have you taken everything you need? Then let's go. Seeing the old man's extremely calm expression, Fuji Mia Makoto couldn't help but feel more embarrassed. However, for the sake of his innocence, he still bit the bullet and spoke, and said firmly, in fact, I'm not the pervert you think I am. This is all the fault of the Zanpakuto. When he spoke, the pair of girls' tabi tied to the scabbard were fluttering in the wind like a bright and glorious flag. As if he agreed with his words. Kojiro Suzuki completely covered his face. There was no hope. On the contrary, Shigakuni Yamamoto turned around without any concern and walked towards the backyard of the dojo. As he walked, he taught in a low voice. Teaching without distinction is the purpose of Yuan Zijuku. As long as you don't do anything that insults your master, it doesn't matter if you are a pig, a dog, or a pervert who likes girls' tabi. I will treat you equally. Follow me. Listening to the old man's unrestrained words, Fuji Mia Makoto couldn't help but feel touched in his heart. After all, there are still people who can recognize him. If you think about it carefully, it is true. Wasn't Kashiwamura a disciple of old man Yamamoto? An old man who has been the strongest for thousands of years, what has he not seen in his life? What can his little thing count for? Although the old man's metaphor was somewhat offensive, he would just pretend that he didn't hear this little problem for the time being. Yes. Master Yuan Liu's AI. Fuji Mia Makoto pursed his lips, tightened his expression, and quickly followed behind Yamamoto and the other two. Kojiro Suzuki was even more surprised and widened his eyes. Sure enough. As expected of Master Yuan Liu's AI. However, when Fuji Mia Makoto quickly squeezed into the back of the three of them, the old man suddenly seemed to have discovered something, and cursed with a very disgusted tone, waving at him. Go. I didn't ask you to follow so closely, there are people in front. Stay away from me. Fuji Mia Makoto? Chapter 10. This is not the kind of teaching I want. The four of them walked through the courtyard and came to an open space at the end of the entire Yuan Zijuku. The surrounding environment is quiet and there are bamboo forests everywhere. In the middle, there is a large deep pool surrounded by stones. There are fish swimming in it, and ripples appear on the water surface. The bamboo deer stalks used to draw water hit the stones from time to time, making a crisp sound of dong dong. Fuji Mia Makoto didn't know what he was doing here, and looked at Kojiro Suzuki in front of him with some doubts. As if he noticed his eyes, Suzuki just shook his head at him, indicating that he shouldn't say anything more. Until Yamamoto Motoryasai Shigakuni stopped. Let's do it here. Suzu and Okiya stood on both sides after hearing this. Yamamoto and Fuji Mia Makoto stood face to face. With just one glance, the extremely smart old man Yama saw through Fuji Mia Makoto's doubts and said in a dull and calm voice. I have promised you before. I will accept you as my disciple and teach you sincerely. In exchange for your loyalty to Yuan Zijuku. If you want to regret it now, I can also pretend that it never happened. Hearing this, Fuji Mia Makoto's heart beat suddenly. Excitement flashed in his eyes. No. I am very happy to do so. Please give me your advice. How could anyone be so stupid as to regret such a good thing? Since even Sato's immortal teaching battle can quickly make his boxing soar to the 5th level, how powerful would old man Yamamoto's personal guidance be? He remembered that in the original book, the old man Yama used only his fists to beat up the fire-fighting prince who was at least a captain, 6 to 10 cars. This old man is strong in all aspects. And now, it is the peak stage of all the skills and strength of Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. Yet, the old man, who had already reached the peak, nodded slightly and glanced at Fuji Mia Makoto's seemingly thin body. Suddenly, his eyes suddenly burst out with a strong and terrifying killing intent that seemed to suffocate people. At the same time, he stretched out his hand to grab Fuji Mia Makoto's shoulder. Almost instinctively, without any thought, Fuji Mia Makoto subconsciously pulled out the shallow sword in his hand and swung it towards Yamamoto's outstretched wrist. Ding! However, there was no surprise at all. The shallow sword was firmly held between Yamamoto's two fingers. Moving until the tip of the sword was pinched by the opponent, Fuji Mia Makoto realized what he had just done, and his whole body tensed up. Master Genryusai. As expected. However, the old man Shan had an expression that was not unexpected. But his gaze towards Fuji Mia Makoto became more admiring. Makoto. Like when you were training with Sato before, your ability to remember all her movements and techniques at a glance is all your talent. Right. Fuji Mia Makoto finally realized it and nodded awkwardly. Yes. What an enviable talent! The old man Shan nodded slightly, loosened his knife, rubbed his fingertips behind his back with some disdain, and looked serious. In that case, I know what to teach you. Put down the knife first. Yes. Fuji Mia Makoto's mind became more and more focused. Do you know why in the training just now, Sato's speed and strength were almost the same as yours, and she even lowered her strength to accommodate you, but you couldn't even touch her at the beginning? Yamamoto took the handkerchief handed over by Suzyub, wiped his hands slowly, and pointed directly to the key point. Because of a difference in experience and vision. Fuji Mia Makoto answered tentatively. Teachers always prefer disciples who can draw inferences from one example. That's part of the reason. But not all. The old man handed the handkerchief back, pointed to his head, and said calmly, the most important point is that Sato knows what he is doing. And you don't know. His eyes gradually became stern. Even the voice became more solemn. Cheng, you have an extremely amazing learning talent. All the difficult techniques of white fighting and slashing techniques are visible in your eyes. But in contrast, your fighting consciousness is as confused and fragile as a baby. You give everything in the battle to your body. Just like just now. At the moment when I aroused the killing intention, your body swung the knife at me first, and your consciousness knew that I would not kill you, but you did not restrain this action. For ordinary people, this strong instinct is a talent given by God. But for you, it is too strong. For a moment, Fuji Mia Makoto's expression also became serious and solemn, and he listened to every word of the old man in front of him. It should be said that he is indeed worthy of being a person standing at the top of Seoul society. Just one or two watchings and a small test directly grasped the fragile foundation buried under Fuji Mia Makoto's seemingly strong strength. If the old man hadn't pointed it out at this time, how long would it take for Fuji Mia Makoto to realize this? He didn't know. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni's voice became calmer, but his eyes looked directly into Fuji Mia Makoto's eyes. Now your consciousness and your body are like two identical people. You are exactly the same in appearance, ability, and strength. So who should dominate the battle, and who will be the one forced to be subordinate? What is the difference between them? Makoto. The old man's questions became more and more severe. Until the end, the loud voice almost pointed directly to Fuji Mia Makoto's heart. One sentence after another forced him squeeze out the answer from the deepest part of his heart. Since just now, Fuji Mia Makoto felt that something seemed to be getting more and more familiar the more he listened, as if he was gradually digging out the impression hidden deep in his memory, until the old man Shan said the last sentence. He almost blurted out. It's instinct. Suddenly, the old man Shan was stunned and looked at him quietly, as if he had not expected it. Not only him. Even Queeb and Okiya behind him couldn't help but show astonishment. They were just thinking along the words of Mr. Yamamoto, but they had no clue at all. Or, their instincts were not strong enough to break through the shackles of rationality at any time to fight the enemy, so it was difficult to imagine Fuji Mia Makoto's current situation. At this time, the eyes looking at Fuji Mia Makoto naturally only left the admiration and envy of mediocre people looking at monsters. Amazing! Makoto. Their eyes seemed to be saying this. Yamamoto was also quiet for a long time, staring at him for a long time. Until the end, he nodded in approval and smiled, "You are more talented than I thought." Very good. Under the surprised gazes of several people, Fuji Mia Makoto's expression froze and he felt a little embarrassed. But he couldn't tell them that he had heard it before, right? Fortunately, the old man Shan hadn't finished his admonition. Yes, it's instinct. Reason controls the body's impulses through instinct, not reason being controlled by the body. This is what you need to do now. Fuji Mia Makoto listened to the old man Shan's words, swallowed his saliva unnaturally, and looked a little nervous. In fact, he couldn't help but be nervous. You know, in the original work, Ichigo personally beat up White Ichigo in the Sea of consciousness in order to control his instinct. What about him? He also wants to beat up his own system? Teacher Yamamoto. Then what is the method? The old man Shan smiled mysteriously. He took out 2 pairs of white stone handcuffs from somewhere and handed them to him. Behind him, when Quibu and Kong Gaia saw the handcuffs, their faces suddenly changed. Quibu subconsciously wanted to step forward to persuade him, but was stopped by Kong Gaia. Just noticing this detail, Fuji Mia Makoto's heart immediately went on the alert. This old man, is he holding back something bad? Yes. From now on, you will train with these handcuffs. Until. While talking, the old man pointed behind him. I don't know what kind of trick he used, but a huge stone with a length, width, and height of 10 meters, which completely covered the figures of several people and looked exactly the same as the handcuffs, stood abruptly in place. Break this stone with your bare hands. At that moment, you barely passed. Fuji Mia Makoto swallowed hard, and his Adam's apple left a clear outline under his skin. Just approaching the boulder, he already felt a strong sense of crisis. All the spirits in his body seemed to be dandelion seeds blown away by the wind, flying away like crazy, as if the stone in front of him was the natural enemy of the spirits. He was even sure that if it was an ordinary hole or a weaker death god, it would probably only need to stay by the stone for a while before its spirit body would probably begin to collapse. Teacher Yamamoto. Excuse me, what is this stone? The old man put the white handcuffs into his hands without saying anything. His movements were very tough. But his old face always had an experienced smile, and he said kindly. It's not a big deal. It's just a few murderous stones that I took down from the wall of the spirit court. The so-called murderous stone is just a rare mineral that can ban spirit particles and spiritual pressure. There's nothing scary about it. Hearing this, Fuji Mia Makoto suddenly widened his eyes in shock. You old man! Don't make light of things that may cost lives. The god of death itself is made of spirit particles, right? If I wear this thing, doesn't it mean that I am in a sustainable state of collapse? The old man was still trying to persuade him. Think about it, as long as your body can't even use a little spirit particle, and you suppress the instinctive impulse of your body to the extreme, your rationality will definitely be able to completely control yourself. Right? Ah, yes. When he said this, the smile on Fuji Mia Makoto's face was even uglier than crying. Damn it! This is not the kind of teaching I want. Chapter 11 Spiritual Power and Will. From that day on, the students of Yuan's academy found that there was suddenly a half-grown boy in their own academy room who was often shackled and looked so weak that he seemed to be dying again at any time. Their judgment was not wrong at all. Fuji Mia Makoto really felt that he was about to die. Specifically, he was like a liver emperor level old player who had just donated a liter of blood in the hospital, completed 20 sets of Saitama style special training on the spot, and then didn't close his eyes for 3 days and 3 nights, always staring at the screen and constantly working on materials. Not only could he not sleep, but he had to continue to work out, run long distances, and do devilish training in this condition. Almost every minute and every second, Fuji Mia Makoto felt the importance of will from the bottom of his heart, and thought deeply about whether it would be more painful for him to die of exhaustion on the spot. Quick. Pa. Ah. A soft fist, with all its might, smashed into the giant stone wall that looked like a city wall, but only left a faint sound. Instead, the scream that followed was even louder. Fuji Mia Makoto's palm seemed to have smashed into a solidified pillar of fire. The moment it touched the murderous stone, it was immediately burned and retracted. The strong tearing sensation made him even doubt whether his entire palm would melt as he felt if he had been in contact with the murderous stone for a little longer. As for the surface of the murderous stone, not to mention breaking, not even a trace of cracks could be left. If it was just Fuji Mia Makoto's weak willpower, he would probably not be able to survive even the first day and would have given up. But 95. Cheng Kun, 5 more punches. Stop now, I'm going to start counting again. Kojiro Suzuki stood behind him, holding a thin bamboo stick in his hand, always with a stern face, supervising coldly. If you look closely, you can find that the surface of the thin bamboo stick is wrapped with thin golden electric currents, occasionally making crackling sounds. If you slack off a little, the electrified bamboo stick in his hand will be chopped down mercilessly. Stop once, hit once. The teaching attitude is extremely rigorous. Gyuu. Under such intense supervision, Fuji Mia didn't even have the strength to argue. And only meaningless wails came out of his mouth. He almost relied on instinct to force his body to support himself, and continued to try to mobilize the remaining spiritual pressure in his body, hitting the murderous stone again and again. Until the end, when Kojiro Suzuki shouted the heavenly finished, Fuji Mia whole body fell apart like tofu on the chopping board. Looking at the sky, he gasped for air. Seeing that he had at least completed today's training alive, Suzuki behind him also breathed a sigh of relief. He walked forward and helped Fuji Mia untie the murderous stone shackles on his hands and feet. For a moment, Fuji Mia felt as if he had returned to heaven from hell. The spirits that had been scattered like being roasted by fire finally became stable again. But what followed was a strong sense of fatigue covering his whole body. He lay on the ground, tried to turn over, and lay down instead. Blue sky, white clouds. Big sun, small Suzuki. In the case of extreme fatigue, his brain only had this little rhetoric ability left. As he lay there, Fuji Mia who was so tired that he was going crazy, suddenly began to wonder if that bad old man Yamamoto was deliberately messing with him. Suzuki-kun, he asked, have you ever done this kind of training before? Yes. Suzuki Kojiro was as cold as usual. It's just that when I was doing this training, my basic spiritual pressure had already increased to the point where I could start practicing. As for you. Suzuki paused halfway through his speech. I think Genri Usai-sama has his reasons, too. A talented person like Makoto-kun is different from us useless mediocre people after all. Fuji Mia was a little surprised. Is Zijuku-kun also a mediocre person? I heard people in the school say that. You only took 1 month to complete your own solution, right? You are obviously a famous genius. Suzu shook his head calmly. Whether it is 1 month, 2 months, or 1 year, it is just completed the solution. In the long life of the god of death, this amount of time. It doesn't make any sense. If I can choose, I would rather spend decades polishing the solution, in order to eventually reach the level of Genri Usai-sama. It's a pity. He looked a little sighing. Fuji Mia was a little surprised. Old Shanahem, can't Genri Usai-sama's level be achieved through practice? I don't know. Suzu shook his head. Sat down next to him and stretched out his finger. A ball of scattered spirit particles was reflected on the fingertips, and the spiritual light floating in it could be vaguely seen. If the spirit particles in most of the Shinigami are like this spirit particle ball expanding and disorderly, then, the spirit particles in the teachers' bodies are another way. While speaking, the large group of spirit particles on Quibu's fingertips suddenly shrank inward, forming a point only the size of a fingernail, extremely tightly arranged, with almost no gaps between the spirit particles, and shining with intense light. He continued, dense, strict, and extremely powerful. Just like water vapor will condense into liquid or even solid under huge atmospheric pressure. If those teachers want, they can even expand the shallow hit in their hands to the height of a building. This is the result of letting the spirit particles wander. And the density difference of this spiritual pressure is the level of spiritual power. He waved his hand and dispersed the spirit particles in his hand. If you want to reach the level of a half-baked person like me, you only need about 3rd level spiritual power. Is enough. But if it is teachers, at least 2nd class spiritual power is required. And, Master Yuan Liuze. In the voice of Kojiro Suzuki, there was a bit of admiration and yearning subconsciously. The reason why he is first class is that the spirit can only be compressed to the first class level. This is the difference in the upper limit. As far as I know, excluding those monsters with excellent talents. The degree of integration of will and self is the fundamental factor that determines the upper limit of spiritual power. At the same time, only by throwing away all the talents that you already have and are proud of, and showing things from nothing, is what you really have. Suzuki patted his shoulder, used a little more strength, and said earnestly, I'm afraid this is the real reason why Master Yuan Liuze asked you to do this training from now on. Master Yuan Liuze must be very optimistic about you. Chang. Hearing him say this, Fuji Mia Makoto was stunned. Willpower. He repeated this word in his mind. It always felt a bit absurd. Although he had been through a lot of polishing in Zaraki, with his willpower that made it difficult for him to get up and go to work in his previous life, did he still want to compete with the death gods who stood out in countless desperate fights in this world? Fuji Mia Makoto felt it was unrealistic. Is it because the plug-in is not cool enough? However, Suzuki didn't say anything more. After urging him to do today's training, he left on his own. Fuji Mia Makoto lay on the ground for a while, and after resting for a while, he also wanted to leave here. But, looking at the huge murderous stone stood in front of him, he suddenly stopped. I don't know if it was because he thought of how he was restricted by the cheating when he was in Zaraki, or the scene when he subconsciously swung his sword after the old man stimulated the murderous aura. Fuji Mia Makoto remembered what Suzuki had just said. Only when you throw away all the talents and gifts you have and are proud of, and start to show what you have from nothing, is what you really have. He stood there for a while. Finally, he picked up the murderous stone handcuffs on the ground again, grinned bitterly, and put them on his hands and feet. Really cheap. Practice for a while, and go back if you can't hold on. Bond event killing stone lower. Your bond level with Kojiro Suzuki has been raised. Reward, Spirit level +1. Get bond trait, Wall of Size. Spirit, 6th grade lower, 6th grade middle. Bond trait Wall of Size, your will remain constant at the moment you become stronger until you die. Note, the person who made you the strongest is always the one who persists until the next time. There are pictures here, which can be viewed after the updated version. Chapter 12 Fuji Mia Makoto's Diary. The words were very heroic. In fact, Fuji Mia Makoto only threw 3 or 4 more punches than usual that night, and immediately lay dead on the spot. Extreme sports are a form of entertainment that should be avoided without the supervision of others. Trash! Trash! The female ghost system laughed mercilessly. Unfortunately, Fuji Mia Makoto was completely unconscious at this time and could not hear anything at all. However, this spirit is still worthy of recognition. In order to record his efforts from nothing to something, Fuji Mia Makoto asked the cram school for paper and pen from that day on, and began to write Fuji Mia Makoto's struggle diary. Fujiko said, "You get what you sow in order to go further on the road of death and prove that I am not just a waste who can only cheat with extraordinary talent. I decided to work hard from today. Most of the people who come to Yuan Zijuku are civilians from Rukanga. The literacy rate is less than 3, and they are all illiterate. They can't even tell what year of the Soul King calendar this year is." When asked about the time of their appearance, some said they died in the 10th year of Tenpyo, and some said they died in the 20th year of Yanking. I converted it. I almost forgot that I am also illiterate. In short, it is better to calculate the time I have spent according to the time I entered Yuan Zijuku. Yuan's calendar. On January 13th, Quibu told me a lot from the bottom of his heart. Although he beat me with bamboo sticks, he is indeed a good man. In order to repay his bond, I tried my best to hit 104 times today. As the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. If I improve by 4% every day and add up the index, it will only take 100 days for me to reach 50 times my current strength. 200 days is 2,500 times. 300 days is 130,000 times. My will become stronger and stronger. As long as I keep improving, I can become stronger than cockroach. That's right. A man must prove everything with his actions. I'm not the kind of loser who can only rely on the female ghost plug-in. Look at my 10,000 thank you punches every day. On January 14th, I hit 104 more times. Originally, I could have hit one more punch. However, because I was hit 3 times by Quibu, I had to hit again. That electric bamboo stick really hurts, but it must be for my own good. Yes. Quibu is a good person. Come on. Makoto. You will definitely be able to do it tomorrow. On January 15th, 104 times. It hurts, but I can still hold on. On January 16th, 104 times, it hurts a lot. 1 January 17, as above. January 18th, as above. January 19th, I crawled back tonight. Damn Suzyub. Why are you getting harder every day? Suzyub. You gave birth to a son without dermatitis and teeth. Keep working hard. January 20th, Fuji Mia Makoto, you can't go on like this. If you continue, I'm not sure if the murderous stone will kill me, but I will definitely be beaten to death by Suzyub. Wake up, my unique talent. There are so many students from Rukanga in the cram school in the front yard. If you just walk around, there will definitely be some fierce girls or girls with smelly feet who will attract the attention of that broken sword. What a fool, why do you have to compete with that broken stone? January 21st, I challenged nearly 30 people, and none of them could beat me. Most of them are worse than me, and can't even provide points. Come back tomorrow. On January 22nd, there is a guy named Sato who is bullying people in the corner. Who can stand it and do nothing? Tisk, it's you. On January 23rd, eat, sleep, and beat Sato. On January 24th, eat, sleep, and beat Sato. On January 25th, eat, sleep, and beat Sato. On January 26th, a girl with glasses who is more fierce than the old lady Anohana appeared in the library. Write it down first, and try the knife next time she is alone. On January 27th, Sato wanted to run away today, and he said he didn't dare to run after being beaten twice. On January 28th, damn it. Sato is gone. It was a dark and windy night, and the forest outside was quiet. A dark figure hid in the depths of the bamboo forest, looking darkly at the simple bamboo house with a light still in the window not far away. Although the facilities and dormitories in Yuanzi Academy were extremely simple, in order to cultivate excellent enough clerical and ghost talents, most of the books in the academy were directly open to the students, and never kept privately. As one of the former students, the man in black naturally knew this. At this time, he stretched out his hand and waved to the surroundings. With a sudden sound, several figures wearing black clothes like him emerged from the surrounding dense forest. The black figure in the lead slowly pulled down his mask, revealing a face with a bruised nose and swollen face, with a serious expression. He is Sato. To be precise, his real name should be B. Shinichi. As a member of the branch family of the lower-level noble B clan, dispatched by the Central 46th Office and directly under the secret mobile team. Several years ago, he received an order from his superiors to sneak into the center of the disaster area in the 64th district, waiting for an opportunity to steal relevant information and looking for opportunities to assassinate the Yuan Liu culprit Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shigakuni and others. Don't ask him how he received this order, and don't ask him how he should assassinate Yamamoto afterwards. After all, the Central 46th Office is a member of the branch family of the lower-level Noble B clan, directly under the secret mobile team. As early as several years ago, he received an order from his superiors to sneak into the center of the disaster area in the 64th district, waiting for an opportunity to steal relevant information and looking for opportunities to assassinate the Yuan Liu culprit Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni and others. The fact that all the people in the 16th chamber are mentally ill should be the consensus of all the people in the spirit court. In short, after being sent here, Feng Xinyi has been operating as a student of Sato for a long time, and has been dawdling behind enemy lines for several years. However, this peaceful daily life was broken some time ago. Feng Xinyi narrowed his eyes, which were clamped into a slit by the facial lumps, and looked at the lighted study in the distance with a dignified look, with a cruel expression. Since the member of the disaster department named Fuji Mia Makoto appeared in Yuanzi Academy a few days ago, he suddenly targeted himself and tried to fight him and test his strength many times. If Feng Xinyi had not retained the caution unique to undercover personnel, he would not have been beaten several times. If he hadn't taken any real action, he would have probably tested his true skills a few days ago. However, even this small clue made Feng Xinyi's heart ring with alarm. He knew that he might have been exposed in a previous operation of extracting intelligence from the students. However, he didn't know whether it was because the other party couldn't confirm the authenticity of the information or because his disguise was too good. After several days of continuous surveillance, Sato did not find any signs that the other party reported to the superiors of the disaster department. It seemed that he just wanted to fight him. However, as a professional intelligence officer, Feng Xinyi would never allow his actions to have any loopholes. In this case, eliminating the other party from a physical level is the only option. One of them quietly approached him. "Sir, the information that several culprits of Yuan Liu went to the 40th district today has been confirmed by the front line. At present, there are only 2 people in the study, the target and the Kadori administrator. Please give the order. Finally, I've waited for you." Almost at the moment of hearing this information, Sato's bruised and swollen round face was instantly twisted into an extremely ferocious expression. Today, he will avenge the beatings he received these days. "Damn you, little brat, I will also let you taste the pain I have suffered. Go." Chapter 13. I love books the most. Just when a group of rough guys outside were planning to do something to Fuji Mia and make him suffer, Fuji Mia Makoto was in the study, busy with another thing. He sat at the desk, on which was placed a book called Basic Knowledge of Ghost Path, which he had never touched since he opened it. His eyes, which should have been on the book, always stayed on the girl across the table. She was a girl with a natural and pure temperament. She was wearing a standard death suit, with her long black hair tied into a bunch and braided with a red string. She wore a pair of slightly wide glasses on her clean and fair face, and her expression looked a little dull. At this time, he was bent over the desk, concentrating on reading the thick book on the table with dense small characters, which made people's scalp numb at a glance. He didn't pay attention to the outside world's eyes and the changes in the sky. The most important thing is, as a gentleman, Fuji Mia Makoto tried hard to control his eyes and not let it glance down. However, light is also affected by gravity. Almost at the moment he opened his eyes, Fuji Mia Makoto's eyes were uncontrollably attracted by the desktop. The loose black clothes were just left on the table in a plain way, and spread out on the plane under gravity into the shape of 2 cute walruses. The girl herself was unaware of this. She was concentrating on reading a book. As quiet as a defenseless young lamb. Fuji Mia Makoto looked at this scene. Ever since he got a bond trait inexplicably after communicating with Zijuku some time ago, he has been thinking about it. Is it possible that the correct way to use this system is not necessarily to fight, kill, kill, kill? After all, there is an empty love trait column on the panel. What does this mean? Of course, this means that emotional exchanges between people can actually make him stronger. That's right. What about the random killing between Anohana, the fist fight with Sato Furuo, and the promise to break the murderous stone with bare hands to hone his will? It's all too ridiculous. Dating is the right way. Although he had only had a girlfriend in college, Fuji Mia Makoto thought he had a heart to be a scumbag among all the girls. If that's the case, why not start now? Fuji Mia Makoto thought so. He subconsciously glanced around. Very good, no one. He glanced cautiously at the broken knife on his waist. Very good, shut up. So, Fuji Mia Makoto got up his courage, stood up from his seat, walked slowly behind the girl opposite, and patted her shoulder gently. This. Snap. Before his hand could touch the other person, it was slapped away by the girl's subconscious slap. Fuji Mia Makoto's expression froze. The back of his hand suddenly felt a sore and numb pain, and it swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hey? This girl, such a strong hand. For a moment, he couldn't help but have a bad premonition in his heart. But he was still unwilling to give up. Fuji Mia Makoto carefully changed his angle, tapped her back twice quickly and lightly, then quickly retracted his hand while raising the volume. This student. Only then did the natural girl raise her head in confusion. The eyes behind the glasses looked around in confusion. As pure and stupid as a baby ready to make a move? The bad premonition in Fuji Mia Makoto's heart became stronger and stronger. Maybe, probably. This may not be a good target for attack. But now that he has called the person, he can't just turn around and leave. Fuji Mia Makoto said gently, "This student, it's very late now. The study is going to turn off the lights." "Ah? Sorry. I'll leave now." The natural girl woke up in a panic, apologized several times, hunched her back with a little inferiority, instinctively shrank her shame, hugged the big book in her hand, stepped out of the red lacquered clogs, and walked out briskly. However, just after walking out of the door, the girl suddenly seemed to remember something and suddenly stopped. After hesitating for a few seconds, she turned her head with some doubts and asked in a low voice. "That gentleman ah? I'm very sorry. But, it seems that there has never been a request to turn off the lights in our study, right?" The natural girl held the book in her arms. She even bowed subconsciously when she spoke, wishing to bury her little head deeply in her chest, and she didn't dare to look at Fuji Mia Makoto opposite her. Until he mustered up the courage to finish speaking, he muttered in a low voice. "Andy, am the library manager." Fuji Mia Makoto's expression froze slightly. "Ah? Is that so? This is his second time coming to this library today." Seeing that he hadn't spoken, the natural girl seemed to think he was angry, and immediately apologized. But the tight's okay. I'll leave now. I'm really sorry." Just when the other party was about to slip away, Fuji Mia Makoto suddenly said. "Haha, sorry. I was just kidding." The natural girl's steps stopped immediately. The pair of drooping eyes under the glasses suddenly shone like stars. The light was beeping. However, she still cautiously tried, "So, that I can you going to stay here and study, right?" "Of course. I just think it's boring to study alone, so I want to find someone to talk to." "Yes, that's right, thank you very much." The natural girl bowed repeatedly, trotted back to her original seat, took a long breath, and seemed to be relaxed. Fuji Mia Makoto looked at the pitiful look of the girl, who said "as long as I can study," and suddenly felt that he might have suffered from some strange mental symptoms such as female PTSD of the god of death because of Anohana and Sato. Yes. How could there be so many monster-like women in the Soul Society? He was just like an ordinary stalker, casually chatting with a very beautiful girl in the library late at night. It's no big deal, right? Thinking of this, looking at the walrus that was put on the table again, Fuji Mia Makoto felt that his whole body became unobstructed. As the saying goes, there is a heart cure for heart disease. Fuji Mia Makoto turned his swollen hand helplessly, and said with a smile, "At the beginning, I called you several times but you didn't respond. But you really like reading." "Ah, sorry. The natural girl apologized subconsciously. But when she heard the next sentence, she couldn't help but smile and instinctively raised her head. It was a face like a lotus in clear water. A little cute with a little baby fat. The girl scratched her cheek and said shyly, "Actually, I came here with the old man because he said there were many books to read." Hey! Fuji Mia Makoto felt like he was chatting with an online friend. Hearing this, he couldn't help but tease, "Aren't you afraid that the old man is lying to you?" The natural girl was startled, and seemed to be thinking about this question with some distress. She said from the bottom of her heart, "If there really weren't these books, I don't know what I would do." "You are such a cute child, what else do you want to do?" Fuji Mia Makoto couldn't help but smile. Not only is he a natural fool, but he also has a little bit of Chiyunibu. By the way, what's the name of the old man who brought you back? Maybe I know him. Fuji Mia Makoto's tone became gentler, like a weird uncle who kidnapped little girls. The girl smiled gently, "His name is Yamamoto Shigakuni." Fuji Mia Makoto's expression suddenly froze on his face. It was like taking a photo in this small space. He looked at the girl in front of him steadily, and raised the corners of his mouth with difficulty, as if he wanted to smile like he did just now. "Then, what is your name?" The girl's smile became more gentle and pure. "My name is Kanonobu Kyunsai." "Ah, guessed it right." She held her cheek and looked at the rows of bookshelves behind her. Her face was like a dragon filling a cave with treasures, with an extremely satisfied smile, as if she couldn't stop talking about the things she liked. "Now, just being able to sit in the study every day and look at so many books I haven't read. It makes people feel very satisfied. I like books the most." The moment the girl looked back at the bookshelf, she finished speaking. In the night sky, bright sparks suddenly fell. Boom boom. In just a moment, the wide bookshelves behind the girl were suddenly destroyed, and the wooden study room and the rows of books behind it were completely destroyed, leaving only a burnt grey flame and a pungent smell of gunpowder. The pure smile of Shikaku Bayanzai suddenly froze under the reflection of the endless firelight. A deep shadow suddenly covered it. At this moment, Fuji Mia Makoto only felt that the muscles of his entire face were completely stiff. Numb. There are pictures here, which can be viewed after the updated version. Chapter 14 Interrupt the Spell. Sato. With his peripheral vision, he glanced at the completely frozen look Bayanzai. In just a moment, Fuji Mia Makoto immediately made the best decision to leave at this moment, and shouted loudly. Just listening to the extremely angry roar, it was as if the man who was beaten into a pig's head in front of him had an irreconcilable hatred with him. He asked righteously, "You released the ghost in the dojo, destroyed the study, and involved outsiders, what exactly do you want to do? Do you want to be expelled from Yuan Zijuku?" Using the opportunity of talking to buy time, Fuji Mia Makoto has left his original seat, and his steps inadvertently avoid the dear tormentor who is surrounded by the murderous area. While removing the murderous stone shackles on his wrists with a key, he looked at Sato coldly, as if he was still giving him a chance to defend himself. What he was actually thinking was, "Just wait, I will kill you after I take off the handcuffs. Don't think about being expelled from the sect and that's it. Go. Don't let him take off the murderous stone." I never thought that Sato was a man without martial ethics. He didn't give Fuji Mia Makoto a chance to transform at all, and spoke immediately. Fuji Mia Makoto's eyes widened immediately. "Damn you!" Almost at the moment when Sato's voice rang out, several black-clad figures around him emerged from the shadows, and the specially made short swords in their hands suddenly stabbed straight forward, leaving no time for people to recite their lines. The shackles on his left hand have not been removed yet, and Fuji Mia Makoto's fingertips immediately touched the handle of the knife and pulled it out. Clang! The flowing sharp blade reflected by the firelight drew a dazzling arc in the night sky, and cut into the blade in the hand of the first person at a small angle. The metal hit the fingertips, and a series of flashing light spots were shot in the air. At the same time, his left hand swung out, and the murderous stone shackles hanging on his left wrist spun. The murderous stone has a considerable hardness while prohibiting spirit particles. The blade pierced it with only a crisp sound of click, but the chain had already taken the opportunity to roll up. Fuji Mia Makoto's pupils moved from left to right under the night and the firelight. While he kicked the black-clothed man on the right away, he pulled the unlucky guy whose blade was entangled by the chain close to him with his left hand. The handle on his right hand turned upside down and stabbed into the black-clothed man's neck with a puff. "Pull it out!" Blood gushed out, staining half of the clothes red. Slashing technique +2. The next moment, before the guy who was kicked away could turn over, Fuji Mia Makoto's figure suddenly disappeared. Instant step. When he appeared, the blade went straight into the opponent's chest. Slashing technique +1. Kill 2 people face to face, without mercy. As for the murderous stone? Who said you can't kill people when you wear it? However, several assassins around them who were also wearing night clothes seemed to have no feelings about the death of their companions. Taking advantage of the brief moment of their death, the prepared ghostways all faced Fuji Mia Makoto. The Lord. The mask of flesh and blood, the myriad things, flapping their wings and flying high, the things named as human beings. Scorching heat and chaos, rolling back to the south across the sea, step forward. Heideo 31, Red Fire Cannon, X6. Several number 30 intermediate ghostways, which had 100% destructive power when chanted in full, condensed a very threatening spiritual pressure in an instant. At the moment of the spurt, a large amount of dust spread behind the assassins. Boom boom boom. Another surging and vigorous fire rose. The night sky within a radius of tens of meters was completely covered by smoke and dust, and the temperature around the study seemed to rise by more than 10 degrees at this moment. Fragmentary sparks were flying in the air, illuminating Feng Xinyi's ferocious and solemn face. He had been lurking for several years, but to no avail. Before escaping, if he wanted to return to the Lingting and avoid the death penalty, he had to do something. It was a pity. Hey! The dust was blown by the wind, and the dust was cut into a straight path. Feng Xinyi's facial expression suddenly tightened. Be careful! Almost at the moment he made a sound, an assassin standing next to him was suddenly hit by something, and his head turned over a standard obtuse angle, almost sticking to his back. Feng Xinyi's pupils shrank. What instantly smashed the guy's entire facial bones was a pair of pure white murderous stone shackles. At the same time, another dark shadow stream with a long stream of smoke flew out of the dust, pointing directly at the direction of Feng Xinyi. Dang! He didn't even turn his head, listened to the sound to determine the position, and reacted very quickly to raise his sword to block it. Looking over, he saw a tattered scabbard rolling in the night sky illuminated by the firelight. Where are the people? Feng Xinyi turned his head to the side subconsciously. Then, he saw that the figure who had just launched the ghost path was lying on the ground unconsciously. Fuji Mia Makoto was half covered in blood, with an expressionless face. Holding the poorly maintained shallow sword in his hand, he looked at him coldly, as if he was looking at a corpse. Sato. Are you from the REIT? I was quite optimistic about you. Hearing this, Feng Xinyi almost vomited blood with a face that was swollen to a circle. Listen to what you said, is that human language? But the next second, he suddenly calmed down. Why should he be angry with a dead person? Shinichi thought so, and a smile appeared on his hideous face. Fuji Mia Makoto. Do you think that you have seen my true strength after defeating me several times with Baiadai? You don't understand at all. As a member of the noble family of the Osati with a heritage of millions of years, the difference between me and you lowly people. As he spoke, his voice gradually became high-spirited and arrogant. Shinichi looked cold, raised the blade, and shouted the liberation words of Shikai loudly. Watch him in the dark. Fu. Bang! Before he could finish the liberation words, Fuji Mia Makoto had already shoved his fist into his nose without mercy. There was a dull thud, and Feng Xian flew backwards under the huge force, rolling into the ruins behind him. Fuji Mia Makoto raised his fingers and sneered, "You don't think you are the only ones who can interrupt the spell? Shadow!" However, before Fuji Mia Makoto could finish his words, he heard an angry and almost shrill cry from the ruins. "So it's called Fukuying?" The intense burning spiritual pressure spread in all directions. The black mist continued to spread in all directions, and the surging black mist surged out of the ruins, forming a clear spiritual power column that gushed into the sky. Fuji Mia Makoto's eyes were slightly lowered, and he was weighing his sword up and down, as if he was looking for the right angle to strike the knife. In the ruins, Feng Xinyi struggled to get up with the help of the charred fragments, with 2 bright red nosebleeds on his face, and a strange rolling shadow was surging under his feet. His expression became more and more ferocious. "Fuji Mia Makoto!" The moment he shouted this sentence, Fuji Mia Makoto's heart jumped suddenly, and his body seemed to sense something, and his left foot subconsciously took a step back. Shh! A thin and sharp shadow suddenly pierced out from the position under his feet, as sharp as a blade, and went straight through the clothes in front of him. If it weren't for the step back just now, I'm afraid the whole leg would have been cut off completely. Immediately afterwards, Feng Xinyi was swallowed by the shadow. Fuji Mia Makoto's attention suddenly reached the highest point. Behind. The body gave rational feedback. He suddenly made a judgment and turned the blade. Dang! The blades met, and the 2 sides wrestled. In the firelight, Feng Xinyi's eyes were red and he gritted his teeth. "I must cut you into pieces." His eyes said so. Chapter 15 My head. The strength has increased. At the moment when the blades collided, Fuji Mia Makoto immediately judged the current situation of Sato. No. To be precise, the spiritual power should have expanded several times. Dang! Fuji Mia Makoto turned the blade in his hand and lifted the blade in Sato's hand, forcing him to reveal a gap. However, several blades made entirely of shadows followed his blade and body in the blink of an eye, like several spears surrounding him. Chi-chi-chi! A series of air-piercing sounds rang through his ears. Fuji Mia Makoto's eyes were still calm. When his figure brushed past the sharp black shadows, he always maintained a restrained small displacement until he found a flaw and the shallow strike in his hand flashed by. Puff! Feng Xinyi quickly retreated, but a bloody wound was still left on his left arm. Fuji Mia Makoto stood in place and shook off the blood on the blade in his hand. He didn't know if this was the effect of wearing the murderous stone for a long time during this period of training. However, Fuji Mia Makoto seemed to gradually realize what it meant to know what to do on the battlefield. Damn it! Feng Xinyi covered the wound on his arm and stared at Fuji Mia Makoto's figure with bloodshot eyes. However, one could vaguely see a trace of fear that flashed inadvertently in his bloodshot eyes. It shouldn't be like this. Even if it's just Shikai, it can at least increase the spiritual pressure by 3 to 5 times compared to the normal state, so the upper-ranking officer can completely suppress the lower-ranking officer and the remaining team members. As the third seat of the secret maneuver of the Osray T, and a member of the B family, B Shinichi should be very clear about this. But he looked at Fuji Mia Makoto in front of him. This guy, however, has not even taken a single extra breath since just now. And there is no Shikai either. Thinking of this, he felt as if his heart was being tightly grasped by a cold big hand. If that's the case, the gap between him and him. You deserve to die, Fuji Mia Makoto. The moment he realized this, B Shinichi no longer cared about the physical strength he had reserved to escape from the Yuan Zijuku, and all the spiritual pressure burst into the blade in his hand. The blade, which originally showed a deep dark color, was so black on the surface that it seemed to drip water. Immediately afterwards, the blade suddenly pierced into the ground. Kill him! Hidden shadow!
Almost at the moment when Feng Xinyi's voice sounded, large pieces of silk-like shadow blades rose from the night earth to the sky, surrounding Fuji Mia Makoto on all sides. After a moment of stagnation, it suddenly fell towards the center. Feng Xinyi's facial muscles were tense, and twisted blue veins appeared on his forehead. However, Fuji Mia Makoto always stood there safely. He didn't seem to see the shadow covering the surroundings, but still frowned and murmured. "Sure enough. If it's only this level, you can't get any points." For some reason, Feng Xinyi's heart suddenly tightened. The next moment, Fuji Mia Makoto put the knife away from his waist. His upper body leaned forward, completely imitating Sato's movements during sparring, and his body was almost close to the ground. His eyes were fixed on Feng Xinyi in the distance. Thump, thump, thump. In the blink of an eye, the shadows that rose to the highest point were already stretched to the extreme. Falling suddenly. The extremely fast piercing sound pierced through the air, and in the air, there were explosions like giant crossbow arrows, falling to the ground like black rain. In the blink of an eye, Fuji Mia Makoto's figure was completely swallowed up. Feng Xinyi was happy at first. But the next moment, he seemed to have discovered something. Suddenly, his eyes widened. "I saw that Fuji Mia Makoto's figure flashed at a high speed in the shadow pillars that fell, like an afterimage, presenting countless Z-shaped black tracks, as if he was playing some boring game. Just constantly moving forward among the countless obstacles in front of him. Forward. How is this possible?" Feng Xinyi's eyes were full of the scene that happened before was simply ridiculous. But it happened to be what he saw with his own eyes. He opened his mouth unconsciously. Until the last moment. Fuji Mia Makoto's figure was extremely close to him, and people could almost feel the bloody smell of beasts emanating from him. Shinichi's figure froze. Swish! The dazzling blade drew a full arc in the air, and blood beads flew on the edge. The broken arm holding the knife flew up. It fell far away with a puff. Until this moment, Shinichi's brain seemed to be reactivated by the severe pain. He suddenly covered his broken arm and stepped back a few steps, gasping for breath, and his forehead was covered with fine cold sweat. In his eyes, there was only a blank. After the blazing desire for revenge was easily shattered, what was left was naturally the fear that quickly filled the depths of his heart. Shinichi wanted to live. "Wait a minute." He suddenly spoke loudly, trembling with pain and threatening, "Do you think killing me will help?" Although this operation was advanced for a while, it has long been summarized into a plan and submitted to the Central 46th Room. There are still many people participating in the operation. Now, they should have begun to carry out sabotage and infiltration operations in various places in Yuan's Academy. There are at least 5 people as strong as me. They all lead a team. Feng Xinyi tried hard to make a fierce expression, but his face was unusually pale due to blood loss. Fuji Mia Makoto frowned when he heard it. If this is true, it would be a bit difficult to get all the heads and points, right? He was still thinking about getting more points. In a less dangerous situation. However, just as he and Feng Xinyi were talking about these words, a low female voice that was cold to the bone came from the sky in the distance. "What is the reason for swallowing the sharp sword? Standing on the rock and standing on the fire, fearing all evil. Kurigara." The voice resounded throughout the Yuanzi school at the same time. The terrifying huge spiritual pressure, like a flood, spread in all directions. The heavy spiritual flow extinguished the flames, causing the wind here to stagnate. The dark night sky was like a phantom, and the spotted spiritual aurora was scattered and dense, and the earth seemed to tremble with it. If the spiritual pressure that erupted when Feng Xinyi just started to release was equivalent to a pond, then what appeared in front of the two of them at this moment was the deep sea abyss that rolled back. The two turned their heads at the same time. From a distance, they saw the girl who was just sitting in the study, standing in the sky without knowing when. On the blade of the long scimitar in his hand, 5 heads with blank expressions and forcibly torn necks were strung together without knowing when. It seems that he didn't know how he was killed until he died. Kadori Bansai stood in the sky, expressionless, looking down at the last one. Fuji Mia Makoto looked at the heads, and his back suddenly tightened. In an instant, Kadori Bansai suddenly appeared in front of the two. There was no trace. The sword swung down. Fuji Mia Makoto immediately reacted and parried. Wait! My head! Clang! The shallow blade suddenly swung out from the side, and under a fierce spark, it narrowly deflected the girl's casual attack. Boom boom! Just a casual attack that was deflected, the dust wave aftermath destroyed most of the trees on the surface of the slope like a dragon turning over, leaving a deep gully. However, Feng Xinyi, who was involved, did not even make a sound, and turned into a large piece of erosion in the gully. The head is gone. Unfortunately, before Fuji Mia Makoto could feel sad, he saw the silent eyes under the glasses of Keiku Torai Bansai slowly turn to him. The head fell off the knife, and the tip of the blade pointed at him. Fuji Mia Makoto was stunned. At this moment, Miss Keiku Torai Bansai, who had lost the entire study, was more sad than a dead heart. The voice seemed extremely calm. The girl asked, "Are you in the same group with him?" Chapter 16 So fierce. Under the night, dust and smoke rose, and large pieces of fireworks illuminated the sky for half a day. The traces of the battle were centered on the ruins of the study and spread over a radius of dozens of meters around. The huge spiritual pressure reaction had already awakened the sleeping Yuanzi Academy students and the nearby patrol members. Many people immediately became alert and gathered in the direction of the spiritual pressure reaction with knives and swords. When the battle reaction stopped, there were many more figures around. "Hey! Is there anyone injured over there? It's okay here, the study is still on fire. Hurry over there. Go report to Lord Suzube. That guy over there is that bastard Fuji Mia Makoto. The other one is the Kadori manager. What are they doing?" In the middle of the battlefield, Kadori Bansai looked cold. He was completely without the self-abased and cautious look he had in the study before. "Are you in the same group with him?" Just now Fuji Mia Makoto, whose head was robbed, was stunned by the question. But then, a nameless anger surged in his heart. "It was you who suddenly appeared and stole my victory." Fuji Mia Makoto said this with his chest and head held high, and he was so righteous. Lu Kuba Yunzai was stunned when he heard it, and frowned slightly. "Then why did you stop me from killing him just now?" Fuji Mia Makoto understood immediately after hearing it. Then, he covered his forehead with a helpless expression. "Of course, it's to torture for information." While he was speaking, he pointed in the direction of Keiku Torai Bansai. "Think about it, since they are carrying out the operation in Yuanzi Academy, there must be more than just a few people, right? Who knows how many people are lurking here? If we can leave a leader alive, do you know how much information we can get? It is precisely because of this that I have been dealing with him for so long. Even at the end I only cut off one of his arms and saved his life. What about you? What are you doing?" The louder Fuji Mia Makoto's voice was, the clearer Keiku Torai Bansai's little head, which was overwhelmed by the destruction of the study, became. As he spoke, the indifference in the girl's eyes disappeared unconsciously. The little girl who had just discovered that she had made a big mistake lowered her head little by little, as if she wanted to bury it in her broad chest, trembling like a quail that had made a mistake. The students of Yuan Zijuku who had gathered around also realized the importance of the matter from Fuji Mia Makoto's words, and many of them testified for him. "Yes, Manager Kadori. I just saw that Fuji Mia Makoto was still very brave in the battle." "That's right, and after cutting off Sato's arm, he was indeed interrogating for information. We saw it with our own eyes when we came here just now. Although Fuji Mia Makoto is a bastard who likes to beat people, he still has some sense of responsibility. Although he is a bastard." "I see, no wonder Lord Suzube values
Him. Obviously he is a bastard. The students who gathered around him spoke one after another, and as they pieced together, they gradually portrayed what had just happened. Shikatori Bayansai's face was getting redder and redder. It seemed as if steam was coming out of his head. Even the sword in his hand unconsciously turned into a zanpakuto, carefully blocking in front of him. Fuji Mia Makoto held the sword at his waist, held his head high, and was arrogant. It's fine to steal the head, but you also want to slander me? The eyes of the masses are sharp. At most, the truth is a little harsh. However, at this moment, Fuji Mia Makoto seemed to have forgotten something very important. Just as the students of Yuan Zijuku present were working together to piece together the facts. In the center of the crowd, a charming and graceful voice with a very morbid sense of joy came out very abruptly. Kiji is a great humiliation, so bitter. I like it very much. Please. Please pinch me. Ah, let me suffocate in it. The morbidly charming voice with a strong sense of penetration rang directly from the minds of everyone present. Instantly, all the discussions just now were silent. Everyone in the audience closed their mouths or opened their mouths, and looked at Fuji Mia Makoto standing in the middle of the crowd. Falling into a dead silence. Stare. At this moment, Fuji Mia Makoto, who was trembling all over, inexplicably rang in his mind a sentence of earnest advice from an unknown gentleman. A person has 3 deaths in his life. However, some people's social death will occur before physiological death. Fuji Mia Makoto didn't know what the gentleman had experienced before his death. The eyes around him were staring at him. He only knew. At this moment, it was just like that moment. This dead silence lasted for an unknown period of time. The students who were still seriously stating the facts just now suddenly spoke again, with a shrill voice. Ahem, thinking carefully, there do seem to be many suspicious points in the battle just now. I don't think Fuji Mia is a good person. He must have targeted our dear Kadori administrator. You stinky outsider, how dare you snatch Miss Kadori from me? I go to the study 7 times a day. I go 12 times. Sure enough. I said he's a bastard. The students around started arguing again, and the voices were noisy. Just when the situation was reversed, Kadori Bayansai, who was still doubting Fuji Mia, looked around and trembled towards everyone, looking so nervous that he was about to cry. That, everyone misunderstood. Fujimiya-kun didn't do anything strange to me. I made a mistake just now. Sorry. I'm so sorry. However, no one listened to her at this time. Almost at the moment the girl's voice sounded, Fuji Mia Makoto, who thought his image was about to be shattered, suddenly had a glimmer of hope in his heart. As a man of action, Fuji Mia Makoto didn't even think twice before he started moving. He suddenly approached Kadori Bayansai and whispered, Miss Kadori. I wonder if you've ever heard of the legendary banned book. The moment Fuji Mia Makoto's voice sounded, a bright light suddenly flashed in the eyes of Kakuzu Bayansai under the glasses. That weak expression suddenly disappeared. Banned book. She looked straight at him. Although I have never heard of this kind of thing, no matter how I think about it, it must be a very interesting book. Now Fuji Mia Makoto is like a weird uncle who seduces a little girl with a lollipop, and his voice is full of devilish temptation. As long as you can help me explain it clearly, I can give you one. Think about it carefully. It must be very sad to have no books in the study. Really? With less than 3 seconds of thinking time, Miss Kakuzu successfully took the bait, and when she looked at Fuji Mia Makoto, her eyes under the glasses were almost hot. Of course. Fuji Mia Makoto said firmly. Shikatori Bayansai pursed his lips and stared at him seriously, seeming to try hard to threaten him. If Fujimiya-kun lies to me about this matter, I don't know what I will do. Hearing this, Fuji Mia Makoto was stunned, and suddenly thought of what she said to the old man on the mountain, and felt a chill on his back. However, thinking of the imprisonment without a wife, the loss of the right to mate, and the many stories in his mind that he might encounter in Yuan Zijuku soon, he immediately hardened his heart. No problem. Seeing his resolute look, Shikatori Bansai couldn't help but take a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind. She suddenly held her knife tightly. After a swing, it turned into the fierce and unusual sword before. In an instant, the weak expression on the girl's face suddenly faded, and turned into a cold color, looking at the students who were still noisy around. She took a step forward, and her petite body blocked Fuji Mia Makoto. The fierce eyes swept across like a blade, and the huge spiritual pressure that spread in all directions like a flood was suddenly released from the body of Shikatori Bansai, and the air was filled with sharp buzzing sounds like metal tearing. The girl's voice was low and clear, and the murderous intent was so cold that it seemed to penetrate into everyone's bones. Give it all to me. Shut up. The voice wrapped in violent murderous intent was like a chisel piercing the ear holes of these students with weak spiritual bodies, and their brains were all shocked into a blank. In just a moment, everyone around was quiet. Even Fuji Mia Makoto, who was standing next to her, was stunned, with a buzzing in his ears. He stared at Shikatori Bansai with a tense expression. This child is really in every sense of the word super fierce. Chapter 17. There is such a good thing. Wait a minute. Kano Torai Bansai looked at Fuji Mia Makoto, who was sitting at the table with paper and pen ready, and suddenly opened his eyes wide and pointed at him, interrupting. Fujimiya-kun. The forbidden book you mentioned, could it be? Fuji Mia Makoto sat at the table and nodded seriously. Yes, it's in my mind. Miss Kano Torai suddenly stretched out her voice and looked at him in disbelief. What? Fuji Mia Makoto frowned and showed a stern expression. Don't you still believe me? After the contact just now, he has gradually figured out the true and false of the future captain of the 8th Division. As long as he is still in the state of unreleased, Kano Torai Bansai will always be soft-looking. This form is named Lamb Mode by Fuji Mia Makoto. In this mode, Fuji Mia Makoto is naturally very bold. However, after her release, then you have to pray for your own luck. After personally touching her blade, Fuji Mia Makoto had already confirmed that this was a true captain-level warrior. In fact, she was not someone that the likes of Exkuro Kensei and Kashiwamura Sachs could fool around with. After he called her like that, Miss Kadori shrank her head tremblingly, but she was still a little indignant, and muttered for her beloved book. But, I thought you had a lot of books at home, so I followed you, and you also said some very excessive words to everyone. The limp girl stood aside with her head down, looking up at him aggrievedly, her fingers clasped together uneasily, and the braids behind her head also fell down, almost writing the 4 words very disappointed on her face. I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry. Fuji Mia Makoto was writing furiously on paper while talking about his nonsense literature. Whether you are satisfied or not, at least you have to read it before commenting, right? I type very fast now. It only takes 2 hours to write 2,000 words before. Since I died, it only takes 10 minutes at most. It's just a little sloppy at most. And everyone says that I write well. Really? Shikatori Bansai pursed his lips and looked at him with disbelief. Really? When Fuji Mia Makoto said this, it was completely true. After all, he copied all the famous works on the internet in his previous life. The higher the level of spiritual power, the clearer the cognition and memory of oneself will be. In the Soul Society, even most of the Shinigami, whose spiritual power is below the 3rd level, have an actual lifespan of less than 1,000 years, and the ones who are close to it will dissipate and reincarnate. In fact, most Shinigami will complete the same process of marriage and childbearing as humans before the age of 300 or 400 years. This is also the way of inheritance of the nobility in the Soul Society. Only strong people like Old Man Shan and Sister Hwa, who are rare in the history of the Soul Society, can guarantee thousands of years of prosperity. Old things like them can't suddenly forget something that happened 1,000 years ago while they are still alive, that would be a bit too hellish. It's the same for Fuji Mia Makoto. The memories of just 20 years in his previous life are no different from being imprinted in his mind now, and he can read whatever he wants. In just a short while, the beginning of a hot novel was immediately out of the pot. Fuji Mia Makoto handed it over casually, and his other hand was still writing furiously. You read it first, and the second chapter will be out soon. Is this a banned book? No. Fuji Mia Makoto held his face and completely tensed his expression. When reading a book, naturally I start with the simple ones. In fact, he hadn't figured out what to write in the banned book. At that time, he just thought it was more attractive to say so he said it subconsciously. Lu Chu Ba Yunzai's little face had a bit of obvious doubt, but after hearing what he said, he still took the page in his hand and glanced at the beginning. The master of best friends? Doesn't sound like a good person. Pain. It hurts, Zhou Minggrui, who was sleeping soundly, only felt. The eyes gradually slid down, and the mind quickly immersed. In just a short while, Lu Chu Ba Yunzai's consciousness was immersed in the bizarre and strange world described in the words. However, the content of one chapter was too short. It had just been immersed in it for a while, and Lu Chu Ba Yunzai found that the content of one page had been read. Lu Chu Ba Yunzai couldn't help but be stunned. It seems it's really interesting. The girl's heartbeat accelerated as she read this kind of subject for the first time, and she felt an inexplicable excitement. That feeling was just like the first time she read those stories made up of many difficult words and sentences in her mother's study. The strong curiosity seemed to be some invisible bait, driving her subconsciously to move forward and continue reading. In just a few thousand words, Keiku Torai Bansai completely believed that Mr. Fujimiya's head was filled with a lot of interesting knowledge. Thinking of this, Keiku Torai Bansai subconsciously stuck to Fuji Mia Makoto's back and stretched his head to see what he wrote on the paper. At first, Fuji Mia Makoto, who was concentrating on reading, didn't realize what she was doing until he stretched his waist a little, and suddenly found that there seemed to be something very warm behind him. Turning around, he saw Keiku Torai Bansai almost lying on his back, concentrating on the story he copied. Bansai. Hey! Miss Kadori suddenly reacted, opened her eyes excitedly, and said happily, Fujimiya-kun, have you finished this chapter? Fuji Mia Makoto shook his head, pointed at her clothes, and said earnestly. If you don't get up, I will get up. Hey! Miss Kadori showed a somewhat confused expression. Anyway. Fuji Mia Makoto took a deep breath, you sit down next to me first, and I will finish it soon. Ah, yes. Sorry. Kadori Bansai subconsciously bowed his head to apologize. Fuji Mia Makoto looked at her habitually drooping little head, and smiled inexplicably. You are really a strange guy. Hey? Where? Everywhere. Hey! Miss Kadori showed a very panicked expression, lowered her head and kept fiddling with her sleeves and braids, looking for something strange about herself. Fuji Mia Makoto ignored her. It didn't take long for me to finish copying the second chapter. After handing it over, I immediately prepared to go out. Fujimiya-kun. Kadori Bansai almost didn't think twice and grabbed his sleeve directly, as if he was afraid that his baby would run away, and spoke quickly. Where are you going? This is only the second chapter. I still have to train. Fuji Mia Makoto looked as if it was a matter of course and pointed 2 fingers at her, only 2 chapters a day, no more. This is the way of inch stop. Wait a minute. Kadori Bansai seemed to have heard something incredible, his eyes widened, and he also pointed 2 fingers. Although his little face was still so weak, he tried to be a little tougher when he mentioned the study that he cared about very much. Only 2 chapters. But, Fujimiya-kun and I didn't agree like this before. Fuji Mia Makoto asked back, How many years does Bansai think he can live? 1,000 years? Or 2,000 years? I don't know. Kadori Bansai shook his head in confusion. Fuji Mia Makoto sighed, think about it, 2 chapters a day, that's 730 chapters a year. If the time is extended to 1,000 years, how big a number is that? Tell me, is it better for me to write everything in my head to you now, as much as a library? Or is it better for us to help each other in the 1,000 years, and pass on the relay bit by bit? It's like for in a strong tone, Fuji Mia Makoto finally said, you have to know, Miss Kadori. Even if there are so many books in the library, if you finish reading them, then there will be nothing left, right? Just these 3 or 2 short sentences immediately broke through Miss Kadori's defense. There is nothing left. She knows the pain of being out of books too well. If you think about it carefully, it is indeed much more cost-effective to be satisfied a little bit every day than to be satisfied for a period of time at a time. But, that's too little. Kadori Yunzai thought, still a little dissatisfied, still holding Fuji Mia Makoto's wrist, then can Fuji Mia write a little more every day? A little bit is fine. The girl looked at him with an almost pleading look. Just 10 chapters. 5 chapters are also fine. Fuji Mia Makoto shook his head firmly, but I still have to practice. I'm very busy. Practice. Yunzai seemed to have heard something incredible. How can this be more important than her reading? Shikatori Bansai thought about it, and asked as weakly and carefully as usual, then if I can help Fujimiya-kun, can you write a little more? Just a little bit. The girl tried hard to hide her desire, and her 2 slender white fingers showed a very small distance. Hearing this, Fuji Mia Makoto was stunned. Yes. There is such a good thing. Chapter 18 Extraordinary Talent. After a while, Fuji Mia Makoto had led Shikatori Bansai to the bamboo forest where he usually trained. Miss Shikatori looked up and looked at the murderous boulder that was more than 10 meters high. She opened her mouth inadvertently, and a slightly confused expression appeared on her face. She turned her head to look at Fuji Mia Makoto, then looked at the stone in front of her, and after a long time, she uttered a sentence with difficulty. Yours is a little too big. Although Fuji Mia Makoto had vaguely expected it when he saw her expression, he still felt depressed after hearing her say it herself. Sure enough. Bansai can't do it either. Fuji Mia Makoto bent forward. Seeing his listless appearance, Keikutori Bansai immediately waved his hands in panic and explained. No, 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 I don't mean that I can't do it. It's just. Halfway through her words, Miss Keikutori looked at Fuji Mia Makoto cautiously, and saw through his weak total spiritual power at a glance, and her eyes were very tactful and obscure, trying to express her helplessness. However, although Miss Kadori's emotional intelligence is not very high, she also knows that it is a bit too much to say something like you are too inexperienced, you will definitely not be able to do it in person. Finally, she had to say shyly. Fujimiya-kun, you still need to work hard for a few more years, right? Is that so? Fuji Mia Makoto had expected this result. After all, even the old man Lien Shan said that it was a matter of slow work, so where could Kadori Bansai find a ready-made answer for him? Helplessly, he could only sigh. Then. I will start practicing. Please move aside. Wait, wait. Seeing that he was about to be driven away by Fuji Mia Makoto, Shikatori Bansai immediately searched for a suitable excuse and hurriedly said. That's right. I know what the old man wants to teach you. It's a technique called bone beating, which is very powerful. And I can do it too. Let me show you how to do it. Fuji Mia Makoto stopped putting on the handcuffs, turned his head and looked at Shikatori Bansai in confusion, and said. Bone beating. Isn't it to sharpen your willpower? That's right. Shikatori, seeing that he was finally willing to listen to him, Bansai breathed a sigh of relief and immediately seized the opportunity. this is a white fighting secret created by the old man. And the key lies in the fusion of the spirit and will. So it also has the effect of sharpening willpower. Even ordinary Shinigami, as long as they understand this, can burst out a blow stronger than Zanpakuto through their tempered spirits. Grandpa Yamamoto must want to teach you this move, so he asked you to practice hitting the killing stone. Fuji Mia Makoto's eyes lit up. I see. He knew this technique called bone hitting. In the original work, Captain Yamamoto used this move to blow up the special Iron Car fire extinguishing prince comparable to the Ten Espada with his bare hands. Thinking about it this way, it's no wonder that he couldn't learn this move for so long. Even though Fuji Mia Makoto's current spiritual power level is equivalent to that of a high-ranking officer in the future Godi I-13, the secret skill of bone beating is not something that people of his level are qualified to touch. How is it? Kadori Bayansai saw that there seemed to be a chance, and immediately stepped forward to grab his sleeve, hesitantly raised his little head. Although I may not be able to teach you, but I should be able to exchange it for a few chapters, right? Only when it comes to things related to books, Miss Kadori will be so active and brave. She can also boldly put forward conditions and bargain. Okay. Then 5 chapters. If you can teach me, I'll give you 3 chapters every day. Fuji Mia Makoto didn't think much about it. What if he could learn it? Really? Miss Kadori's eyes widened with excitement, and she grabbed his sleeve tightly. Fujimiya-kun. Then you must work hard. Hey! Hey! The sleeves are going to break. I only have this one set of clothes. Ah! Sorry. Miss Kadori smiled so hard that the corners of her mouth almost flew to her ears. Even though she apologized repeatedly, she was no longer as frightened as usual. Then, she was seen in the middle of the field ready to fight with a white fist. Although at first glance, the girl standing there with her eyes closed, coupled with the sinister curves that could not be covered even by loose clothes, made people subconsciously think of ancient boxing techniques with extraordinary effects such as the pissing fist and the 18 steps of the ancestors. However, after Shikatori Bayansai opened his eyes again, the sharp aura emanating from his body suddenly cleared away all the thoughts in Fuji Mia Makoto's mind. Shikatori Bayansai's eyes were serious and focused. At the same time, the vigorous spiritual power in the girl's body continued to grow, and the entire skeleton, muscles and tendons were like a crossbow ready to be launched in Fuji Mia Makoto's eyes. And in the process of slowly retracting her fist, she tightened to the extreme step by step. Until the end, the moment when the spiritual pressure in the girl's body was raised to the highest point. One bone. Accompanied by a clear shout in her ears, the seemingly slender and delicate fist suddenly fired, the force rose from the ground, penetrated the waist and legs, and a huge amount of spiritual power was pushed along the spine to the shoulders and elbows, until the last situation where she had to fire, the white clothes in front of her swayed violently, and the braids behind her also flew. Suddenly, the process from fist stance to punch was completed in Fuji Mia Makoto's eyes, as if a few frames of the film were cut off. The next moment, boom! The extremely violent spiritual power suddenly burst out from the top of Shikatori Bayansai's fist, and a circular pure white impact wave expanded in the air like a sonic boom cloud that spread in all directions. The violent sound made people feel as if they heard a grenade exploding at a very close distance, or a giant that exceeded the speed of sound passing by. The terrifying wind pressure swept away all the obstacles in the surroundings, forming a hurricane of more than 10 levels in the blink of an eye, and the huge force that formed all this went straight forward along the vacuum channel that was pierced in front of the girl, plowing a deep gully of tens of meters. Thousands of kilograms of soil disappeared in the blink of an eye, turning into a large cloud of dust that suddenly rose in the air and flew endlessly. Anything that stood in the way of this punch, whether it was rocks, trees, soil, bamboos, or ponds, was crushed to pieces, turning into a bare empty space. Fuji Mia Makoto stared at this scene in a daze. He was shocked by the power of this punch, but also because Bond event, there must be a teacher. The bond level between you and Shikaku Banzai has been raised. Reward, Spirit level +2. Get bond trait, there must be a teacher. Spirit, level 6 middle. Level 5 lower. Bond trait, there must be a teacher. With the consent of both parties, you have a certain probability of learning the knowledge, technology, and intelligence you need from Shikaku Banzai with the information requested by the other party. Note, since you have agreed to be a plagiarist, you are not allowed to stop updating. Look Banzai annotation, pseudo. The moment Fuji Mia Makoto saw this message, the spiritual power in his body suddenly felt an extremely strong and extreme compression. It was as if in the blink of an eye, a transition from one level to another was formed. There was an indescribable sense of emptiness in the whole body, and abnormally it seemed to be full of strength. From the skin, muscles to bones, it seemed to become a little more solid. However, this is not the end. Hint, bonding trait, there must be my teacher activated. Boxing trait detected, bone hitting. Learning ing. Learning failed. Do you want to use one talent point to force learning? Yes/no. When Fuji Mia Makoto saw the first line of prompts, he subconsciously grinned, but when he saw that the learning failed, the corners of his mouth drooped again subconsciously. Until he saw the last line, he suddenly perked up. Wait. So talent points can be used like this. He looked at the only talent point left on his panel, and almost didn't think about it. Damn it! What hard work diary! I won't write it anymore. I, Fuji Mia Makoto, can be where I am today because of my extraordinary talent. System. Give me some points. Use 1 talent point. Forced to learn the white fighting trait, bone fighting. Fist, level 5, 31/100, bone fighting. Chapter 19 3 Fists. Wow! With a slight sound, Yamamoto's figure appeared at the gate of Yuan Zijuku. He seemed to have just experienced a fight. Although his body was not stained with color, he always carried a faint smell of blood, his expression was fierce, and the 2 cross-shaped scars on his head became deeper. Master Yuan Liuzai. What are you doing? Almost at the same time as Yamamoto appeared, the figure of Suzube also appeared beside him side, with a slightly solemn expression. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni still had that heavy expression, and his mood was obviously not very high. Nothing. When searching for the nobles of the Spirit Court sword test in the 40th district, we were ambushed by hundreds of people led by the chiefs of the Tsuneyashiro clan and the Kukaki clan. Ambush. Suzu's expression suddenly became a little nervous. He glanced and didn't see the figure of Okuga Genshiro who set out with him from behind his teacher. He couldn't help but say in a low voice. So, Genshiro. Before he finished asking, he heard Yamamoto sighing in a low voice. Just a few people were missing, and they were all killed. I was careless. Ah! The sadness on Suzubu's face stagnated. At this point, he noticed the heavy expression on Suzubu's face, and then he understood and waved his hand casually. Genshiro was left there by me to deal with the bodies with the rest of the people. The leader of Kukaki is dead, and the kid of Tsuneyashiro is also seriously injured. He won't live long. It will take some time to select a new leader. It's impossible to organize a strong counterattack in a short time. I'm worried about this place, so I came back early to take a look. On the contrary, in Yuan Zijuku, he casually killed 2 of the 5 noble families. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, who was not even splashed with blood, frowned and looked at the place where there were smoke everywhere and sporadic fires, and said in a deep voice, "Sure enough, there is a traitor." Hearing this, Suzube immediately restrained his expression, half knelt on the ground and apologized, "Master Genryusai, I am not good at management. Please punish me." Yamamoto didn't care, and walked into Yuan Zijuku while saying, "Tell me what happened." Yes. Suzube quickly sorted out the whole thing and told Yamamoto briefly.
After listening to it, the old man raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, Bansai? You mean, that little girl is willing to start managing things? Yes. At this point, Suzyub's expression couldn't help but be a little embarrassed, because her study was blown up by that group of intruders. No wonder. Hearing this, Yamamoto understood everything. That was a little guy who loved books. Those idiots hit her sore spot. Suzu also laughed. Thanks to the efforts of Miss Kadori and Makoto, those people were wiped out before they could cause any damage. Hearing this, Yamamoto Shigakuni just remembered Makoto and asked, by the way, speaking of which, Makoto's training should have been almost a month, right? It's been 25 days. Suzu Kojiro bowed slightly and apologized, but it's my fault for not teaching me well enough. In these days, Makoto, the progress is relatively slow. His statement was a bit too polite. What do you mean by relatively slow? That obviously means there is no change at all. However, Suzyubu also knows the teacher's temper, and some words should be said in a tactful way. As a senior disciple of Yuan Liu, self-proclaimed, Suzyubu has a considerable degree of concern for most of the Yuan Zijuku students, and naturally does not want Makoto to be criticized too much. Many times, compared to Yamamoto, a teacher who taught once and then gave up, he was more like the one who taught his disciples earnestly. The old man glanced at him and said casually, How can you say that? I'm afraid there is no change at all. Suzu kept bowing and didn't speak. Ha! The old man suddenly laughed softly, pointed at him with his rough fingers in the air, and shook his head helplessly. Jojiro, you don't understand at all. Master Genryu Sai. Suzu raised his head in confusion. The old man walked forward with his hands behind his back, as if recalling the distant past, and asked. Kojiro. Do you think that Yuchen, whose spiritual pressure is not even at the level of a teacher, can break the murderous stone? In the Yuanzi Academy today, people in the Yuan Liu are generally divided into two types, teachers and teachers, which are roughly equivalent to the strength of the vice-captain and captain levels in later generations. Suzyub frowned, not understanding, what do you mean? Yamamoto walked in front and said calmly, Kojiro, I was young once too. I know all too well what's going on in the minds of those young, strong, extremely talented geniuses. In fact, it can be seen from the look of Cheng, who has no respect for anyone, and the sword that speaks without restraint. Many times, eyes are more honest than words. Suzyub heard and suddenly understood, I see. Do you want Cheng to recognize himself? No. However, the old man shook his head again, Kojiro, you underestimate that child. Compared with recognizing himself, I hope he can do it to the extreme. Completely restrained, or extremely brilliant. He has a very lively sword, and I think his heart is also very extraordinary. Should I say he is worthy of being a teacher? What a good word choice! Suzyub thought to himself. Yamamoto sighed, I wasted 10 years of my youth before I could become Edo this point. At that time, in terms of spiritual power, the old man was not much better than Cheng now. The old man stood on the top of the mountain with his hands behind his back, looking at the bamboo forest in the distance. His eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the night and see the other side of the bamboo forest, a piece of pure white murderous boulder standing there like a mountain and a city wall, which was very conspicuous. He seemed to see the weak self who beat the mountain like a fool when he was young. But since that day, I was extremely restrained and completely broke my own shackles. For thousands of years, I have no rivals. He turned his head and looked at Kojiro. In my heart, Cheng is the second person I have seen in my life who can do this at this stage. That day, I didn't see the limit of that child. Suzu was stunned when he heard this. He knew that Genryu Sai was referring to the day when Fuji Mia Makoto and Sato Shion fought. Unexpectedly, the master actually had such hope for Makoto. Suzu asked subconsciously,
Then how long do you think it will take Makoto? Tisk. The always serious Yamamoto Shigakuni shook his head slightly, as if he was mocking, but also looking forward to it. He said in a deep voice, but it seemed like he was smiling. What if we wait for him for 10 years? 10 years of peace, I can still guarantee it. 10 years. Suzu sighed in a low voice. Although this is only a very short period of time for the god of death, the huge chaos that is about to appear in the Soul Society is imminent. From the ambush of Genryusai by the 5 nobles this time, it is enough to see that they can't hold back any longer. Let's go. Yamamoto turned around first and walked towards his own courtyard. Suzu followed closely. However, the two had just turned around. From a distance, they heard a burst of extremely pure and violent spiritual pressure coming from the direction of the bamboo forest, as if all the spirit and will in the body were completely gathered, compressed to the extreme, burning the spirit body, and breaking through all the shackles. The red spiritual power column rushed straight up to the sky. As if sensing something, Yamamoto suddenly turned his head towards the direction of the rising spiritual pressure, and his old eyes widened. Suzu subconsciously opened his mouth. With their strength, of course, it was easy to recognize. That was Fuji Mia Makoto's spiritual pressure. Boom! Following it, there was a violent explosion that shook the earth, and the entire hilltop where Yuan's academy was located seemed to tremble at this moment. The pure white murderous boulder over 10 meters high, under the push of this terrifying force, dragged the thick soil backward for several meters as if it was shaking. Even from a very far distance, one could clearly see the deep mark left on the boulder after the blow. This was the first punch. Boom! The earth trembled again. The white boulder standing in the middle of the bamboo forest made a violent vibration sound in a burst of surging dust and smoke, and dense spider web-like patterns covered the entire boulder in the blink of an eye. The second punch. Boom! This blow was more concentrated and condensed than the previous 2 punches, and had extraordinary penetrating power. Under the extreme force that ordinary people could not imagine, countless white fragments were crushed along a straight path forward under the violent shock wave. It turned into a pure white smoke path. The last punch. Along with the loud noise, Bai was beaten with a small electric whip for dozens of days, and his screams were full of resentment. Yamamoto. Suzube. Fuck your ancestors. Until the end, Yamamoto kept his eyes wide open and couldn't close his mouth for a long time. Suzube's eyes were almost popping out. However, after hearing his voice, Yamamoto's eyes became brighter and brighter. The corners of his mouth, which were always drooping, were raised at some point. Brat. Chapter 20 The Sly Boy, Big Chapter. Oh! Almost at the moment when the boulder was exploded, the 2 people present cheered in unison. Miss Kadori's expression was even more exaggerated than Fuji Mia Makoto's. What is the 3 daily updates that come from the sky? The eyes under the girl's glasses seemed to be shining. Fuji Mia Makoto was about to cry with joy. The national quintessence he just said was truly from the heart. If he had known that this move only required 1 talent point, why would he have to suffer the lightning whip of that bastard Quibu day after day? Do you know how painful the whip is? Not only him, but even the Zanpakuto who normally couldn't say a word started to shout. Yamamoto. I'll keep you waiting. Wait until I learn all your skills, and I'll usurp your throne. So much nonsense. If you had demonstrated it to me earlier, I would have learned it long ago. Fuji Mia Makoto couldn't help but show a surprised expression on his face. This was the first time that this broken sword had said a few human words in history, which simply represented his inner voice. That's right. That's it. How? On the contrary, Miss Kadori was stunned when she heard this, and her expression on her originally cheerful face froze. The girl reminded weakly. Fujimiya-kun. Isn't this a bit? Fujimiya Makoto sat on the ground and lay on his back. At this moment, he felt that all the strength in his body was drained by the punch just now,
and waved his hand nonchalantly. "It doesn't matter, let it go. I have already inquired that Mr. Shan went on a long trip the day before yesterday. Can that stinky old man fly back from the 40th district if he curses at this broken knife? Besides, even if he stands here, No, I don't mean that." Kadori Bayanzai's voice became smaller and smaller, and he couldn't help but reveal that weak expression, "That is, that behind you." "Ah." Fuji Mia Makoto first responded lazily, but the roundabout tone suddenly stopped halfway. "Think about it carefully. It seems that this broken sword will only..." Before he could finish his thoughts, under the moonlight, a sturdy figure covered his head. Yamamoto Shigakuni bent over with a smile and looked down at Fuji Mia Makoto lying on the ground. The smiling expression on the ferocious old face, against the backdrop of the night and the shadows, looked even more hideous and terrifying, revealing a calm murderous aura. Without even a moment of mourning for the dead murderous boulder, the one who came to the scene immediately was Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. The old man looked down at him with a smile and asked, "What about you? Usurp your position as the head coach." The Zanpakuto made a sickly and childish sound without hesitation. Fuji Mia Makoto was completely paralyzed. The next moment, his blank brain only took less than half a second to think, and the part of his human reasoning made him make the decision to surrender immediately, right away, and quickly. His brain had never worked as fast as it did at this moment. "I will also thank Genryusai-sama for his sincere teachings and love without hesitation, and I will follow what I have learned in Yuan Zijuku, and from now on I will wholeheartedly support the supreme head teacher." Fuji Mia Makoto's voice was resolute, his tone was firm, and his eyes were without any hesitation, as if what he blurted out was some kind of world truth that he believed from the bottom of his heart, and even his back lying on the ground straightened up. Quibu, who was following behind Master Genryusai, covered his face. He couldn't bear to look. Why didn't he realize before that Makoto was so smooth and worldly? Slippery brat! The old man kicked him in anger, motioned him to get up, put his hands behind his back, shook his head and walked in front, and said unceremoniously, "Come with me." "Yes." Fuji Mia Makoto immediately got up from the ground and tried to look in the direction of Suzube. "Suzube? Help your brother." Suzube Kojiro pretended not to see it, as if he was seriously admiring the broken boulder. Kadori Bayansai looked like he was visiting a brave man. He secretly gave him a thumbs up. "You are really brave. You are worthy of being Fujimiya-kun." With no choice, Fuji Mia Makoto had to follow the old man and take a walk with him. The bamboo forest in the backyard of Yuan Zijuku covers a considerable area. There are not many people coming on weekdays. There is only a gravel path between the bamboo forests. Occasionally, there is a breeze blowing through the hall, which feels quite cool. The surrounding bamboo leaves made a rustling sound. Yamamoto walked a long way in front, but he didn't say anything. Fuji Mia Makoto felt a chill on his back. Will the old man find a place to bury him? "Makoto, how long have you been born in this world?" "Baesi ju ling san chi ju ba." The old man did not praise his achievements or his talent at the first time, but asked about something completely unrelated. Fuji Mia Makoto was a little confused, but he still told the truth. "I don't know, I have been running since I appeared in Zaraki. There is no day and night there, and I can't tell the time." "Zaraki?" The old man was a little surprised, but he felt it was natural. A kid like him can live well no matter where he is. "But you should not have seen ordinary people in this soul society. How do they live?" "Ordinary people?" Fuji Mia Makoto was more and more puzzled. What was he trying to say? The old man stood still and pointed to the village with a few smoke rising in the distance. "Those are the whole who can survive by drinking only water, and the very few who need a small amount of food. I haven't met them before." Fuji Mia Makoto was telling the truth. As soon as he graduated from Zaraki, he was taken to Yuan Zijuku. "Is that so?" The old man sighed with some regret. "Then what do you think of them?" Fuji Mia Makoto's voice stagnated. Just ordinary people. Ordinary people. The old man chewed on this answer and nodded slightly. Just treat them as human beings. Ah! Fuji Mia Makoto was stunned. As the old man said, he sat down on a large blue stone on the side of the road and waved to him casually, indicating that he should relax. When I was just born, I was in Nishisani was adopted by a kind couple in the Koifu mountain of the district, and they depended on each other for life. Most ordinary people in Rukanga were like this, and they regarded each other as family. When the old man recalled the past, his eyes would squint involuntarily, as if he could see something from a distance. Later, as time went by, my spiritual talent became more and more apparent, and drinking water alone could no longer satisfy my life, so I had to leave my hometown alone and go to other places to find a place where I could eat enough. At first, I worked for merchants in Runlinen, District 1, and then I ran errands for others, but because I could never find a way to learn to use the power of the god of death, even after working to barely fill my stomach, I was often hated by others because of my out-of-control ability. I even burned innocent people to death. But I have no place to learn. The nobles have grasped all the channels to control power. Even if ordinary people want to be their running dogs, they have to rely on luck. Even so, most people can't get it. It was not until later that I met my master in the wilderness and found my Zanpakuto that my life got better. When you have power, you will want to return home in glory. The old man turned his head and looked at Fuji Mia Makoto, saying calmly, but when I went back, I couldn't find it anymore. Can't find it? Not dead, nor moved away. Fuji Mia Makoto, who had been listening to the story, couldn't help but frown. The old man said calmly, my hometown, Koifu Mountain, was designated as a hunting ground by the local nobles a few years ago. They released hollow baits on the top of the mountain to hold the coming-of-age ceremony for the eldest son of the nobles. All the locals became part of the prey. The hollows all over the mountain swallowed up everything in the local area, and were killed by the nobles to prove their bravery. When I went back, all the traces in my memory had almost disappeared. Villages, acquaintances, ponds, earth slopes. They disappeared completely, leaving no trace. Just listening to the bland narration, Fuji Mia Makoto couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He had read the original work, so he knew how terrifying the existence of hollows was to those whole creatures who were only equivalent to ordinary people. But for the well-prepared death god, it really was nothing. The nobles don't regard the common people as people. Even the word hole was invented by them. Ordinary people, for the nobles, can be knife-testing materials, experimental materials, bait, or many, many useful things. But they are not people like them. It took me a long time to understand this truth. The old man said calmly, so, from the day when I killed the whole family of that noble family, I made up my mind to eliminate the unreasonable existence of the nobles. If it is impossible, at least let those talented people in Rukanga have the channels to learn how to use the power of the gods of death, so that they have the ability to resist. This is the original intention of my founding the Yuan Liu. However, after learning more and more about this world, I gradually found that it is difficult to completely change the rules of the Soul Society for millions of years. I am afraid that I can't do it with my strength alone. Fuji Mia Makoto heard this and quickly understood. It is not just the 5 nobles in the Soul Society who maintain the rules of the Soul Society. The Soul King Palace in the sky is also a part of it. There is the strongest man in a million years, the one who named everything in the world Dichibe Hayashubu. There are people stronger than you in the Soul Society. Fuji Mia Makoto seemed to sigh and seemed curious. Then you still want to fight the Soul Society head-on? I have to do it. The old man laughed as if he was mocking himself, and hammered his leg. If I don't do it, I'm afraid my body will start to go downhill. Now is my last peak. No matter what the result is, I have to try. Hearing this, Fuji Mia Makoto was silent. He seemed to think of the old and frail appearance of Yamamoto Genryu and Rong Yu in just 1,000 years.
For a strong man of his level, 1,000 years is short enough. But why did the old man say this to him? Fuji Mia Makoto looked at him quietly. Yamamoto was silent for a while, and said calmly, "If I fail, Makoto, will you inherit my will?" "I see." Hearing this, Fuji Mia Makoto also understood what the old man meant. Is this considered entrusting an orphan to someone else? He thought so and couldn't help but feel that it was a bit absurd. After all, he had only been at Yuan Zijuku for 2 days. Fuji Mia Makoto didn't know about the conversation between Yamamoto and Suzube on the mountain, so he naturally didn't know how amazing he had just done. He didn't even know that he had been regarded by Yamamoto as someone who could completely inherit his legacy and even surpass him. In fact, Yamamoto Shigekuni himself knew that what he said just now was just a superficial talk. It's nothing more than it was just a sense of urgency in his heart. After all, how long would it take for Fuji Mia Makoto to grow up to the point where he could inherit his will? 10 years? 20 years? 100 years? Would he really be willing to do that since he had not experienced so much? For the god of death, their time was very long, but also very short. Fuji Mia Makoto said firmly. "You will succeed. Slippery boy." The old man's tone was somewhat helpless. He stood up again and said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter if you don't have this idea. Tomorrow morning, remember to come to the dojo early. It's time for you to go out and get some fresh air." Fuji Mia Makoto leaned forward slightly and said respectfully. "Yes." Chapter 21 Die. Brat. The next day, when Fuji Mia Makoto arrived at the dojo, he had already seen a familiar figure in the front yard from a distance. Anohana Yachiryu. This woman who had once pierced his body fiercely, still looked as cold as before, with the sword on her waist, standing at the door, as if waiting for something. Until she saw Fuji Mia Makoto's figure, a faint smile slowly appeared on Anohana's cold and soft face. However, Fuji Mia Makoto couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Whether it was being pierced in the chest or fainting from heavy bleeding, it was not an experience worth praising. Although he had learned that this bad woman treated everyone equally in terms of killing, Fuji Mia Makoto still couldn't help but feel a little scared. "You sent out the spiritual pressure yesterday, right?" After approaching, Anohana was the first to speak, looking at him softly, scanning every inch of the young man's body, and the emotion in her eyes was so gentle that it was almost loving. "Yes, Anohana-sensei." Fuji Mia Makoto gritted his teeth and handled the matter impartially. Anohana Yachiru looked at him with a more playful look, and her smile was like a child seeing a favorite toy, with a trace of undetectable desire. "Very good spiritual pressure. You have made great progress again." Fuji Mia Makoto's expression became more and more tense. He knew very well that this woman had no flesh and blood in her heart, and what she longed for was naturally not love. Instead, it was the purest killing intent. If it must be discussed, Anohana's love for a person must be equal to her killing intent for him. The way Anohana falls in love with a person is to stab the sharp blade into the other person's heart as hard as she can. "Do you have anything else to say?" Fuji Mia Makoto took a deep breath and said seriously, "Master Genri Yusai has something else to summon me." Anohana's smile became more and more amiable, and this stubborn look was also very good. "Then let's go in together." As soon as she finished speaking, she stepped over the threshold of the front yard and headed towards the dojo. When they passed by, Fuji Mia Makoto suddenly noticed that today's Anohana seemed to have unbuttoned 2 of the top buttons of the white haori on the outside. The heavy sense of justice became more obvious under the contrast between the black clothes and the pure white haori. Fuji Mia Makoto was stunned. Is this guy doing it on purpose or accidentally? But there was no time to think about it at this time, and he had already followed quickly. "Are we there?" When the 2 of them walked into the dojo, they saw that many people had gathered inside. Yanyuan Jinal, Shijima Chijiri, Xingyi Wugong, Kuman Jinjian Tetsu, Anohana Hakiryu. Fuji Mia Makoto glanced at them one by one. After living in Yuan Zijuku for this period of time, he could recognize many people. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni was sitting in the middle as usual, pointing at the people around him and saying, "Makoto, the action teams led by these teachers are now lacking people of your level. Because of your qualifications, I can only give you the title of quasi-instructor now, and wait a few years before you can become a full-time instructor. Who are you going to go with?" Fuji Mia Makoto was stunned at first, and then immediately said, "Wait, Master Genryusai, what is the action team? Oh, I neglected it." The old man patted his forehead and pointed to Suzube. He nodded. "Kojiro, explain it to him." Suzu nodded slightly. "We, the disciples and teachers of the Yuan Liu school, have passed the assessment in the academy and received the exemption and Kaden. We all need to participate in the operation obligation. Under normal circumstances, that is, under the leadership of the teachers, we kill the hollows that appear in various places and eliminate the noble Shinigami of the Raito who are causing chaos in the Yuan Liu territory. There are currently 13 permanent action groups, led by different teachers and teachers. Isn't this the prototype of the 13 court guards?" Fuji Mia Makoto reacted immediately. Obviously, the complete organizational structure of the first generation of the 13 court guards could never have been formed overnight. "Are there any differences between different action groups?" Fuji Mia Makoto asked tentatively. Yes. Sitting on the side, Chijiri Shijima raised his hand high. He was a young man with a hunched back and no spirit. "Our Group 4 is the treatment group. We don't need to go to the battlefield normally, so it's much easier than others." Fuji Mia Makoto breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Then, sitting on the side, Yachiru Anohana, who had been keeping quiet from the beginning, suddenly interrupted. "Our Group 11 wants this person. Who has any objection, you can tell me." For a moment, the whole place fell silent. Anohana Yachiru smiled and swept around the people around him, his eyes focused on someone. Shijima Chijiri trembled all over, embarrassed and said to Fuji Mia Makoto. "But you won't reply, then we can't have you, what a pity." She was very decisive. But it's understandable. Although it's not very obvious just looking at her image. But Anohana Yachiru is recognized by all the teachers of this generation as the best person after Genryusai. The unprecedented and unparalleled villain in the history of Seoul society is not just a name. Fuji Mia Makoto was stunned. "Then why did you call me over? As if I can choose." "Ahem." The old man on the mountain obviously noticed this, and pretended to explain for them. Makoto, Anohana also came in the middle. Hearing this, the people around all looked sad. They also lacked capable men. Anohana smiled more tenderly. Hey! Just when Fuji Mia Makoto was about to accept his fate, he heard a burst of arrogant roars from outside the door. With a whoosh, a purple figure rushed in from outside, shouting loudly. "Why did no one inform me when I picked this kid?" Everyone looked at Sato Bulobushi. "It's over, there's another one." Sato Bulobushi crossed more than 10 meters in an instant and appeared behind Fuji Mia Makoto in an instant. He rode on his shoulders without hesitation and asked everyone loudly. "Hey! Old man! Don't you know that this kid likes me the most?" Sato Fulao Buletenshi folded his hands, placed them on Fuji Mia Makoto's head, and poked his cheek with his foot, saying confidently. "Look carefully. There's still my tabi hanging on his scabbard." "Right." Fuji Mia Makoto felt that the pair of straw sandals was a bit uncomfortable, and sighed helplessly, "Actually I prefer raw feet." As for the rumor that he was a pervert, Fuji Mia Makoto felt that it was impossible to clear it up. "Hey!" Sato Fulao Buletenshi was stunned when he heard this, and muttered, "So many requirements." But, she took off her shoes unexpectedly. This time, she poked his face with her white and tender feet. "You have made a further step in the foot art. Instant step, talent restriction level 10. Wow! You are a very knowledgeable guy. I like raw feet, too. Fuji Mia Makoto looked at the panel in front of him expressionlessly. There are rewards here. Anohana Yachiru looked at him with a strange look. What are you looking at? Want to fight? Sato Furuabushi bared his teeth at her, like a cat protecting its food. Anohana ignored her, looked directly at Fuji Mia Makoto, and smiled. You should know where you should choose to go, right? A weakling like her can't satisfy you. When Fuji Mia Makoto heard this, he suddenly reacted and his eyes lit up. That's right. Since we have to fight, we should pick a weak target. No. He bowed decisively and refused loudly. I want to choose Sato Shifan's action team. I'm very sorry, Anohana Shifan. That's right. Sato Buletin Lao Buletin Si wrote on his neck, showing an arrogant and complacent smile. Anohana frowned unexpectedly. However, she didn't need to continue speaking, and she heard a natural and arrogant complaint from Fuji Mia Makoto's waist, chattering non-stop. Of course, you have to pick the soft persimmon. Do you understand? Idiot! Only when I become strong enough can I beat you and make you cry out. It's too miserable to be abused unilaterally. But from the bottom of my heart, although Buletin Lao Buletin sees little white feet feel good, it's still Anohana's mother's justice that is the best. Ball, Anohana mother. Let me bury it for a while. Buletin Lao Buletin Si damn, she can't satisfy me at all? Instantly, Sato's cheerful smile. Frozen. Her smile slowly shifted to Anohana Yachiru's face. Fuji Mia Makoto's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Everyone around him showed an expression of wanting to laugh but not daring to laugh. Damn, Anohana's mother? This kid can actually become even more important? It's outrageous. Shikatori Bayansai hurried to the dojo in small steps. Master Yuan Liuze originally wanted to call her for something, but she read too late and forgot the time. As a result, she just ran to the front hall. The girl heard a sudden roar from inside, and a blazing spiritual power column filled the sky, fierce and violent. Die! Brat! Chapter 22 Killian. Wow! Fuji Mia Makoto's figure disappeared and reappeared in a series of flash steps. Following him were a dozen Yuan Liu members wearing black death suits, looking solid and vigorous. However, at this time, most of them lowered their heads, trying not to look in Fuji Mia Makoto's direction, trying their best. He held back his laughter. Only the slender figure in the front of the moving team, wearing a pure white feather, occasionally turned his head and looked at him with interest, mainly at Fuji Mia Makoto's face that was almost swollen like a pig's head. Makoto! Don't you really need to go back to recuperate? Anohana Yachiru looked at him gently, his voice so calm that it seemed to have no hint of ridicule at all. No need. Fuji Mia Makoto pursed his lips and turned his head away, looking reluctant. He actually wanted to go back. If little Sato hadn't been chased by Maingen Jijuku. However, this kind of thing was too strange. Those words were clearly said by Deo. Why did little Sato insist on focusing on him alone? What evidence do I have? Ah! Fuji Mia Makoto felt that he was wronged. In desperation, he had to follow Anohana out to hide. By the way, teacher. What are we going to do? Fuji Mia Makoto suddenly remembered the business and asked Anohana's mother in front of him in a low voice. Anohana Yachiru glanced at him with a subtle look, but this woman always had great patience for people who were worth killing, and explained in a gentle voice. News came from Shidora that the space fluctuations of the Hueco Mundo were found near the 35th district. The scale is not small. There should be a hollow. Hello. Fuji Mia Makoto looked at the team of more than 10 people behind him and thought that it was no wonder that Anohana was thrown out. A hollow is a new individual formed by hundreds or thousands of hollows devouring each other. From low to high, it is divided into 3 levels: Killian, Ashokas, and Vastad.
Under normal circumstances, even the weakest Killian is not something that ordinary team members can deal with. At least a coach, that is, the future vice-captain, is needed as the main attacker. If it is a slightly weaker vice-captain, it may not be defeated. After arriving in Seoul society, Fuji Mia Makoto had never seen a hollow, so he was eager to try. However, when the group arrived at the location indicated by the Shudra alarm, they found that it was a small village near the river, dotted with fruit trees. Most of the houses in the village were thatched houses, some of which were fenced. Green seedlings were blooming in the long vegetable plots, and people could be seen working in the small fields nearby from afar. There was also a little kid struggling to throw a net by the river. A simple and plain rural scenery. However, when the villagers noticed their figures, they all froze. Then, the villagers who were busy outside threw down their things and ran quickly towards the village. It was as if they had seen some ferocious beast. However, Anohana Yachiru and others were not surprised by this. After looking around and finding nothing, they strode towards the village by the river. Fuji Mia Makoto didn't know the situation, and followed Anohana step by step. When they entered the village, they saw that the small village that was full of people just now was now empty. Only a few old men stood in the middle of the road, all waiting tremblingly. When they saw them approaching, they immediately knelt down and lowered their heads. Fuji Mia Makoto looked into the rooms on both sides of the road and could see a series of eyes poking out from the darkness. Ah! Did they also regard them as nobles? It must be said that this feeling of traveling back to the feudal era and becoming a high-ranking official was really uncomfortable. No. Fuji Mia Makoto knocked his head to correct his concept of the times that had become a little confused because of the endless fighting in Sarakiri. Wasn't the present world 1,000 years ago the feudal era? We have to adapt to the times. Anohana and others have become accustomed to this, or in other words, just like her attitude towards killing. He didn't care at all. Are there any signs of hollows appearing nearby? Her voice was cold, completely devoid of the gentleness she had when communicating with Fuji Mia Makoto. No. It hasn't appeared for almost 10 years. It's all the achievements of the nobles. We, the common people, are deeply grateful and weep with gratitude. The old man in the lead didn't just talk, he really knocked his head on the ground and cried loudly, humble and cautious to the extreme. Was it wrong? Anohana didn't pay attention to the old man's expression, but frowned and picked up a mirror or compass from his waist. The red dot on the mirror was indeed nearby, very close to them. However, the Haihu nearby was alive and well. Fuji Mia Makoto remembered the situation in the original book and whispered, if it's Vastad, it should be hidden in the village, right? Anohana Yachiru's eyes were slightly stern. Vastad is the highest level hollow. The size of the hollows that have reached this level is not much different from that of humans, and their strength can at least match that of the captain-level strongmen of later generations. No need. Anohana Yachiru thought, and shook his head again, the spiritual pressure of the hollows at that level is enough to completely crush these whole bodies. Unless... After glancing at the weak spirits hidden in the hut, he suddenly released some spiritual pressure in a certain direction. The violent wind pressure swept in all directions with Anohana Yachiru as the center, rolling up a roaring dust wave. Several old men who were kneeling on the spot fell directly to the ground, sweating all over. Fuji Mia Makoto seemed to realize something, and he immediately sensed a source hidden in the weak spiritual pressure, which suddenly expanded several times. He suddenly became alert. Just as he was alert, he saw a small figure suddenly rushing out of the hut, with unstable spiritual pressure in his body bursting randomly. And he threw out a pottery jar with all his strength. Go to hell! Noble bastard! Fuji Mia Makoto's hand on the hilt suddenly loosened a little. Bang! He swung the knife and the sheath together, smashing the pottery jar in mid-air, throwing out the pickled vegetable roots that had been pickled for a long time. Several Yuan Liu death gods around looked at the half-grown girl rushing out of the thatched hut with full vigilance, and the shallow strikes in the hands of two of them almost fell on her.
Stop! Fuji Mia Makoto shouted in dissatisfaction. These people really dare to cut anything? The blades of the two stopped at this time. The half-grown girl with pink hair ran quickly, threw herself to the old man on the ground, hugged him tightly, and couldn't help but let her big tears fall out, with a trembling cry in her voice. The nobles are all bad guys. Just came once in the morning, and came again in the afternoon. The rice that Grandpa Tahara planted with great difficulty is gone. He still needs to eat. Fuji Mia Makoto was stunned when he heard it. At this moment, he seemed to feel what the old man Shan said about not treating people as human beings. Anohana didn't care about those details, but narrowed her eyes slightly. Isn't it a hollow disguised as a trouble? Besides, did someone from the spirit court just come here? The conspiracy here was too strong, and she had to think deeply about it. However, she didn't have time to think about it for long. As soon as they entered the village, everyone seemed to feel something, and suddenly turned their heads to the west, looking at the sky over there. The violent spiritual pressure fluctuations continued to sweep, and even the whole who had no talent for spiritual power cultivation seemed to have suddenly come to an area with abnormal gravity, and fell to the ground with trembling all over. It was difficult to breathe, and the muscles twitched hard. The girl who was still howling just now felt even more clearly than those holes. Suddenly, it was as if someone had strangled her throat, and she couldn't even make a sound. Buzz buzz buzz. The atmosphere was rumbling, and the vision was shaking. The dozen Yuan Liu death gods accompanying them had already revealed an expression as if they were facing a great enemy, and all of them were solemn. Fuji Mia Makoto looked up, and it was the first time he saw this scene. In the sky hundreds of meters high, a pure white bone hand opened the curtain, and a corner of the sky was torn open by the hand, revealing the dark space behind the sky. A huge bone-horned mask and a clown-like pattern on the face appeared in the center of the sky, looking down at everyone from top to bottom. Slowly, the sky curtain was torn wider, revealing a huge figure behind the curtain. Pure white pointed high heels stepped out from behind. The earth trembled. Ang! The silent roar like infrasound waves can almost shatter the eardrums of ordinary people, announcing their existence. 1, 2, 3. As the number continued to increase, the expressions of most people present changed. Big Hollow, Killian. Cluster. Chapter 23 Anti-membrane. Groups of more than a dozen big hollows. Even the lowest-ranking Killian is an irresistible disaster for most people in the entire Soul Society. Just looking at the performance of those whole around, you can see how powerless they are. Only a very few people can turn a blind eye. Coincidentally, Anohana Yachiryu is one of them. Faced with the roar that seemed to shake the world, the woman just stood there quietly, like a spring breeze. Suddenly, Anohana tilted her head, looked at Fuji Mia Makoto beside her gently, and asked. Makoto. You can solve it, right? Ah. Fuji Mia Makoto was stunned by this question. What do you mean by I can solve it? At this time, shouldn't you, the leader of the action team, take the lead by example, and show the bravery that belongs only to Yachiryu? Please don't show this expression of you have stacked up all the buffs, hurry up. Leader Anohana. Is it not possible? Anohana seemed a little confused. Just a simple change in tone, Fuji Mia Makoto suddenly felt a great chill in his heart, as if his life was in danger the next moment, and his brain suddenly calmed down. I understand. Yet. So, Anohana put his hands in his pockets and stood quietly. The accompanying team members around him became worried and whispered, Anohana-sama, let Fuji Mia instructor go alone, isn't it a bit? Shut up. Yes. Stand at attention and salute. With just one sentence, everyone was silent. The deterrent power of the unprecedented villain in history is so terrifying. Fuji Mia Makoto slowly pulled out the shallow sword, walked towards the group of hollows, and stepped passing over ordinary people who crawled out of the huts one by one. At first,
his pace was a little slow, then he gradually accelerated and started running. The spirit particles under his feet became more and more active, until he suddenly rushed out 100 meters in an instant. The single man and the sword rushed into the sky like a meteor. The moment when anyone saw a monster over 100 meters in size for the first time, they would naturally feel fear because of the pressure of the size. However, when the strength exceeded a certain limit, these tall and dark monsters became targets in the actual sense. At this moment, Fuji Mia seemed to have a fire burning in his heart. The fear and excitement in his chest were used as fuel. Ichigo. The expanding spirit particles under his feet made him burst out at an unprecedented speed, and the high concentration spirit particle group condensed on the surface of his left fist hit the huge mask of Killian in the middle in an instant. The terrifying explosion like thunder resounded through the sky in the blink of an eye. The powerful fist force, like the one that crushed the murderous boulder that night, was imprinted in the center of the bone mask that was unknown how many meters wide. The fine spider web-like lines spread in all directions. Until the end, the whole head was blown to pieces. The huge force made the long body of the Killian lose balance and fall behind. Boom! A large area of flat land collapsed under the exaggerated weight of the great hollow. Boxing +5. Until the moment his companion fell, the other Killians who had just walked out of the crack had not realized what had happened. Fuji Mia was like a dwarf running through the giant jungle. He took advantage of the force of the Killian in the center to fall and bounced to the one on the left. At the same time, his right hand pressed on the broken knife at his waist that could only talk nonsense. The super high speed brought by the instant step under his feet allowed him to cross a distance of hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. In that very short moment, the spirit particles condensed on the surface of the shallow blade, constantly accumulating power. Swinging the sword. The sword pressure swept past like a torrent, splitting the bone mask that was close at hand into two, cutting it in half horizontally. Slashing technique +3. Killing two Killians face to face instantly was already Fuji Mia current limit, and his speed was not that fast. The big hollows following behind had already reacted, and giant red virtual flashes condensed on the surface of the mask, blocking different directions of movement. The virtual flashes that seemed like pillars of heaven continued to fly, and whether it was mountains, rivers, or the earth, they were all as fragile as building blocks under this dense virtual flash. Fuji Mia could only shuttle back and forth in this complex virtual flash grid, looking for opportunities, until he saw a certain opportunity, and decisively delivered a bone hit or sword pressure. Even for him, Killian's virtual flashes were never easy to bear. Although these big guys were a little stupid, their total spiritual power was much more substantial. Boom! A flash suddenly shot towards the village. Before anyone else could react, Anohana waved her sleeves lightly. Swoosh! The giant ball of spirit particles was pulled far to one side. It exploded with a loud bang, turning into a ball of fireworks covering dozens of meters around. Anohana raised her head, put her hands in her pockets and looked at Fuji Mia in the sky, frowning slightly, not knowing what she was dissatisfied with. Behind them, the girl who was hugging her grandfather was staring blankly at the scene of Fuji Mia fighting desperately in the sky, lost in thought, not knowing what she was thinking. Just when Fuji Mia was busy alone, on another hill on the other side of the river, inside a giant spirit particle barrier. The old man with white hair walked with his hands behind his back among the many members of the Ghost Research Bureau, examining this large space ghost array performed by dozens of people, with a calm expression. In front of him, a young man with a silver-white windflower gauze around his neck and two star-pulling clamps hanging on his long hair came quickly and reported. Lord Tsuneyashiro. The part that the Kukaki family is responsible for has been completed. The young man looked about 13 or 14 years old, his eyes were still red, but he forced himself to tighten his face. Jinling. Seeing this young man, Tsuneyashiro Shogo's expression relaxed a little, and whispered, "How are the arrangements at home?" "Thank you for your concern, Lord Shogo." Kokaki Jinling bowed his head, and when he mentioned this, he couldn't help but tremble. My father's soul burial has been handed over to my uncle. I asked my family to come to the front line myself. Tsuneya Shiro Shogo patted his shoulder. Be strong. Now, only by making the entire spirit court aware of the great harm of this Yuan Liu, and making all the nobles mobilize at all costs, can we hope to avenge your father. Yes. Kokaki Jinling nodded vigorously with hatred in his eyes. Tsuneya Shiro Shogo smiled. However, if our action today is successful, we can at least bite off a piece of meat from the mountain itself. Lord Shogo. Kokaki Jinling looked at him puzzled. The old man looked at the village in the distance. Just wait and see. After a long stalemate, the Killian that emerged from the crack was finally killed. Plop. Fuji Mia Makoto fell from the sky. Tired to death. But, finally finished killing. Big brother, give you some water. After Fuji Mia Makoto crawled back, he saw the girl who was still arguing with them just now brought a water scoop and whispered shyly. Thank you. Fuji Mia Makoto took the water scoop. But just as he took it, he was knocked over by the scabbard. Anohana Yachiru stood quietly by the side and said calmly. The first lesson I will teach you today. When you go out, don't easily use objects handed by others. Hey! Fuji Mia Makoto was stunned. The girl thought that her previous behavior had angered the noble lord, and she bowed tremblingly to apologize. However, Anohana still didn't even look at her. Continue to point the scabbard at Fuji Mia Makoto and said coldly. The second lesson. Just now why did you use bone fighting and swordsmanship separately? When Anohana asked this question, it was obvious that she didn't understand. Fuji Mia Makoto's expression became more and more confused. Boxing and swordsmanship are used separately. What kind of problem is this? Just as Anohana was giving Fuji Mia Makoto a lesson. What's going on? Sir, the god of death. Sir! Help! The old man who had just walked into the door looked down at his body. The surface of his skin turned grayish-white at a speed visible to the naked eye. A severe burning sensation surged into his heart, and he couldn't help but scream. Grandpa! The girl lying on the ground was startled and suddenly screamed. Anohana and Fuji Mia Makoto turned their heads at the same time. It was not just him. In the village, the villagers who had a false alarm during the Great Hollow Rebellion suddenly stopped in place. On the surface of their bodies, large patches of grayish-white like stone appeared, floating like dandelions, emitting scattered bright stars. It was not just them. Even the two death gods accompanying Fuji Mia Makoto and others froze, their whole bodies seemed to be burning, emitting blazing spirit flames, and they could not even scream, and their bodies continued to disperse into the air like white colloid. These human-shaped campfire flames flew straight to the sky. The surrounding death gods immediately stepped back a few steps, looking around with vigilant expressions, but they didn't know where the invading enemy was. So slow. Only Anohana Yachiru whispered. As soon as the voice fell, the area of more than 10 miles centered on this village was suddenly covered by a clear yellow light shield. Anti-membrane. Chapter 24, Gaga Killing. 4K Big Chapter. Ang. Dozens of deep and long roars of the great hollows sounded again, but this time they came from the originally weak and harmless mouths. The burning spirits turned into grey-white powder blocks, and the clear flames carried the rising air currents, burning them all into ashes. The village they were in was completely covered by golden light, from the sky to the earth. It made them look like hamsters covered in glass. Fuji Mia Makoto, who was standing nearby, could clearly see that while the old man was being burned, grey-white substances continued to emerge from his face like a bone mask. That was a sign of the collapse of the spirit. Not just the whole. The water tanks that every household in the village relied on for survival and the rivers flowing through the village were all rapidly evaporating a large amount of fine pure white spiritual light. The same was true for the water scoop in front of Fuji Mia Makoto.
There is something wrong with this water. Don't go over there. He grabbed the girl who flew over and quickly withdrew from the room, his whole body becoming a little stiff. Anohana-sensei. Please be careful. The elementary Shinigami outside gathered around Anohana Yachiryu without any prior agreement, and drew out the Asado to form a protective formation to be alert to the surroundings. As for who was protecting whom? That was not important. Anohana Yachiryu just stood there quietly, looking up at the golden anti-membrane in the sky. Anti-membrane is a special method used by the hollow to protect his companions. The inside and outside of this beam of light that fell from the sky, at the moment the anti-membrane took effect, had already turned into two isolated worlds, unable to contact each other. However, due to its special properties, it only needs to fix the anti-membrane in place to become a very powerful trapping formation. The duration of the anti-membrane's effect depends on the strength of the spiritual pressure of the object inside. If it is a captain-level figure in the future, it can probably only be trapped by it for a few hours. Obviously, they were ambushed. However, a smile of interest gradually appeared on Anohana's face. She didn't hate this feeling of danger. At the same time, the Hueco Mundo waves, which were larger than the previous ones, continued to sound from all directions. Even if Anohana didn't need to look down at the Shudra warning sign, she could be sure that there must be dense red light spots on the mirror. Cracks appeared in the sky. Giant killians like the ones just now stretched out their bone claws from the gaps in Hueco Mundo one after another. However, the beings held in their palms immediately stunned all the accompanying death gods. Some were beast-shaped, some stood up, some floated, and some were shaped like insects. In terms of size alone, they looked far less oppressive than those killians who were hundreds of meters tall, and even their images were not as arbitrary as those newly born hollows. However, the black pillar-like killians lifted them up as if they were serving the king. All of them were Ashokas. Oh! As if noticing the death gods on the ground, one of the bull-shaped Ashokas crouched in Killian's palm and asked in confusion. Isn't it the injured companion? I thought I could have a good meal. But death gods are not bad either. It grinned and laughed. In that cow's mouth, a mouthful of sharp fangs appeared. Ashokas can only reach the last level by constantly devouring their own kind. Moreover, if they don't evolve, they will degenerate. Click, click. Fuji Mia Makoto looked over in the direction of the sound. A death god standing next to him gritted his teeth, and the hand holding Asao was shaking slightly. Protect the teacher to the death. Even though he was in this state, he was still shouting slogans. Tadashi. Makoto. On the contrary, Anohana looked up and looked at the Ashokas chatting in the sky. His expression, which had been somewhat interested just now, gradually drooped. If I had to describe that expression in a more vivid way. Probably. That's it. Anohana Yachiru's eyelids drooped slightly, and his eyes were gloomy. What a boring trick! Anohana-sama. Before the death god in front asked, Anohana Yachiru had already walked out of the crowd slowly, with his right hand on the hilt of the sword, and drew out the shallow sword. Walk straight ahead. Follow. Fuji Mia Makoto knew very well who to follow in this situation, and immediately took a step. Before he took a few steps, with a bang, a shadow fell from the sky, raising a large cloud of dust. As the other hollows in the sky shouted, a bone sickle several meters long had already slashed down from top to bottom, and was about to smash the head of the death god in front. Fuji Mia Makoto suddenly appeared in front of him. The shallow strike in his hand was raised, and he blocked it with his arm. Dang! The bone sickle and the shallow strike clashed, and fierce sparks burst out. Fuji Mia Makoto's brain went blank. This force! Even though he was prepared, the huge force still swept his body away by this blow, and he flew more than 10 meters away with a hissing sound. Boom! The whole person fell into a thatched house not far away. Everyone looked at it. It was a Yaku cause with a snake-like body, hands like mantis blades, and a mask covering the entire head in an inverted triangle. The voice was even more sharp and piercing. He he he. Then the few here belong to me. While it was still shouting, the other death gods behind it were ready. 4 of them raised their hands and shouted at the same time. The mask of flesh and blood, the universe, the wings, the one who is named after man. Carve the twin lotuses on the wall of blue fire. Wait for the abyss of fire in the distant sky. United Ghost Way. The 73rd Broken Way, the twin lotus blue fire drop. The vigorous spirit particle fireballs gathered in the air in the shape of stars in the shouting of the 4 people. The complete chanting and the joint guidance of many people allowed them to exert the full power of this high-level ghost way and form an extremely blazing ghost fire. Boom boom! The flames suddenly shot out and covered the entire body of the hollow. The blazing sparks could almost ignite the entire area of dozens of meters. Even if you were standing nearby, you could feel the burning sensation. The pink-haired girl hiding behind the crowd covered her ears, and a little light flashed in her eyes. So powerful! This thought just flashed through my mind. A bone sickle suddenly swept out from the smoke, and the sharp tip tore the bodies of several people in the blink of an eye. The shallow hit in front of the sickle was as crisp as a biscuit, and a crackling sound of bones breaking rang in my ears. Weak, 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 weak. Completely useless. The Yakuza screamed and laughed. In just a blink of an eye, several Yuan Liu death gods were split in 2. The second level hollow is something that these ordinary death gods can never deal with. However, facing this tragic scene, these Yuan Liu death gods still rushed forward screaming one after another. Death gods in hollows, this is a life and death relationship. Fuji Mia rushed out of the ruins, his figure pulled a straight line from the smoke, and his fists and soul surged, suddenly bursting like a tide. One bone. The heavy punch fell, hitting the opponent's suddenly raised bone arm, making a crisp bone-breaking sound, and spider web-like cracks spread out, turning into fine lines. Boxing +10. Following that, Fuji Mia turned his hand over and hit it shallowly, holding it upside down in the palm of his hand, and stabbed it towards the crack that was smashed. Swish! The blade penetrated through. But because of the layer of steel skin on the surface of the body, it was stuck in the middle. So hard! Fuji Mia widened his eyes. Ah! The intense pain made the Yakuza howl in a low voice, and when its left arm flipped up, it threw Fuji Mia away with the knife. A dark crack appeared under the mask. A virtual bullet. Fuji Mia adjusted his body in mid-air. The light strike in his hand was only deflected to one side, and the spirit ball was immediately bounced away. Boom! Fireworks exploded in the center of the village, raising a dancing wind. Before he could stop, he saw that the Yakuza had already taken him as the main target and flew out. The pair of huge and sharp mantis bone arms were like a pair of long swords that were dozens of times the size of an ordinary person. They were powerful and swift at the same time, and the knife paths were so dense that ordinary people couldn't even see them clearly. Fuji Mia could only barely cope with it. White teeth, white teeth! You are about to be stabbed into a meat skewer by the strange thing of the big mantis. Slashing technique +5. No. You can't put that kind of strange thing into your body, your head will become very strange. Slashing technique +5. Do you know how to fight? This is not how to fight. Attack it from the bottom 3 ways, Master Fuji Mia. Slashing technique +5. A series of slashing technique prompts sounded. Although not as exaggerated as the battle with Anohana, it was enough to show that the gap between the two was not a little bit. In fact, a great hollow of Yakuza's level was no longer a level that ordinary death gods could fight. Let's not talk about the rest for now. Just the layer of steel skin covering the surface of their bodies was not something that Fuji Mia could pierce. It was even more a pipe dream to want to cut off a whole limb like he did with ordinary hollows. How can I swing a more powerful sword? Fuji Mia Makoto swung the blade with all his strength, but the pressure became greater and greater as his physical strength was lost. Any of his slashes on this hard bone could only leave a few scattered marks. Until, he suddenly noticed the large mark that was smashed through by one bone in his peripheral vision. Why do you use bone fighting and swordsmanship separately? The question of Anohana suddenly rang in his mind. So that's what it meant. Bone hitting is not a specific technique, but a manifestation of the combination and sublimation of spirit and will. It can be a fist, a foot, or a sword. In this case, as long as this feeling is extended to the sword. Just recalling that one sentence, Fuji Mia Makoto suddenly had an idea. Swordsmanship, 8th level. Boxing, 6th level. Anohana's mother saw through your problem at a glance, Master Fuji Mia. Be sure to throw yourself into Anohana's arms and act like a spoiled child when you come back, and thank Anohana's mother with all your strength. 2 prompts sounded on the panel at the same time. However, Fuji Mia Makoto no longer had the heart to pay attention. Ding! The bone sickle and shallow hitting bounced back, making a crisp metal sound. Fuji Mia Makoto followed this huge force and slid dozens of meters along the ground with his straw sandals. He originally held the asado with one hand, but now he held it with both hands. An inexplicably familiar feeling rose from deep in his heart, and the asado in his hand seemed to become a part of his body at this moment. No. It should be said that it was originally a part of his soul. Although it was very coquettish. The moment he realized this, a slight spiritual light suddenly rose on the surface of the asado. He implemented his will. His who. Inhale, exhale. Fuji Mia Makoto stopped. In his field of vision, there was only the Yaku cause that was close at hand, and everything else was no longer important. It hurts. Boy. Butari, you finally desperate. Still want to fight? Hee hee hee, ga ga ga, squeak squeak. The insect-like mask emitted a sharp and annoying babbling sound, as if it could penetrate the eardrum and pierce straight into the person's head to stir the slurry, making people feel sick. Until the end, a deafening roar was heard. All useless. The surface of the bone sickle arm suddenly condensed into red, and the extremely high concentration of spiritual pressure doubled the steel skin that was already difficult to be pierced by swords, forming a substance that was more solid than steel. Then the sickle arm suddenly broke through the speed of sound and stabbed towards Fuji Mia Makoto, making a series of loud sonic booms. At this moment, Fuji Mia Makoto felt that everything around him seemed to be still. The whole body seemed to be immersed in darkness. Even the movement of the fingertips pressing on the handle of the knife seemed extremely slow, quiet, and difficult to detect. However, his body seemed to be pulled by some sense that transcended the 5 senses. His movements were unprecedentedly natural and smooth. He quickly pulled out a shallow strike and swung a knife straight ahead. No accumulation of power, no roar, no anger. It was just a plain swing forward. With just this one strike, all the darkness around him seemed to be torn apart. His will was carried through the blade, and for the first time, it truly resonated with his Zanpakuto. A large amount of spiritual power was poured into it, forming a slash that was attached to the surface of the shallow strike and was extremely sharp. First type, Steel Breaking Strike. This name appeared on Fuji Mia Makoto's panel. He passed by the big mantis with light footsteps, as if taking a walk. In the shadow behind Fuji Mia Makoto, the huge body of Yakukaze, as if unaware, passed by those arms. From the shoulder to the chest, a very fine mark was cut. Clang! The hilt of the sword collided with the scabbard. The huge body moved horizontally and fell diagonally from the lower body. It fell to the ground with a bang. A dull sound was heard. Everyone present stared at this scene in a daze, and fell into silence uncontrollably. The girl who was protected by the death gods at the end opened her mouth in a daze. It seemed that she had forgotten how to speak. First creation of secret skills, self-sublimation achieved. Spiritual power level +1. Spiritual power, 5th grade lower? 5th grade middle. It's incredible, Master Fuji Mia and I are killing together. Super awesome. Chapter 25 Your mother is still your mother. On the top of the mountain, Kukaki Jinling stood on a high place and saw the scenes happening in the small village through the ghost path. Until the dozen or so Ashokas appeared in the anti-membrane, the expression on the young man's face had changed several times. The old man stood beside him, also watching quietly. Kukaki Jinrei saw the distorted and miserable state of the dozens of villagers, subconsciously turned his head to look at the old man beside him, and his originally red eyes could not help but subconsciously take on a bit of incomprehension. Lord Shogo, do we need to use so many holes as bait? They should be. Kukaki Jinrei wanted to say they are innocent. However, before he could finish his words, his voice was interrupted by Tsuneyashiro Shogo. The old man said calmly, "It's their honor, Jinrei." Kukaki Jinrei's expression froze. The heir of the Kukaki clan, who looked very young, is actually no different from an ordinary teenager now. He will question authority and will subconsciously believe in authority blindly. As the head of the 5 nobles behind the scenes, Tsuneyashiro Shogo is obviously one of the authorities in his heart. Kukaki Jinrei did not dare to refute. However, Tsuneyashiro Shogo obviously knew that his words could not convince the young man, so he just said slowly, "Rukanda is the birthplace of the dead. As the dead, they have neither made any contribution to the soul society, nor are they responsible for regulating the 3 realms like us nobles. The meaning of their existence is only to plunder and consume spiritual power, and then return the spiritual power to the soul society when they die. Jinrei, you have to know. Those things are different from us. Even if we kill them now, it will only let them skip the part of consuming spiritual power and send them to reincarnation directly. This is not a sin." Kukaki Jinrei had never been to Rukanga before, and had never heard people around him mention their impression of Rukanga. Now it was the first time he heard such words, and he couldn't help but open his eyes wide. "It's obviously a person who looks like us, how can it be just a thing?" Kukaki Jinrei couldn't understand. "Hey!" Just when he wanted to speak out his doubts, he saw Tsuneyashiro Shogo suddenly frowned, the wrinkles on his old face twisted up, and subconsciously revealed a look of astonishment. That woman, could it be? Without any hesitation, Tsuneyashiro Shogo directly passed Kukaki Jinrei and ordered the ghosts behind him, immediately destroy the traces of the formation, and the action team retreated urgently. "We can't stay here." "Yes." The ghosts didn't need Kukaki Jinrei's orders at all, and responded neatly. Only Kukaki Jinrei stood there, with a confused look on his face. In this soul society, there are too many things he doesn't understand. If Fuji Mia Makoto's battle was a desperate struggle for survival in a sea of blood and corpses, trying his best to win, then, Anohana Yachira was facing a completely different situation. The snow-white figure with long hair just walked towards the direction of many hollows like a stroll, with a completely unprepared look, and there was not even a slight fluctuation of spiritual pressure around him. Until he approached the bull-headed hollow who spoke first. "For the hollows of the class of Ashokas, as long as they do not have the ability to fight against many alone and survive the cruel fight in Hueco Mundo alone, they will naturally unite into groups of several or dozens as basic units. In this group, the strongest will be the first to enjoy the prey obtained by other Ashokas, in order to become the highest level Vastad as quickly as possible. In order to establish such a cruel order, a small group naturally needs a leader who is strong enough to keep the peace." The bull-headed's huge body slowly split along the vertical crack in the center of the bull's head mask, and then the neck, torso, and tail, including the soup and water, were perfectly divided into 2 halves. With a muffled sound, it collapsed to the ground. Instantly, even the most reckless and crazy Ashokas just now shut their mouths under this extremely shocking scene. They knew Anthony's strength, and they also knew their own strength well enough. In that moment just now, they didn't see when the woman drew her knife.
The strange silence lasted for nearly a minute. Anohana Yachiru turned his head, and like scanning the fish on the chopping board, he swept the Ashokas who were surrounded one by one from left to right, and a contemptuous arc appeared at the corner of his lips. Trash! The mature woman's tone did not have the high-pitched voice that was very girlish, but was a straightforward statement like reading an official document. Just this one sentence immediately angered all the Ashokas in front of them. After transforming into hollows, there was no such thing as reason in their brains. The only wisdom they had was just a tool for survival. As for restraint and patience, it seemed like a joke. It's a Zanpakuto. The Zanpakuto of the god of death has special abilities. It seemed that someone in the Ashokas finally discovered some important secret, roaring in a tone that was almost like a roar, as if such a fact could strengthen their courage. In fact, they all knew it very well. What really aroused their deepest greed was the terrifying amount of spiritual power behind this powerful strength. It represented the hope of evolution. And, a fact that no one was willing to admit. They might not be able to escape. Ang! The iconic low roar of the Great Hollow sounded at the same time. A dozen Ashokas rushed towards Anohana Yachiru almost at the same time. The terrifyingly huge bodies of the giant beasts formed a visually impactful contrast with the petite figure of the woman. Dozens of them stacked together looked like a tsunami that was about to swallow up a small fortress built on the beach. Until a smile slowly appeared on Anohana Yachiru's face. Her fair and slender fingers pressed on the handle of the knife and pulled it out inch by inch at a constant speed. The mirror-like blade reflected the hysterical and almost crazy performance of the Yakukas. However, at the moment when the blade was swung out, everything stopped. Anohana Yachiru walked past these giant beasts lightly. The scene of the two facing each other looked like a goddess running against the galloping horses. But every step she took was accompanied by blood. All the Ashokas that leaped past Anohana seemed to have collided head-on with an elephant of dense laser nets, blood splattered, large pieces of torn pieces, vivid wailing, and shattered bone masks. All kinds of things flew in the air, forming large scattered impact chains that splashed on the ground around Anohana. Not only the ones in the front, but also the Ashokas that instigated their companions to die and took the opportunity to escape to the gaps in Hueco Mundo were cut in two by a sword that swung from afar. The Ashokas, who could dominate the Great Hollow Forest and even the entire lower Hueco Mundo, and were worshipped as kings by countless Jillians, were even more fragile than babies in front of Anohana Yachiru. There was no one who could stand up to him. After doing all this, the woman seemed to have time to return to the village and watch the last knife swung by Fuji Mia Makoto. Just as Fuji Mia Makoto was about to lift his tail while sheathing his sword, he suddenly felt a cool little hand touching his head. Anohana Yachiru gently rubbed his long hair, and seemed to be a little satisfied. Very good. Fuji Mia Makoto was shocked. Turning around, he saw the large pile of corpses behind the woman. My heart suddenly felt cold. I have to say, your mother is still your mother. Chapter 26 Counterattack. Target found. In the woods in the distance, someone soon discovered the abnormality in the sky here. Many Yuan Liu death gods in death hero costumes scattered and ran towards the direction of the anti-membrane. The leader was a slender classical beauty with a pair of narrow eyebrows. Fuji Mia Makoto also noticed the movement in the distance, stood on the edge of the anti-membrane, and looked over there. After several hours of waiting, he finally waited for the Yuan Liu reinforcements. Hey! Over here! He didn't know if anyone outside the anti-membrane could hear the sound, so he raised his hand high and waved in the direction of the person coming. Unexpectedly, the group of people didn't even pay attention to him, and instead rushed towards the anti-membrane that had not yet completely dissipated with excitement. The classical beauty at the front waved her arms and shouted, "Start the instrument, collect the anti-membrane spirit particles now. It's about to dissipate." Yes. The people brought by the woman were obviously a group of geeks, who were more excited to see the interesting spirit particle phenomenon than to see the beauty,
and immediately started to work outside. Fuji Mia Makoto stood at a close distance from them, watching them muttering to the anti-membrane material nearby. Hey! The guy over there! Not only the people outside, the classical beauty saw Fuji Mia Makoto standing inside the anti-membrane and raised her voice to command, survey the spirit particle wave coefficient of the gap in the Hueco Mundo immediately. Why are you looking at me? Don't you even know how to use the spirit particle wave detection method for the 19th detection? Remember to display it on the spirit particle panel and record it. I want to summarize it into materials. Fuji Mia Makoto felt that he might look a little stupid now. But what is the detection method of ghosts? He has never heard of it, let alone knowing it. Damn it! This kind of little BA who is ignorant and can only fight is always so useless. When he saw his expression, Shutara Senjumaru immediately understood and bit his nails in anger. This is a rare experimental material. Hey! That was a ginseng rooster just now. Fuji Mia Makoto widened his eyes. After being in this world for so long, this was the first time he heard of a woman who could use such soul society foul language in public. Who is Xiao Ba? Hey? Who is Xiao Ba? Take off your pants and scare your teeth to death. I am much more ruthless than a red-hot iron rod. One-sided blade. Even his flirty knife was not satisfied, and the voice that was obviously as tender as a child loudly refuted. Fuji Mia Makoto rarely agreed with its opinion. Unexpectedly, this voice actually attracted the attention of the woman. Hey! Shutara Senjumaru subconsciously looked at his knife, slightly raised his eyebrows, and narrowed his already narrow eyebrows. A Zanpakuto that can ignore the subject's opinion and speak directly. Interesting. Suddenly, Fuji Mia Makoto was stunned. Wait! Did you find out? Shutara Senjumaru looked at him strangely. What's there to be discovered? This sound of spirit particles didn't pass through your body, but was directly transmitted from Asado to my head. Anyone with normal intelligence can find out. Gyuuu. For a moment, he lay on the anti-membrane, and he was moved unconsciously in his heart. This was the first time since he traveled through time that someone found out that the words said by this Zanpakuto had nothing to do with him. Thank you. Thank you very much. At this moment, Fuji Mia Makoto was only grateful in his heart. Idiot. Shutara Senjumaru frowned and subconsciously said the doubtful words. How could a normal person react like this when being said to Zioba? Stepping on the clogs under his feet, he stepped back a few steps. Fools are more dangerous than Zioba. In just a short while, the research team led by Shutara Senjumaru completed the final collection of experimental samples. A gap the size of a fist appeared in the center of the part of the anti-membrane that originally presented the light curtain. This was the result of the group's efforts for half an hour. After the gap appeared in this section, the remaining large-scale anti-membrane connecting the sky and the earth collapsed like a domino effect because of this small defect. It disappeared in just a few seconds. Also disappeared with the gaps in the virtual circle that were torn in the sky. Hey! Seeing this, Shutara Senjumaru breathed a sigh of relief. The death gods who had been trapped in the anti-membrane for several hours were finally able to get out of this area. Anohana Yachiryu casually threw the Shutara warning sign into Senjumaru's arms, and said in a flat tone, "There is a problem with the alarm." The spirit warning was used by the people of Thesperit Court. Do it again. Shutara Senjumaru covered his forehead angrily, and his temper was very bad. Damn it! Do it again. Isn't it running well? Although he said so, under the cold gaze of Anohana Yachiryu, Shutara Senjumaru still had to accept the user's product usage opinions and put away the warning sign obediently. Ahokai, okay, I get it. Looking at this scene, Fuji Mia Makoto truly felt the deterrent power of Anohana's mother in this era. Not counting other things, if it comes to Yuan Liu alone, it should be a safe second place. Just talking for the moment, let's not talk about Shutara Senjumaru who was jumping and cursing in a low voice beside him. The death gods outside the other research groups all rushed into the village and collected the bodies of the villagers who fell to the ground. Even though they were dead, the traces of spirit particles left on them were still very useful for reference. As for the rest, they all ran to the river and water tanks to collect samples. However, after they dispersed, Fuji Mia Makoto found that a small hand was gently grabbing the corner of his clothes from behind. "Hey!" He turned his head and saw that the brave little kid was now following him timidly, looking a little nervous. Seeing Fuji Mia Makoto looking over, the girl tried hard to show a pitiful smile despite being afraid. "Big, big." This time she didn't call him big brother. The child looked at him eagerly, and then looked at the death gods who were searching the village. Even though her eyes were red, she tried hard not to cry, and pretended to be very obedient, and asked in a low voice. "My home and grandfather are gone. Can I go with you?" Upon hearing this, Fuji Mia Makoto couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted. Who can refuse a homeless little Lolita? What's more, the old man sitting at the door and suddenly burning up is still fresh in his memory, not to mention the child who has lived in this village since birth. Besides, this child seems to have spiritual power talent, right? Fuji Mia Makoto rubbed her hair and comforted her. "It should be no problem. Children like you will be valued in Yuan Zijuku. But you are really too young." He vaguely remembered that the youngest in Yuan Zijuku seemed to be a teenager. "I'll go ask for you. By the way." Fuji Mia Makoto turned his head and asked, "What's your name?" The child tugged at his clothes, looking timidly, and raised his head to look at him. "Hi bis. My name is Hikifun Kiryu." Yuan Jijuku, Dojo. The result is obvious. After receiving the news from the research group, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni sat in the dojo, looked at the people beside him, and said calmly, "This is another shameless ambush led by the nobles of the Osrei T. In addition to the death of a total of 7 Yuan Liu Shinigami who participated in the operation to eliminate the Great Hollow, there were a total of 69 innocent victims who died in this incident. Again and again. It can be seen that these nobles have indeed grown into a group of termites who fear power but not morality. Only swords can make them sober." Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni turned around and looked at the people in front of him. His voice was silent. The dojo with dozens of people sitting there was always quiet, and you could hear a pin drop. "For this reason, I decided to eradicate all the noble forces outside the 30th district. Who has any objections?" Chapter 27 Shutara Senjimaru. As the absolute top core of the entire Yuan Zijuku, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni gave an order, and the entire Yuan Liu Shinigami started to operate according to his orders. Large numbers of instructors led the graduated Shinigami to various places, and they launched a cleanup operation against all the noble forces of the O-Soul Court from the 30th to the 80th districts of the entire Rukanga. When Fuji Mia Makoto and his party returned to Yuan Zijuku, they saw a group of Yuan Liu Shinigami in small teams leaving their bases and heading in all directions. At this time, he had not yet realized how big a war this was. After returning to the base, Anohana Hakakua went straight to the gym is located in the center of Yuan Zijuku, and she still needs to report the specific operation situation to the old man on the mountain. As for Fuji Mia Makoto? Anyway, she has been included in the 11th action group, so she can do whatever she wants in the future. There is plenty of time. So, Fuji Mia Makoto was thrown on the side of the road by this bad woman like a burden, and he didn't know where to go for a while. Well, forget it. Go back to the dormitory early, and you still have to deal with Kiryu's matter. Fuji Mia Makoto was still thinking about Sato Furuo who might be ambushing in Yuan Zijuku and ready to murder him at any time, and he felt that it would be safer for him to hide in the dormitory obediently. "Kiryu?" "Yes." He only called out, and the pink-haired girl followed him quickly with her short legs, looking timid. She was still quite obedient. "Makoto. Wait for me at the training ground later." Just as he was thinking this, he heard the calm voice of Anohana team leader who had his back to him, coming from afar. Fuji Mia Makoto's body froze. Damn it, could it be that his words of trying to be lazy were heard? Shhhhhh. Just as he was in trouble, he heard an undisguised laugh beside him. Turning his head, he saw Shutara Senjimura standing quietly by the side, with his narrow and charming eyebrows slightly raised, his eyebrows drooping, pretending to show a really pitiful expression, but laughing all the time. So you are the guy targeted by that crazy woman. Maybe this is the blessing of fools. Hey! Fuji Mia Makoto looked at her with contempt, and protected Hikifune Kiryu behind him with his other hand. If you are really capable, say the same thing when Anohana-sama is here. Please finish your rags as soon as possible, Master Shutara. She looked down on him from the first time they met. Even a good-tempered man like Fuji Mia Makoto couldn't stand her repeated provocations. He should have fought back openly. Hikifune Kiryu hid behind Fuji Mia Makoto's thighs, only tilting his head, revealing a small head, blinking at her. The expression on Shutara Senjimura's face froze, the corners of his mouth twitched, his eyebrows narrowed, revealing a hint of danger, and his knuckles made a crackling sound. What a clever mouth! If it was sewn up, it would definitely look good, right? That has to be done. Fuji Mia Makoto sneered, but his fingertips carefully pressed on the hilt. Why is the old woman pretending to be a tsundere, K-state? Besides, the venomous tongue and tsundere of this era have long been out of fashion. The most popular now is the beautiful, strong, and miserable Lily Orange Big Sister. Just when the situation was tense, the broken sword on the waist started to act up again. Hiss! Hiss! Classical beauties are great too. I want Sister Shutara to stab me. In exchange, can I stab you too? A classic big sister who is full of soul society swear words and little, ba, isn't that great? Let me lick it. Listening to the sound of his waist hitting, the two sides suddenly fell into a strange silence. Shutara Senjimura's bony little hands gradually relaxed a little. Hikifune Kiryu widened his eyes and looked at Fuji Mia Makoto's sword. The sword spoke again. However, after this voice sounded, Shutara Senjimura's gaze towards Fuji Mia Makoto became vaguely evasive for some reason, and he subconsciously turned his head to look to the other side. He pursed his cinnabar-like red lips and slightly opened them, as if he wanted to say something. And then suddenly closed his mouth. He looked to the other side and then secretly looked back. When Fuji Mia Makoto discovered him, he immediately looked to the side again. His left hand subconsciously hugged his right hand. Wait a minute. Fuji Mia Makoto suddenly felt something was wrong, and cold sweat ran down his back. You should know, right? I didn't say that just now. Of course I know. Shutara suddenly shouted nervously, but her originally fair earlobes had begun to turn red. She turned her cheek to the other side and muttered softly. A science and engineering girl who is full of soul society swear words, is only interested in corpses and looms, has poor taste in clothing, and is stubborn in doing things. There is definitely no man who would be interested in anything. Of course I know. Fuji Mia Makoto felt more and more panicked. I didn't say that much. But, it's the first time someone told me that I want to prick you. Shutara Senjimura turned his face to one side, as if he didn't hear what he said, but he exhaled a breath of excitement unconsciously, and subconsciously popped out a large sewing needle that was scary enough to look at between his knuckles. Unconsciously, even the look he gave Fuji Mia Makoto became a little hot. I didn't expect you to have potential in this area. I said it, not me. Shutara Senjimura frowned slightly. The temperament of the Zanpakuto and the master is not completely different, but it can be said to be completely consistent. It's not a good thing to keep denying your true self. If it's serious, let alone the first release, you may not even be able to enter the state of Sword Zen. Silently, Shutara's expression softened a bit when he spoke. He whispered in a soothing voice. This feeling made Fuji Mia Makoto feel very bad. However,
Shutara Senjumaru's words just hit his current pain point. That ordinary Shinigami can enter Sword Zen? Fuji Mia Makoto asked cautiously. Shutara looked at him with a strange expression. No. It should be said that it was very strange. The woman's eyes swept over his whole body, and then she stretched out her flexible and slender little hand and pinched the joints and acupuncture points on his body, her expression becoming more and more subtle. You. With such a strong body, a huge spiritual pressure, and rich fighting skills, you haven't even entered the Sword Zen. The so-called Sword Zen is the way for the god of death to communicate with the Zanpakuto. No matter in which era, it is the foundation of the foundation. Thinking so, how unwilling are you to admit that you are a pervert? Do you think you are not like one? Shutara seemed to have tried hard to control his words. But it is often the case that lies do not hurt people, and the truth is the sharpest sword. Fuji Mia Makoto now feels that he has been stabbed in the chest. I am not at all. He was still arguing forcefully. Yes, yes. Shutara Senjumaru's response became more perfunctory. I can understand your feelings. After all, no one likes Zanpakuto to talk nonsense, right? Right. She seemed to suddenly remember something. Do you want Zanpakuto to shut up? Hey! For a moment, Fuji Mia Makoto's eyes flashed with bright light. Can you even do this? Of course. Shutara Senjumaru smiled charmingly and turned to look at him. But why should I give myself to you for free? Fuji Mia Makoto couldn't help but ponder. He didn't know what he could exchange with someone like Shutara. He couldn't really sign a contract to sell himself, could he? Just thinking about it, a light bulb suddenly flashed in his mind. Speaking of which, like today, the action team had problems and could not contact the headquarters for a long time. I guess Miss Shidora doesn't want to see it again. Do you want to know how to make a simple remote communication device? Shidora Senjumaru's ears pricked up, but he sneered. I am still somewhat confident in my professional level. If you want to talk about Tenting Kong Luo, then there is no need. No, it's simpler. Fuji Mia Makoto said seriously, this is a simple communication tool that I conceived, which uses a single-line transmission of different binary frequency spirit particles from both sides. It can be carried with you and communicated at any time. I will temporarily name it radio station. Ah, no. Spirit station. Fuji Mia Makoto's expression was very serious. When Shutara Senjumaru heard this, his narrow eyebrows suddenly widened, and he looked at him with an unbelievable look. It was as if he saw a monkey rubbing out an assault rifle. The next moment, she was in front of Fuji Mia Makoto, breathing heavily, with a gleam in her eyes, and tightly grasped his sleeve. Tell me more. There are pictures here, which can be viewed after the updated version. Chapter 28 Rosary. Fuji Mia Makoto explained for nearly half an hour before roughly explaining the working method of this wireless spirit station, which can be regarded as satisfying Shutara Senjumaru's curiosity. This woman was obviously the type who was used to doing things as soon as she thought of them. After hearing this idea, she couldn't wait to go back and make one by hand. Hey, wait! Seeing that Shidora was about to run away for free, Fuji Mia Makoto immediately reached out and grabbed her. Do you have any other ideas? Shidora Senjumaru didn't dare to underestimate him this time. Who would have thought? A guy who seemed to be a monkey who could only fight but not create could actually design such a feasible spiritual tool. Is this the infinite monkey theorem? That's not it. Fuji Mia Makoto pointed at her and then at his knife, but you have to give me some reward after listening to my idea, right? What's the way to make it shut up? This. Shidora Senjumaru's expression was obviously very disappointed. Then, something like a tail suddenly swam in her long skirt, scaring Hikifune Kiryu who was beside Fuji Mia Makoto's legs, and he quickly hid back. That foul-mouthed big sister, there's a monster under her skirt. Fuji Mia Makoto seemed to remember something. Sure enough. A bone arm slowly emerged from behind Shutara Senjumaru, holding a familiar-looking rosary in its hand, and handed it over. Here. This is my treasure. Jinjian bracelet. It was a bracelet about 1 foot long, made of jade-colored beads, with 2 canine teeth in the center, faintly glowing with thunder. Shutara Senjumaru kept his word and handed the bracelet to Fuji Mia Makoto, explaining casually, as long as you wrap this rosary between the sword guard and the scabbard, you can make the kid shut up. But you have to chant a spell. Fuji Mia Makoto looked at the bracelet in his hand and heard the spell, and suddenly felt that this thing was more and more like déjà vu. So, the spell is sit down. No. Shutara Senjumaru looked at him strangely. Of course the spell is shut up. How could this guy have such a strange brain circuit? It's really incomprehensible. Fuji Mia Makoto was relieved. It seems that it is not the one used by Inu, Cha. But there are side effects. Shutara Senjumaru mentioned it. This function can only be used 3 times a day, and it can only keep your mouth shut for a maximum of 3 minutes at a time. The stronger the Zanpakuto, the more useless this thing is. If it's Ryujin maybe this rosary will burn directly. So, I've wanted to throw it away for a long time. 3 minutes. Fuji Mia Makoto obviously looked reluctant, but it's better to have it than not, at least it's a breakthrough. Thank you very much. Protest. Don't do that. Putting such a big thing in your mouth or something. Without waiting for the broken sword to say more nonsense, Fuji Mia Makoto had already wrapped the rosary around it with a fierce look on his face. In serious occasions, he would rather carry a fire stick with him. Shutara Senjumaru glanced at his waist and suddenly smiled. In addition, this rosary also has some wonderful little effects on sword zen. Really? Miss Shutara is unparalleled in the world. Fuji Mia Makoto widened his eyes. What other functions does this have? Shutara Senjumaru had a very subtle expression and laughed. I hope you won't seek revenge on me in the future. How could that be? If such a stupid thing really happened, I would stand on my head on the spot. Cough cough cough. Fuji Mia Makoto looked very sincere. He even dreamed of Shikai and Gai. Isn't it that he can't even communicate? If there is a choice, who would want to be like Kenpei Kizaraki, chopping with a broken sword all day long? What's more, Kenpei Kizaraki is accompanied by a little loli. Fuji Mia Makoto looked down at Hikifune Kiryu, and little Kiryu also looked up at him in confusion. Well, he has it too. Isn't his confidence boosted all of a sudden? After Shutara Senjumaru left, Fuji Mia Makoto took little Kiryu out for a walk, but couldn't find a nursery or something like that for a long time, so he could only take care of the child himself. After noticing that Anohana's spiritual pressure had left the gym, he ran to the training ground and waited obediently. Kiri-chan, you have to remember this. Fuji Mia Makoto solemnly told the little one beside him, because Big Brother's talent is so great, his way of learning is very different from others. When that weird aunt teaches me later, you have to watch carefully from the side. If you can't learn like this, Big Brother will have to send you to study in the cram school. Does Kiri-chan understand? I understand. Hikofune Kiryu had a stern face and nodded obediently. It must be said that suffering shapes a strong character. When children are helpless, they always mature quickly. Fuji Mia Makoto smiled and rubbed Kiri-chan's hair. Are you going to adopt her? Suddenly, the voice of Anohana Yachiryu was heard behind him. Fuji Mia Makoto's whole body froze, and he prayed in his heart that she didn't hear what he said just now. Turning his head, he saw that Anohana Yachiryu still had that calm expression. Yet, strange aunt. The little broken sword took the opportunity to retaliate. Shut up. Fuji Mia Makoto was sweating all over and immediately scolded. The rosary on the scabbard flickered, emitting a dark red light. The rest of the words immediately turned into a piece of unclear garbled code. Hikofune Kiryu looked at Fuji Mia Makoto in confusion,
wondering why the big brother was so nervous. Fuji Mia Makoto raised his head tremblingly, and then saw that Anohana Yachiru's smile turned into a half-smile, and he didn't say anything, just looked at him quietly. Anohana team leader, what I said was actually, he smiled ingratiatingly. Just call me teacher. Anohana just smiled faintly and left a sentence. Yes. Master. Fuji Mia Makoto immediately took advantage of the situation. Then, she turned around, walked to the edge of the training ground, and took a wooden sword for training from the wooden rack. Just as Fuji Mia Makoto was about to take the training sword, he was interrupted by Anohana. No need. Just use the real sword as usual. Anohana Yachiru said calmly, looking at him calmly with deep eyes, still smiling. Let me see it. The secret technique you created in the battle. Hearing this, Fuji Mia Makoto also realized that Anohana teacher wanted to help him find the problem. Thinking of this, he immediately raised all his spirits. Rolling up the rosary with his left hand, he walked slowly to the center of the training ground and pulled out the shallow sword. Fuji Mia Makoto recalled the moment when he killed the Yakukas, and the touch of his hand when he cut the steel skin, everything seemed so clear. After he was fully prepared, he opened his eyes again. Please give me your advice. There are pictures here, which can be viewed after the updated version. Chapter 29 Teacher's Care. Almost at the moment when Fuji Mia Makoto's voice fell, his figure suddenly disappeared from the eyes of Hikifun Kiryu next to him, and the whole person rushed towards Anohana Yachiru like a residual shadow. The shallow strike pressed on the waist drew an arc like flowing water in the air. Clang! The swords collided, making a crisp metal sound. However, Anohana Yachiru's brows frowned obviously. Fuji Mia Makoto did not notice this phenomenon, and concentrated on launching a fierce attack on Anohana Master. The bounced shallow strike deflected along the reflected force, tilted along the direction of the wrist, and went straight to Anohana Master's wrist, and was easily blocked by the wooden sword protected by spiritual power. The woman's seemingly slender wrist was as stable as steel in the battle, and every move was tempered. However, the current Fuji Mia Makoto is definitely not the young man who was in the first fight with Anohana. With a lot of experience in slashing techniques and an 8th level slashing technique, he can definitely be called a good swordsman even in the entire Yuanzi Academy. Stab. Cross. Slash. Chop. Wipe. The ultra-high-speed blades intersected, causing extremely intense spirit sparks to burst out in the center of the small battlefield between the two, almost forming a continuous piece. Go! You stinky Fuji Mia! Don't pity me because of my slender body! Slashing technique +3. Almost. Just a little bit. I want to eat the master's big water drop. Slashing technique +3. Do you know how to do it? Your posture is wrong. Slashing technique +2. Every move of Fuji Mia Makoto seemed just right, and he also grasped the timing. As long as the opponent made a slight mistake, the blade in his hand could penetrate Anohana's defense and penetrate her water drop shape. It was just that the perfect force of every sword coming from the opposite side made him feel a heavy pressure in his heart. From the beginning to the end, Teacher Anohana only used the same strength as him. At the same time, she had to use her spiritual power to protect the fragile training wooden sword in her hand. Fuji Mia Makoto had to burst out more spiritual power. However, Anohana Yachiru was not at all surprised by Fuji Mia Makoto's great progress in swordsmanship. Instead, his brows frowned deeper and deeper. Until a certain moment, the woman's patience seemed to have finally run out. Dang! The wooden sword in Anohana's hand suddenly lifted up, and Fuji Mia Makoto's seemingly fierce attack was suddenly broken. The seemingly fragile training wooden sword went straight to his throat in the sudden sound of the wind. And left. In an instant, Fuji Mia Makoto suddenly caught the feeling that had been brewing for a long time. First type, steel breaking strike.
Fuji Mia Makoto's body surface suddenly released a large amount of spiritual power that was wrapped around his body like a flame, and the vibrating spiritual pressure even affected Hikifun Kiryu, who was watching the battle from a distance. The wrist that was originally deflected seemed to have a force out of thin air at that moment. While the young man took the initiative to turn his elbow to relieve the force, his whole body was supported by the sudden spiritual power, and he swung the blade towards Anohana's wrist. In the depths of his eyes, there was almost no light. Anohana's eyebrows raised slightly, an array of excitement flashed in her eyes. Bang! The shallow strike wrapped in spiritual power flames collided with the wooden sword in Anohana's hand, and for a moment it made a dull sound like a depth charge. Standing in the distance, Hikifun Kiryu felt as if her heart was being squeezed hard, and her face turned pale as she watched the scene in front of her that was beyond her comprehension. Fuji Mia Makoto was concentrating on staring at the woman in front of him, his eyes burning like fire. Unintentionally, Anohana's wrist trembled for the first time. Bang! Fuji Mia Makoto was immediately thrown out by the sudden increase in force, rolling and falling for more than 10 meters, plowing a deep mark on the ground, and his body was covered with dust. However, this was not the worst. Fuji Mia Makoto, who suddenly withdrew from the state of first form, immediately felt a sense of exhaustion spreading throughout his body, and there was a sharp pain in his head like drilling. It was just like he had just finished a full marathon, or rode the entire Tour de France. As soon as he stopped, he found that his whole body was empty. His legs were soft, and after barely making a move to support his body, he almost sat on the ground. Slashing technique plus 10? Another top-level oppressive gap. He couldn't help but sigh at the strength of the future first-generation Kenpeki. But if this is all he has, he must be disappointed, right? Thinking this way, he raised his head and looked at Anohana Yachiru, who was still standing firmly in the same place. However, Anohana Yachiru looked at him with a smile that seemed to be somewhat moved. So, you turned bone beating into blade tendons. A creative idea. Worthy of a reward. Fuji Mia Makoto was stunned when he heard this. He lowered his head and saw the only wooden sword handle left in Anohana's hand. The wood fibers at the broken end were in the shape of flowers. As for the remaining part, it had exploded into a ball of fine sawdust, which scattered on the ground. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Anohana teacher, what is this? Anohana Yachiru looked down and shook his head. Just now when you were swinging your sword, I also tried to imitate it. Failed. At this point, Anohana teacher couldn't help but look at him with relief. Sure enough, Makoto. You are a child with great potential. Thank you very much. Fuji Mia Makoto couldn't help but smile. After living in Yuan Zijuku for this period of time, he gradually integrated into this era and understood what kind of status these strong men and teachers from the old man on the mountain have in the hearts of the students. Anohana Yachiru is needless to say. In addition to the title of the greatest villain in history, she is also an unprecedented swordsmanship genius. In this era, it is a great honor to be praised by the top swordsmanship master in Seoul society named Yachiru. What about the reward? Where is my reward? I like Anohana teacher the most. I want to eat the teacher's big water droplets. I want to be a traitor to my teacher. No one can stop me from eating. Fuji Mia Makoto tightly sheathed his broken sword with the scabbard and the Jinjian bracelet, completely ignoring its freedom to speak freely, and whispered shut up, then turned his head with a flattering smile to look at his dear Anohana teacher. The back felt cold. Anohana Yachiru just smiled calmly, as if he had already gotten used to the random thoughts of this cheap disciple in private. For this top-level strongman in the Seoul society who had experienced thousands of years of rain, snow, wind, and frost, the young man's vulgar thoughts that were still at the physiological level could not shake her will at all. The reason why she found it funny was just that she was a little bit curious about the disciple who still regarded her as a female. Teacher. I'm so sorry. I'll make it shut up next time. In addition,
there is some cowardice of daring to do but not taking responsibility. Should we find a way to make him cut this off? Fuji Mia Makoto didn't know that he had completely become an interesting little pervert in the heart of Anohana teacher. Anohana shook her head and continued her previous comment, however, you still have a lot of room for improvement in the operation of spirit particles. If you can't use the moves at any time, it is useless. You should understand this principle, Makoto. Fuji Mia Makoto gritted his teeth and agreed, yes, Anohana teacher. Speaking of this, as if thinking of something to reward, Anohana groped in her wide sleeves and took out a small token. Written on it was the surname Anohana. Anohana said calmly, as a reward, you take this token and go to the ghost class to learn the first 30 lower ghosts. After you have learned all of them, you should be able to get a lot of improvement in the manipulation of spirit particles. Yes. Fuji Mia Makoto immediately agreed, not daring to refuse at all. However, the broken sword began to grumble angrily again. If you don't want to eat the big water drop, you can at least hug it. Stingy guy. You've tried so hard. Anohana Yachiro glanced at him along the voice. Fuji Mia Makoto's body stiffened. Then, Anohana teacher suddenly stretched out his hand and rubbed his head gently, stroking the boy's smooth semi-long hair. This unexpected action made Fuji Mia Makoto subconsciously stunned, and he looked at the teacher in front of him as if he was frightened. But his whole body was unconsciously fixed in place. Anohana's voice was still calm and gentle, if Makoto-kun can abandon those distracting thoughts, maybe you can satisfy me earlier, teacher. Facing those gentle eyes, Fuji Mia Makoto didn't know how to respond for a moment. It was just that the long-lost touch on his head made him feel a different kind of cared for, and a little embarrassed Kiryu-chan was still watching from the side. Yes. Of course. Teacher Anohana said, inadvertently retracting her hand, with a gentle smile, if Makoto-kun can't let go by himself, the teacher can also help you get rid of those worldly thoughts. Almost at the moment he heard the word let go, he immediately felt his lower abdomen tighten, as if he was swept by some abnormal murderous intent. Hiss. Teacher Anohana. This is not necessary. There are pictures here, which can be viewed after the updated version. Chapter 30. Is this the disparity in the world? Since then, Mr. Fuji Mia Makoto, who has been given the title of Quasi Teacher, has become a transfer student in the Ghost Way study group of Yuan Zijuku. But that Mr. Fuji Mia. The middle-aged Ghost Way teacher with a somewhat round figure looked embarrassed. It was only after class that he invited this big Buddha to come to the office. He organized his words with a very difficult expression. In fact, the gods of death also have their own strengths, right? Some people are good at slashing, and some are good at instant step. Then there are some people who are not good at Ghost Way. Isn't that a very normal thing? In fact, you don't have to. Listening to Mr. Honda's euphemistic tone, Mr. Fuji Mia Makoto frowned. Mr. Honda, please speak directly if you have something to say. Hearing this, Honda Kigo took a deep breath and said with regret. I'm very sorry, Master Fuji Mia. That puff, cough cough. It took 2 whole months, but the student didn't even learn the first method of binding. Haha cough, this is the first time I've seen such a student. Of course, I don't mean to laugh at you. It's your situation, haha, well, it's more difficult. Fuji Mia Makoto stood by and looked at his expression that was almost grinning to his ears. He held it in for a long time and finally couldn't help it. You are obviously laughing happily. No. Don't talk nonsense. Honda Kigo didn't admit it. He didn't want to offend the legendary talented new instructor. You must have heard it wrong. No. Fuji Mia Makoto had come all the way smoothly, but this was the first time he encountered such a big hurdle. He didn't believe in evil. Spiritual power is so difficult to control, how did other students learn it? Honda Kigo pushed his glasses and speculated, according to Arkita Group's research, your problem is most likely with your own Zanpakuto. If the Zanpakuto refuses to cooperate, it is often difficult to control the Shinigami. We suggest that you communicate with it more. Fuji Mia Makoto looked down at the small broken knife with the Jinjian bracelet wrapped around his waist, and couldn't help but sigh. Okay, I really trouble you. Without help, he had to turn around and walk out of the office. Then, he heard a burst of laughter from inside. I haven't walked far yet. The laughter in the office stopped all of a sudden. After a while, there were low laughs. Fuck. Fuji Mia Makoto gritted his teeth and kicked the trash can at the entrance of the corridor. When he walked on the road to the dormitory, he looked down at the panel and couldn't figure it out. Why can't it work? Pi. Name, Fuji Mia Makoto. Spiritual power, 5th level medium, Vice Captain. 4 skills. / 9th level, 16/100, secret technique, I. Fist, 6th level, 89/100, white fight. Ghost, 1st level, 99/100. Walk, 7th level, 76/100. Zanpakuto, unreleased. Talent points, 0 bond traits, swordsmanship genius, Anohana Yachiru LV1, foot arts enthusiast, Sato Furuyaka CILV1, wall of size, Suzuko Gyro LV1, must have my teacher, Kadori Hattori LV1. Love traits, none. Note, spiritual power, 4 skills, Zanpakuto release and bond/love trait limits are all subject to talent constraints, and can be broken or modified through talent points. And for some reason, the ability bar representing the level of Kido seems to be fixed there, not moving at all. And there is no sign of talent limitation. It's just very simple. I didn't learn it. As a rare genius, Fuji Mia Makoto naturally thinks that things shouldn't be like this, but he didn't slack off in his Kido theory class. No matter how you think about it, it's the fault of this broken sword. It's really puzzling. When I returned to the dormitory and opened the door, I saw a little head popping out of the room. Brother Makoto. You're back. Hikifune Kiryu waved at him happily, his eyes fixed on his bulging chest. I'm back. As Fuji Mia Makoto said this, he naturally took out an oil paper bag from his arms and handed it over. Here, the snacks I bought for you today. Woohoo! I love you the most, Brother Makoto. As soon as he saw the delicious food, Kiri-chan jumped up immediately and took it happily. Yes, yes. Fuji Mia Makoto also agreed with a smile. He asked around in the Yuan Zijuku these few days and found out that in the past, when the Yuan Liu Shinigami found talented children, they only told their identities, and basically few of them brought the children back. The reason is also very simple, there are not so many resources. Many times, even students who come to enroll on their own may not succeed even if they can't pass the assessment, they still want to join the Yuan Zijuku? It's not that simple, kid. Soul Society has never lacked people with spiritual talents. What is really lacking is the top handful of the most talented. Cultivating one of the latter is worth 1,000 or even 10,000 of the former. This is the reality of Soul Society. Under no choice, Fuji Mia Makoto had to take little Kiryu with him and raise him in the dormitory. This is the Fujiwara plan. By the way, Makoto. Kiryu grumbled while chewing on a biscuit, just now, Kadori-sama came to your room and took the paper on your desk. It's okay, it was originally for her. Fuji Mia Makoto was still worrying about his ghost career, and didn't care about the novels he copied every day for more than 10 minutes. And there's more. I've made the rice. Yes, Fuji Mia Makoto was talking, and suddenly looked at the small Kiryu, and then looked at the high kitchen counter. There was no small stool at home, and he couldn't help wondering, wait, how did Kiryu cook? Kiryu didn't seem to know how to describe it, so he stretched out his hand and gestured twice in the air. Then, something happened that made Fuji Mia Makoto's eyes widen. Two golden ropes emerged from midair, wrapped around Kiryu's waist, and slowly hung her up in midair, just hanging in front of the kitchen counter. Kiryu was chewing on a pancake, and turned her head to look at Fuji Mia Makoto, whose eyes were about to pop out. "Cook it like this. Brother Makoto, can we eat now?" "Aha!" Fuji Mia Makoto looked at the finger that the child was swiping in midair, and it was like looking at a golden finger. Wait a minute. Just now, how did you do that swish of Kiri-chan just now?" Fuji Mia Makoto's face was full of shock. This is clearly the fourth binding method, this rope. Or the abandoned chant. For Fuji Mia Makoto, who couldn't even learn the first binding method, this is an insurmountable chasm. Little Kiryu looked at him with a puzzled look. "Isn't this what Brother Makoto showed me at home a few days ago? I learned it just by watching. But I didn't remember the spell that Brother Makoto shouted. Is this the disparity in the world?" Fuji Mia Makoto looked at the scene in front of him and didn't know how to describe it. Thinking carefully, the temporary souls and the righteous soul pills in the future seemed to be invented by this child, right? How could a person who plays with souls have a bad talent in the way of ghosts? Whether it is Aizen or Urahara Kisuke, they are both people who can break the chant and perform the 99 ways of the way. Thinking of this, Fuji Mia Makoto swallowed his saliva and said subconsciously, "Kiri-chan, try to use it on me." Oh! Little Kiryu didn't think it was a big deal at all, and hooked his finger at Brother Makoto. Then, two ropes went towards him. Instantly locked his wrists and ankles. Fuji Mia Makoto fell to the ground, but his face showed a different kind of enjoyment. This is the real thing. Bah! Pervert! Pervert who makes children learn rope art. I still know how to play with big children. This time, even Xiao Padao couldn't stand it anymore. How come it is getting freer and freer? Is there anyone who can speak now? Go, what do you know? Fuji Mia Makoto broke free and stood up again. Then, a prompt popped up on the panel. Kid +1. Kid, second level. Wait a minute. Does the improvement of Kid also require a beating? With the improvement of the ghost attribute, Fuji Mia Makoto obviously felt that his ability to control the spirit particles had reached a new level, and he was stunned for a moment. At the same time, there seemed to be some more information related to the fourth binding path, this rope in his mind. Can it be improved so much? This made him angry. For a moment, Fuji Mia Makoto looked at Hikifune Kiryu as if he had seen a great treasure. Little Kiryu felt that Big Brother Makoto's eyes were strange. Could it be that I ate too much? Children's worries are always strange. So, Kiri-chan changed from eating big mouthfuls of cake to eating small mouthfuls of cake. Fuji Mia Makoto suddenly reached out his hand and gently rubbed her little head, with an expression of a persuading bad uncle. Kiri-chan, will you go to school with me? Little Kirito showed an embarrassed expression and looked at his elder brother Makoto. Ah? Me? There are pictures here, which can be viewed after the updated version. Chapter 31, Skipping Class. The King. The mask of flesh and blood, the myriad phenomena, the one who flutters his wings and is named after humanity, the truth and moderation, only stand on the wall of dreams without guilt with claws. The 33 of the broken path, the blue fire falling. Accompanied by the man's clear and loud shout, he raised his hand towards the wooden target not far in front of him. In just a blink of an eye, the surging flames like a tide continuously engulfed the earth, and the majestic spiritual pressure, supported by the complete chanting and gestures, formed a detonating spirit flow that far exceeded the resistance of ordinary death gods. In just a short moment, the entire venue for testing the level of the primary student's ghost way was destroyed. Boom! The explosion sounded after a while. The firelight reflected the dull expressions on the faces of the ghost way students standing nearby. Even Honda Kigo looked like he had seen a ghost. Fuji Mia Makoto slowly withdrew his hand, turned around resolutely, and walked back to his original position with the attitude of a real man who would never look back at the explosion. On the training ground constructed by murderous stones, the exploding spirit flame flow lasted for less than a few minutes and gradually extinguished. However, the people present still did not recover. After a long time, Honda Kigo trotted over with a cautious expression. "You are really worthy of being Fuji Mia. Ha! It's just a number 30, ghost weigh nothing." Fuji Mia Makoto smiled faintly and looked at Mr. Honda beside him with a kind look. Whether it is the indifferent expression, calm attitude, gentlemanly and polite smile, all of them reveal the expression skills that Fuji Mia has trained for half a year for revenge. That's right. He has been waiting for this moment for half a year. He looked at Honda Kigo, who was very cautious. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. You ignored me in the past, but you can't afford me now. If a rustic BGM can be heard behind him at this time, Fuji Mia Makoto thinks it should be very suitable to shoot a 3-minute shaking silver clip suitable for shaking hands. Honda Kigo nodded honestly, but still smiled and asked, "But today's test should be Heido Ichong, right? The practice field for intermediate ghost arts is next door. Also, haven't you graduated?" Teacher Fuji Mia. For a moment, all the new students around turned their heads and looked at the guy who suddenly broke into their class and released a large ghost art without saying a word. Under the gaze of everyone, Fuji Mia Makoto had a calm expression on his face, without any panic. "It's okay. If you don't return home when you are rich, it's like walking in the night in brocade clothes. I finally learned the 30th ghost art. If I don't let Teacher Honda see it, I always feel that something is missing. Okay, goodbye, teacher." After the voice fell, Fuji Mia Makoto turned and walked out of the door, leaving a row of teachers and students with dark faces. However, before Fuji Mia Makoto walked far, he heard the footsteps of the discipline team at the other end of the corridor. "It's his spiritual pressure. Asshole! Are you here to release the intermediate ghost art in the beginner class again? We must catch him this time." Fuji Mia Makoto turned and ran, and his figure immediately disappeared at the other end of the corridor. Soon after, several Yuan Liu Shinigami wearing the discipline team shoulder badges followed him, brandishing swords and claws, chasing after him. Fuji Mia Makoto's instant step was so fast. Teacher Honda Kigo looked at this scene with a frown on his face. This time, after he walked away, the learned teacher Honda muttered in a low voice. "This guy is too vindictive. Does he really come every few days?" However, despite muttering like this, Fuji Mia Makoto's progress in the past 6 months has shocked even his former teacher. Since he was persuaded to quit half a year ago, this kid has somehow suddenly become enlightened, and his level of ghost arts has grown by leaps and bounds. 3 months ago, when he first came to show off, he could only perform a broken way 9. This was already shocking enough. But in the 4th month, he suddenly jumped to the broken way 9. The 20th Dao of the Shining Sphere. Last month, he could even use the 26th Dao of the Red Lotus. Today is even more outrageous. Turning his head, Honda Kigo looked at the mess on the practice field. The 33rd Dao of the Blue Fire Pendant, in this kid's hands, is almost twice as powerful as that of an ordinary death god. Now, even Honda Kigo himself is a little doubtful whether his teaching ability has really declined. This bastard! I didn't expect that he is really a genius. On the other side, Fuji Mia Makoto, who showed off in front of Honda again, always had a smile on his face even though he had finally escaped the pursuit of the patrol team. He lowered his head and looked at the ability bar on his panel. Kid, 5th level, 19/100. In just half a year, his level of Kido, driven by his peerless talent, has reached a rather exaggerated level. His control over the spirit particles is secondary. It is no exaggeration to say that if Fuji Mia Makoto wants to, he can basically use the full power of the broken chant for the ghost paths below number 30. If he works harder, the broken chant of number 50 or 60 is not that difficult. For many captain-level Shinigami, this level is of course nothing, but for him, who had difficulty using the number 1 broken chant some time ago, it is simply a leap forward. Of course, he can have what he has today, thanks to the assistance of Kiri-chan. Let's make her something delicious today. However, just as Fuji Mia Makoto walked to his dormitory, he heard a childish cry suddenly in the room. The 61st Binding Path. 6 Staff Light Prison. At the same time, there was an extremely chaotic flow of soul particles. Broken chant? And the number 60 Binding Path. There are masters. Fuji Mia Makoto was stunned at first. Then, a small figure broke open the door and rushed out of the small room. As soon as Hikifune Kiryu rushed out of the room, he saw Fuji Mia Makoto standing in the corridor, and immediately ran towards him, shouting, "Brother Makoto! Help!" Then, the little guy got behind his thighs and grabbed his waist tightly. But before Fuji Mia Makoto could ask what happened, Shutara Senjumaru broke through several fragile barriers of the Binding Dao Light Prison, rushed out of the door, and stopped his feet with a sideways drift and slide, with his fingertips pressed on the ground. Obviously preparing for a sprint. "Senjumaru? Why are you in my room?" Fuji Mia Makoto was immediately shocked. "Hey! Catch the little thing behind you! Don't let her run away!" Shutara Senjumaru seemed to be relieved, and the 2 bone hands behind her subconsciously came out of her skirt, and immediately gave a loud order. "Wait a minute! Please give me some face!" Fuji Mia Makoto immediately stood between the 2 of them and said righteously, "What on earth is going on?" It was as if he had eaten the face fruit. Before the little Kiryu had time to speak, he heard Shutara loudly tell the truth. "This little thing actually dared to skip my class." Fuji Mia Makoto turned his head subconsciously and found that the little Kiryu was indeed wearing a white student uniform with a pitiful expression. "Kiri-chan. Shutara teacher is late for class. And he also uses Soul Society swear words." The little Kiryu tried to refute. However, this little peach finally retreated under the burning gaze of Fuji Mia Makoto. The lowly classmate lowered her head, stretched out 2 short fingers, and muttered, "I just skipped twice. Bullshit. It was clearly 12 full classes." Shutara immediately cursed, "If your deskmate hadn't poked your ghost body to pieces today, would I have burst out Soul Society swear words in class?" Little Kiryu immediately buried his head even lower. Fuji Mia Makoto looked at Hikifune Kiryu with a subtle look. "What? It's only been a few days since I sent you to school. Is this your level? How come you have learned to create your own ghost way to skip classes? However, despite the complicated feelings, you still have to protect your family." Fuji Mia Makoto quickly sorted out the problems and found that it was his own problem. He immediately approached Shidora and persuaded her in a gentle voice. Senju Shidora teacher. I will definitely teach her a lesson later. She will listen to you no matter how you teach her. By the way, it's almost time for dinner. How about stay for dinner today?" Chapter 32 Miss Senjumaru, you don't want to. Bang bang bang. Gwaji gwaji. Shhhh. Almost at the same time, a small hand and a bone arm reached out to Fuji Mia Makoto, and 2 gluttons, one big and one small, shouted at the same time. "Another bowl." Fuji Mia Makoto looked at the 2 foodies in front of him with a dark face. He didn't know why others became the gods of death. But these 2 people can become the gods of death because they can really eat like crazy. Yes, yes. However, due to the current situation, Fuji Mia Makoto had no choice but to pour out half of the rice bucket from the bottom, scoop up the remaining part, and fill up the 2 bowls, with a small tip of rice on each. Shutara Senjumaru and Hikifune Kiryu, one big and one small, they stared at each other's bowls. When Fuji Mia Makoto's rice spoon fell, he immediately started eating like he heard the whistle of the game. Like a reincarnated scion, such a big bowl was gone in one breath. Until the end, Fuji Mia Makoto could only watch the cups and plates on the table being swept away. He didn't even eat a bite. Slow down, don't be impatient. I'll make it for you after you finish eating. Fuji Mia Makoto was still helpless to help them bring water cups. Tisk, what a pitiful old married man. Too pitiful. Shut up. Fuji Mia Makoto shouted fiercely at the small broken knife on his waist. The bracelet wrapped around the scabbard flashed. The little thing shut up immediately. Unexpected. Shutara Senjimura stroked his bloated belly, like a pregnant lady holding her belly, and glanced at Fuji Mia Makoto with a pair of charming eyes, saying, I thought that a reckless man like you who only knew how to chop and chop would not know anything except killing people. Humph. Kiri-chan unconvincedly puffed up his bulging belly, burped, and said loudly, Brother Makoto knows a lot. The shredded ginger roasted pork, Beijing-style shredded pork, boiled fish, sweet and sour spare ribs, tenderloin he made are all very delicious. I'm the only one who has eaten it. I don't know if the time spent with Fuji Mia Makoto made this little guy feel that he has someone to rely on again, or if he has become familiar with the environment of Moto Jijuku during this period, and now Hikifun Kiryu is about to return to his previous bold appearance. Anyone dares to challenge him. Kiri-chan. Fuji Mia Makoto called out and wiped the corners of her mouth with a tissue. Yes. The little Kiryu grunted reluctantly, arched her mouth slightly, and let him do what he wanted like a pig. Hearing this, Shutara Senjimura glanced at Fuji Mia Makoto in surprise. Swallowing saliva unconsciously. In this era, the great development of the world has not yet begun. Even in the relatively more developed Seoul society, there are not such a rich variety of dishes. Iron pots have only appeared in the Song dynasty for a few years. Seeing that the little Kiryu closed her mouth, Fuji Mia Makoto said attentively, Shutara-kun, Kiri-chan should have a good performance in the way of ghosts, right? To be honest, she should be the most talented one among the people I know. When I was at home, I often asked this child about the way of ghosts. Hearing what Brother Makoto said, the little Kiryu's belly suddenly became a little higher. Proud. Shutara Senjimura glanced at the little thing with contempt and said casually, as for talent, it's okay. But if it goes on like this, it's hard to say whether you can live until the talent comes into play. Hey! Fuji Mia Makoto was stunned when he heard it, and frowned, what do you mean? Don't you know? Seeing his reaction, Shutara Senjimura seemed to realize something, the various groups have started to recruit. No, I haven't received any news yet. Fuji Mia Makoto's expression gradually became serious. Shudorashi Senjimura explained casually, since the old man Genri Yusai's cleansing operation began half a year ago, the initial results were pretty good. However, since the recent period, because the members of each unit have been constantly assassinated and surrounded by the action teams of the Osrai-T, a large number of personnel have been reduced. Even the leader of the 8th action team was killed by the head of the Shifunji Yuan family, one of the 5 nobles of the Osrai-T, a few months ago. The person who took that position was a fierce woman with glasses who looked very weak. Recently, even the students in my class have gone from more than 100 to only about 30 are left. The rest have been recruited and left. Wait. Fuji Mia Makoto seemed to realize something, his brows furrowed deeper and deeper, looking at the 8 or 9-year-old Hikifun Kiryu beside him, and asked, are students of Kiryu-chan's age also recruited? Shutara Senjimura held her pregnant belly, fake, and looked at him deeply. The strength of the god of death is based on spiritual pressure, not age. Fuji Mia Makoto. The moment he heard her words, Fuji Mia Makoto's mind immediately reflected the image of Hitsugaya Taoshiro in the future and the image of Hinamori Momo, the first meat shield of the Seoul Society. 1 captain and 1 vice-captain. But judging from their appearance age, they are only 14 or 15 years old, or even younger. Although there is a reason that people with high spiritual power levels grow slowly, isn't it because they are young? Xiaobai is only 1.3 meters tall. So, when did they start to participate in the battle? For a moment, Fuji Mia Makoto's eyes turned complicated when he looked at Hikifun Kiryu. Yes. This is Soul Society. In recent times, the number of Shinigami seen in Genjijuku has indeed been decreasing, and even Master Anohana has not returned for a long time. It's just that he was immersed in ghost practice every day and didn't pay much attention to this. People who stay in the rear naturally find it difficult to feel the pressure of the front line. Kiri-chan was still dazed and didn't react. There were question marks on her little head. Teacher Shutara. As if he thought of something, Fuji Mia Makoto suddenly said, as a research talent, you shouldn't often go to the front line, right? Hey! Hearing this, Shutara Senjimaru's expression suddenly became a little alert. What do you want to do? If I am also recruited, can you please help me take care of Kiri-chan? Fuji Mia Makoto's expression was extremely sincere. You can do whatever you want. As long as you are still alive. Hey! Little Kiri Sheng suddenly became nervous and almost jumped up from the chair. No, don't. Brother Makoto. But Fuji Mia Makoto's expression was very firm. It is unlikely that this little thing will starve to death if it is left alone in Yuan Zijuku, but there is no need to think about the rules of life. No. I don't want to help you take care of the child. Shutara Senjimaru's attitude was very cold, caressing her belly nonchalantly, and she refused decisively. Hikifun Kiryu breathed a sigh of relief. Fuji Mia Makoto's expression became a little more subtle, and he said gently, in exchange, Shutara teacher can also come and eat with us. My cooking skills have not even shown 1%. Just a mere appetite, Shutara Senjimaru sneered subconsciously. Then, Fuji Mia Makoto took a deep breath and sang at a high speed, steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roast duck, roast chicken, roast goose, braised pork, braised duck, sauce chicken, bacon, pine flour, tripe, dried meat, sausage, assorted soup plate, smoked chicken tripe, steamed 8 treasure pig, glutinous rice stuffed duck. For a moment, both of them were shocked by the delicious food represented by this long menu. Until the moment when the voice of the jingle fell. 2 swallowing sounds were heard at the same time. In the slightly narrow dormitory, it was very obvious. Fuji Mia Makoto smiled and looked at Shutara Senjimaru. He stood up unconsciously and walked close to the elegant beauty. He leaned down slightly, as if touching a small animal, slowly stretched out a hand, and gently stroked Shutara's bulging belly. He asked in a low voice, Ms. Senjimaru, you don't want to miss these delicious foods, do you? I didn't. Shutara Senjimaru turned his head away subconsciously, trying to deny it. However, the body that tasted delicious food for the first time couldn't refuse. I still want it. The taste buds that had just tasted delicious food kept sending similar signals to the brain. Silence lasted for a long time in the small room. Until the end, the elegant beauty turned her face away, turned her back to the young man, and said in a mosquito-like voice. Occasionally. Wow! Little Kiryu burst into tears. At this time of unbearable shame, Shutara Senjimaru couldn't help feeling a little happy when he heard the girl's dissatisfied cry. All of a sudden, things didn't seem so difficult to accept. Just when the family was happy, Fuji Mia Makoto's door was knocked. Dong, dong, dong. Fuji Mia Makoto was startled and went to open the door. Then, he saw a Yuan Liu death god with a wooden sign of patrol discipline hanging on his shoulder standing at the door, bowing slightly, and handing a scroll to Fuji Mia Makoto with both hands. Master Fuji Mia, please accept the order. You are summoned. Fuji Mia Makoto stood at the door, turned around and looked at the 2 people behind him, showing a helpless expression. Shutara Senjimaru also widened his eyes. What is foresight? There are pictures here, which can be viewed after the updated version. Chapter 33 Nobles. The sky is clear and the clouds are rolling. The path, the earth plateau, the short trees along the slope, and the voices of people are bustling. I really enjoyed the training today. The girl with a belt tied around her waist wiped the wet marks on her forehead, her face full of joyful smiles, and she still held the knife in her hand. Right, Yuta. However, just after turning her head, the girl suddenly reacted and apologized repeatedly, Sorry. I almost forgot, you can't speak anymore, right? The girl with a belt around her waist holding a knife turned her head and saw a pale and stunned young man in hemp clothes hanging on a tree branch by a rope. Deep knife marks cut into the shoulders, waist, elbows, and knees, and bright red blood soaked large areas of clothing. The knife was extremely precise, all of which were held at the level of 9 in and 1 in, keeping the boy's body intact. The boy vomited blood in large mouthfuls, and seemed to want to say something, but he could no longer make a sound. The girl smiled and patted his clean shoulder with her fair little hand, gently comforting him. It must hurt, right? But I can't help it. If you want to be the knife tester of our Asimon family, the rules are set like this. Didn't you say you liked me when we were on the street? Since you are a man, you must endure to the end. Don't worry, my knife is very fast. One last blow, I'll help you get rid of it right away. Hearing this, the boy's mouth was full of blood, and the light in his eyes finally dimmed. And the girl was also very honest, she said one cut and cut off the head directly. The knife path was very clean. I don't know how many heads were used to pave it. The girl shook off the blood on the knife, turned her head, and looked around proudly. Compared to her, the young people in front of the rows of trees around her didn't seem so clean. On the branches of dozens of short trees along the road, all kinds of people in linen clothes were hanging, most of them were old people. A few young people who didn't run away, and many children. In the entire village nearby, most of them were here, except for the young people who ran fast. The woods were full of their miserable wails. The brocade-clad people standing in front of them mostly had the words Asimon embroidered on their shoulders, and all wore bands on their foreheads, practicing the art of slashing with a serious look. This ritual is called Zanpakuto. For the long-standing Hirata Asimon family, it is the only way to take over the family's sword tester. Originally, this ritual was used to test the sword and test the sword. However, since there was another god general in the Soul King Palace more than 1,000 years ago, and the god of death was linked to the Asimon, the tradition of the nobles making their own private Zanpakuto and testing the sword and promoting it gradually disappeared. To this day, only a few upper-class nobles such as Hirata Asimon and the Kazumajayaji family still retain the tradition of making Zanpakuto embryos and transforming Zanpakuto abilities. For this reason, Asimon naturally wants to continue to pass on this sword testing tradition, which has become a simple practice of slashing within the family. For the Asimon family, this is obviously a proud inheritance of a distinguished family background and a long-lasting strength. However, for the residents of Rukonga living in the 37th district, this is a continuous massacre of fish that can be exhausted. But who cares? As the upper nobles second only to the 5 nobles in the entire Soul Society, everything in the entire West 37th district Rukonga is owned by the Hirata Asimon family. Naturally, this also includes the residents of Rukonga who grow and grow like leeks. No one cares. Just as the traditional practice of the Asimon family was going on as it had been for thousands of years, a small group of more than 10 people slowly walked over from the end of the path. Someone was guarding the middle of the path, looking from a distance, and saw that the small group on the opposite side was also wearing the Black Death hegemon uniforms of the nobles of the Osei, and became a little alert. Hey! Who are you? The Asimon family set up a checkpoint in the middle of the road in the distance and shouted loudly in this direction. The person standing at the front of the team was a tall young man with a handsome appearance, long hair tied up with a rough cloth strip, and a shattered scabbard hanging from his waist. The only thing worth noting was that for some reason, a pair of small-sized women's tabi with hairpins was hung on his scabbard. It smelled fragrant and a bit perverted. He heard the shouting from the opposite side, spit out the grass roots in his mouth, and raised his chin to signal the people around him. So, someone immediately shouted loudly. We are the Omida family in the 40th district to pass on the order. The front line has moved back again. Is the Asimon family in front? While speaking, the death god took a few steps forward and raised a waist badge from his waist. It was written with 3 big characters Omida. No one noticed that there was blood on the back of the waist badge. The scout on the other side breathed a sigh of relief and replied. Exactly. Please wait a moment, we will remove the barrier right away. As they were talking, a red flare slowly rose in the woods behind these people. It was clear even in broad daylight. You! Who didn't finish off the enemy this time? Fuji Mia Makoto cursed angrily, turned his head behind him, and said something dirty. The Shinigami behind him all shrunk their shoulders. The Asimon clan members who were removing the barrier on the other side of the checkpoint all changed their expressions. Red flares are a high-risk alert in the spirit court. Enemy attack. Notify all clansmen. Instantly, the guard Asimon behind the checkpoint reacted immediately, his forehead dripping with sweat, his twisted face showing an intense fear, his hands holding the knife trembling, and even his voice became extremely sharp. The disaster of the Yuan Liu travel is coming. Kill! Fuji Mia Makoto shouted, and he was already the first to rush to the front. Behind him, dozens of Yuan Liu death gods, who were as fierce as wolves and tigers, all drew their swords and roared and charged towards the checkpoint. There were still people behind the checkpoint who wanted to use the barrier to temporarily resist. However, before they could input spiritual pressure into it, a fierce roar came to their ears. The 33 of the broken path, blue fire falling. With a bang, a blazing stream of spiritual particles burst out from Fuji Mia Makoto's palm, and the expanding air engulfed everything with surging high temperature, like a heavy hammer of fire falling heavily on the fragile barrier in front of the checkpoint. The huge amount of spiritual pressure burst with a terrifying impact force, and with a low roar, it directly shattered the entire translucent barrier. Even the several Asimon clan members who were resisting behind the checkpoint and preparing to input spiritual pressure were also affected by the blazing fire flow. Swallowed together, the path seemed to be dug out by some giant beast. The whole charred ground was covered with charred ash. Fuji Mia Makoto's figure did not stop for even a moment, and rushed into the woods at a very fast speed. The violent noise immediately awakened the young Asimon clan members who were still undergoing slashing training. Hearing the sound of enemy attack from the checkpoint, these young people were stunned for a moment, but soon, led by several leaders who thought they were superb in slashing, they all became excited. Just a few Yuan Liu bandits, nothing great. Follow me and defend here. Destroy them in one fell swoop. Today is the day to make achievements. The girl at the beginning stood in the crowd, holding a knife and shouting, her pretty face full of light red excitement. As one of the youngest and most powerful heirs in the family, the strength of the 9th level spiritual power has a place among the family elders. Her status as the 3rd candidate for the sword tester makes her the leading elder sister among the young people in the family. What's wrong with facing those wild travelers? That's right. That's right. The crowd was quiet for a while, and soon, many young people who were also confused about themselves started to shout together, forming a group with great momentum and marching towards the direction where the bandits were attacking. Dozens of people who were still practicing formed a group, holding long swords, stained with blood, and marching forward. How could they be so majestic? Then, they ran into a small group led by Fuji Mia Makoto head-on. When the two sides met, they were both stunned. Charge! The girl shouted and swung her long sword, but she stood behind. The young men with blood-stained clothes were all moved by the excitement in their hearts, and they roared and rushed towards the team that was less than 1/3 of their own. This was the first time that Fuji Mia Makoto encountered a small group of noble troops that did not retreat but advanced. Seeing their blood-soaked and murderous appearance, he thought they had encountered the elite troops of the Osrati that had just transferred in, and subconsciously used all his strength. He flashed and rushed into the front of the team like a bowling ball into a beer bottle, punching with all his strength. Itchy bone. As soon as they fought, several Asimon boys who rushed to the front were met with this extremely fierce punch, and smashed into a large pool of rotten tomatoes in a splashing shape. Smashed. The sudden shock and impact stunned the young men who were just full of murderous intent. The girl standing at the back had a blank mind. Followed by a round of chopping melons and vegetables as it should be. The knife testers and Asimon beheaders who were as ferocious as tigers when facing the commoners were no different from lambs under the blows of the Asimon who had truly experienced hundreds of battles and drank blood. For a moment, the wails and pleas for mercy that were more tragic than those of the commoners hanging on the trees resounded throughout the battlefield. They looked fierce but were weak. That's what nobles are like. Chapter 34 Shiba. In a short while, all the members of the nearby Harada Asimon clan were wiped out, without missing a single one. The remaining Genrito Shinigami were busy untying the ropes on the commoners on the trees. Every Shinigami who saw this scene opened his eyes wide and his blood surged up. Most of the Shinigami of Genjijuku were born in Rukanga, and the only small number were illegitimate children rejected by the nobles. That's why they could empathize with the plight of these commoners. However, anger can't solve any problems. No one in their team would reply. Under such serious injuries, most of the rescued civilians died quickly. It was just a matter of sooner or later. Many of them even begged the Yuan Liu death gods to finish them off before they died, just to be relieved quickly. Under this atmosphere, the whole forest seemed a little quiet. Only the Yuan Liu death gods, with stiff faces, finished off these civilians who were similar to them but different. Fuji Mia didn't say anything, just watched silently. It has been more than 2 months since they received the conscription order and started to carry out the mission. Now, their team is acting as a pioneer, paving the way for the large force led by Anohana Yachiryu and others. From the 64th district to the 37th district of Rukanga, he has seen too many similar or different scenes along the long journey. His heart gradually became as hard as iron. However, every time Fuji Mia encountered such a scene, he would unconsciously think of what the old man said to him. Just treat them as human beings. For modern people, it is a matter of course. But for the Soul Society 1,000 years ago, it was simply outrageous. We are nobles who have been passed down for millions of years. He had heard similar words so many times that his ears were almost calloused. Therefore, Fuji Mia gradually realized how important what Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni was doing now. That old man was trying to pull the Soul Society, which was still in the slave era, back to the feudal era as much as possible. It can be called a great achievement. Just as he was thinking absent-mindedly, he saw a frivolous little man, dragging a half-dead woman in a corset in his hand, coming over and calling out loudly. "Teacher Fuji Mia." This woman said she has important information. Fuji Mia glanced at the nose on the ground. The woman with a swollen face frowned and said, "Ryoma. I've told you many times, don't hold back on this kind of guy." "Hey? But Kurayashiki Ryoma is a short man with long weed-like hair. He looks about 11 or 12 years old, at most a little older than Kiryu. The Shinigami suit he wears doesn't fit him very well, and he often has to tuck the corners of his clothes into his belt. But at this age, he has been active on the battlefield for a long time. There are pictures here, which can be viewed after the updated version. There are pictures here, which can be viewed after the updated version. Wait a minute. Sir, sir." The girl on the ground suddenly struggled and said in a sad voice, "You want money, right? You must be very short of money." My family has a lot of spirit rings. I also know how to make spirit gall pills. That thing is the secret product of our Asimon family, and there is a chance to increase the level of spiritual power. We have many secret boys who make spirit gall pills,
and I also know. At this moment of life and death, she had long lost the high spirits of a few minutes ago, and tried her best to show her value. Fuji Mia Makoto waved his hand in annoyance. Kill him. Oh. Kurayashiki Ryoma responded stupidly and obediently dragged her to the other side. Untouchables. So, she immediately became hysterical and screamed like a ghost, "We are aristocrats who have been passed down for millions of years." Fuji Mia Makoto did not look back, and quietly helped her continue the rest of the words. Idiot. A series of chewing sounds that made my teeth ache came from behind. That was the sound of Ryoma Kurayashiki's Zanpakuto. Everyone had already seen this kind of scene. After a long period of disorderly development, the nobles of Seoul society had a large number of secret methods for using whole in metallurgy, medicine, training, slavery, and even cooking. The number was quite rich. After all, whole itself was also made of spirit particles. All these secret methods were established with the lives of thousands, even hundreds of thousands or millions of whole. It was extremely precious. Therefore, no matter whether these nobles had high or low titles, or whether they were old or young, they seemed to take these contents for granted as their treasures, or even life-saving straws. However, these smart people seemed to be unable to figure it out. This was the reason why most of the death gods who were born in civilian families wanted to kill them crazily. The streets were full of nobles' bones, and the gates were full of heads of the powerful. It was not an empty statement. The inheritance of the Seoul society nobles, passed down from generation to generation, accumulated through hard work, is the reason why they must die. Their family business was built with the flesh and blood of Rukanga. For the same reason, in today's world, the extremely radical civilian Shinigami supporters of Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shigakuni are by no means simply described as majority. His name is almost a belief among these Shinigami. It's just. Fuji Mia Makoto subconsciously thought of the original work, which is about to happen in the future. The Seoul Society nobles did not disappear, they were just imprisoned in the Seoul court, not distributed everywhere like now. Thinking of this, he subconsciously shook his head. It's too early to think about these things now. Teacher Fuji Mia. While he was thinking, a middle-aged Shinigami came to his side and whispered, "You can move on." Yes. Fuji Mia Makoto put away his thoughts and gave orders to the people around him. The next stage of the order is to break through the Asimon clan. Yes. Master Shiba Yaku. In the hall, the lean Harada Asimon family head held the brocade box with both hands respectfully, and offered it to the young man in the first seat with a smile on his face. This is the spirit gall pill of my Asimon clan, which is famous in the Seoul society. Please accept it. This round of frontline mobilization, thank you for your help. How can I do that? The man called Shiba Yaku is the head of the Shiba clan. He is a handsome short-haired young man wearing a white robe and a sling on his waist. He looks very cheerful. Is this the treasure that can increase the level of spiritual power in the legend? Yes. The head of the Asimon family said with a smile, however, it can only work for those below the 7th level. I'm sorry to make you laugh. That's also amazing. Shiba Yaku was obviously interested. By the way, what is it made of? Master Shiba, this. The head of the Asimon family immediately showed an embarrassed expression. Oh, this is really true. Shiba Yaku was stunned at first, and just reacted, a little embarrassed, I'm too presumptuous. After his father died suddenly in the war, he rarely left the spirit court, and his ability to interact with nobles was really lacking. The head of the Asimon family secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the entire Lingting had heard of the quirks of the Shiba people. For some reason, they all refused to enjoy the treasures extracted from the body of the Zheng, and never touched the spiritual delicacies. They even treated the Zheng as a human being. If this is not a quirk, what is it? How can the Zheng be the same as a human being, spiritual bodies like them who were born and died in the Seoul society for generations,
no longer care about how the whole appeared. However, for the sake of the 5 great nobles of the Shiba clan, the head of the Asimon family naturally refused to mention this little detail. When the conversation was almost over, a luxurious feast was served outside. Until the guests and hosts were happy. Soon, Shiba-yama was arranged to rest. Head of the Asimon family, you are a really good person. Lying on the bed in the guest room, Shiba-yama, who had been fighting against the Genri Uriaho on the front line for more than a month, had not enjoyed soft bedding for a long time, and thought unconsciously in his heart. War is really tormenting people's spirit. Even a short rest is a luxury. However, just as he was about to lie down for a nap, he suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. Beast bones scattered everywhere. Spires. Red crystals. Steel wheels. The moving ones are the wind, the still ones are the sky. The sound of the spears hitting each other resounded throughout the empty city. Heido number 63, Thunder Roar Cannon. Accompanied by a violent change of spiritual pressure, a golden lightning column like a heavenly punishment suddenly fell from the sky, destroying the entire giant barrier surrounding the Asimon clan with extremely domineering power. At the same time, the Asimon palace, who was the main hall, was also destroyed by this blow. Dozens of very strong spiritual pressure reactions suddenly appeared in everyone's perception. Shiba-yaku sat up suddenly. Enemy attack. Chapter 35. Do you have the right to say such things? One blast broke the outer barrier, and without even a second to mourn for the unknown dead, the Fuji Mia Makoto team immediately came to the battlefield. After many days of tactical adjustment, the team led by Fuji Mia Makoto has dispersed at the landing point without even a glance, and each of them has entered the huge Asimon clan territory and quickly searched for their respective mission targets. The person in charge of Fuji Mia Makoto is naturally the head of the Asimon clan, the head of the family, Harada Asimonizo, whose strength is about the 5th level of spiritual power. Long before the operation began, the members of the Yuan Liu intelligence group had already investigated this person's information thoroughly. Without much hesitation, Fuji Mia Makoto moved straight towards the remembered direction. However, just as he habitually let go of his perception, he suddenly found a spiritual network reaction from the building on the side that was stronger than that in the distant family head's palace. There are still masters. Before he could react, he saw that the guest room was shattered by the huge spiritual pressure rising into the sky. Countless building fragments were swept in all directions by the violent wind. The figure standing on the spot had a firm expression, a faint light in the corner of his eyes, and his hand was on the hilt of the knife. Accompanied by a dull and sharp shout of hum, the violently flowing scattered spiritual pressure suddenly gathered, forming a very condensed impact at Shiba-yagura's waist. Swing! The sword pressure that exploded seemed to dispel the deep night in the Asimon clan's territory. The spiritual pressure light that suddenly lit up soared into the sky and swept hundreds of meters away. The huge shock wave came from far to near, shattering the buildings and the ground along the way, and raising a large amount of smoke and dust. On the originally blank ground, a very deep mark was left. However, when the sword mark extended to Fuji Mia Makoto, it was easily split into 2 and spread to both sides. Fuji Mia Makoto exhaled softly. This spiritual power reaction 4th level? Close to 3rd level. How dare you attack nobles at night, who are you? Shiba-yaku stood still, his expression solemn. Fuji Mia Makoto looked serious. We are night raid. Hey! Shiba-yaku was obviously stunned for a moment, and then immediately reacted. You dare to quibble? Yuan Liu thief! You know it but you still ask. Fuji Mia Makoto held the knife in one hand and narrowed his eyes slightly. Zhang grew. The moment the voice fell, his figure suddenly disappeared from the original place, and the whole person attacked the direction of Shiba-yaku like a flowing shadow. And swung down with a single knife. Dang! The metal collided, making a very dull sound. So heavy! The moment the blade fell, Shiba-yaku was also shocked. He didn't expect that this Yuan Liu thief who looked younger than him could have such a terrifying strength. His hand sank slightly. As soon as they fought, Fuji Mia Makoto roughly understood the opponent's level. No prompt popped up immediately. Can win. With the support of confidence, he no longer spared his physical strength. The shallow strikes in his hands fell like raindrops, and the shadow of the knife was so fast that the afterimage was almost invisible. For most of the death gods, the level of slashing technique, 9th level, exceeded their talent limit. Only a few strong people who are proficient in this way and have perseverance can reach it at their peak. At this time, it was performed in front of Shiba Yaku, which naturally brought him a very oppressive dominance of the slashing technique. The fierce sparks were connected into one piece under countless collisions of the sword blades, and the sparks flew into the air. However, even if people who don't understand swordsmanship stood here, they could clearly see the situation of one side attacking rapidly and the other side defending hard. In this situation, no matter which side they are on, their physical strength, energy, and concentration are rapidly depleted, and the competition is about whose willpower is stronger. What Fuji Mia Makoto is least afraid of is this kind of comparison. Bond trait, wall of size. Your will always remain constant within yourself the moment of being stronger, until death. Suddenly, the raised blade tore the clothes at the elbow of Shiba Yaku's left arm. The intense stinging pain made him immediately realize that his arm was cut open, but his sober mind did not mean that he could control the reaction of his body. The moment the nerves of his wrist were cut, he trembled almost uncontrollably, and a gap appeared in his airtight defense. Fuji Mia Makoto narrowed his eyes slightly, and the blade immediately pierced into it as accurately as if it were controlled by a machine. A very harsh metal friction sound immediately rang in the ears of the two people. Squeak clang. Shiba Yaku's blade was deflected by his shallow hit. The moment the blades of the two people deflected at the same time, he first subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, but in his peripheral vision, he suddenly discovered that Fuji Mia Makoto actually loosened his hand holding the knife. It's bad. Without any time to react, Fuji Mia Makoto's footsteps had already made a loud bang sound, and where his footsteps landed, fine spider web-like cracks were smashed out. The huge force penetrated his waist and back, and under the support of the equally violent spiritual pressure, pushed his shoulders and arms into the arms of Shiba Yoshida at the same time. The force penetrated the spine section by section, until finally hit out. One bone. Accompanied by a sharp shout, the roaring spiritual pressure rushed out along his fist and exploded in Shiba Yoshida's body. With just one blow, his figure was like a broken kite, flying out at high speed under this punch, smashing dozens of walls in succession, and stirring up a cloud of dust. In the air, the spinning and falling shallow hit was held in Fuji Mia Makoto's hand. This is what a terrifying boxing method. Shiba Yaku spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body slowly stepped out of the sunken wall. Originally, he didn't activate the Shikai just to compete fairly with the thief, but he didn't expect it to become such a self-defeating scene now. Ha, how embarrassing! Just as Shiba Yaku thought so, he suddenly saw two bodies of young men lying not far from him. The older one was still hugging until he died. The severed neck was still bleeding, and his pupils had begun to dilate. For a moment, his body suddenly became tense and his expression was stiff. The subconscious desire to compete in his heart was instantly gone. These Yuan Liu thieves 7 killed children? In the distance, Fuji Mia Makoto's figure appeared in the smoke and dust raised by the explosion. The spiritual pressure on Shiba Yaku's body kept surging under the emotional fluctuations. For a moment, he seemed to have forgotten the pain in his body and stood straight in place. The spiritual pressure also flowed on the shallow hand in his hand. Pierce through the sky, Naoga Hana. As he whispered the words of liberation, the spiritual pressure on his body became more and more agitated. The shallow hand in his hand turned into a 2.5 meter long black spear, and the momentum of the whole person seemed to be a little lower. Walk slowly towards Fuji Mia Makoto. Until there were only a few steps left between the two sides,
Shiba Yaku suddenly looked at the young man in front of him. His hoarse voice was filled with suppressed anger, or pure sadness. You! Why did you start this war? Fuji Mia Makoto looked at him and found that the expression of this naive fool was actually serious. He couldn't help but laugh out loud, ha ha ha, and his stomach was a little cramped. It was like hearing a big joke. This reaction further angered Shiba Yaku. He widened his eyes, bloodshot, and asked in a low voice. What's so funny about it? What's interesting about it? What do you think of human life? Fuji Mia Makoto asked him with a smile, as a noble, you. At the end of the words, his smiling expression gradually became cold and mocking. Are you qualified to say such things? Hearing this, Shiba Yaku suddenly raised a wave of frantic air behind him, and his feet touched the ground, as if floating on the ground, and his speed was obviously directly increased by a level. He held the spear in his hand horizontally and pointed it in the direction of Fuji Mia Makoto. The young man's sarcastic expression undoubtedly deeply touched Shiba Yaku's nerves, causing him to widen his eyes and shout angrily. Hopeless! The next second, a hurricane rolled up a cloud of dust. His figure disappeared with a bang. Chapter 36. I've already said it was a trap. In the blink of an eye, the man in front of him surpassed Fuji Mia Makoto's ability to capture with his eyes, and there was only the roaring sound of the wind in his ears. Shiba Yaku can see everything clearly. The wind is telling him all the sounds. Swish! The air was filled with a sound like a flame burning at high speed, which was the fierce friction sound of the Death Tyrant suit at super high speed. The ink-colored spear was as agile as a swimming dragon, and a little cold light arrived first. Straight through. Squeak! At that critical moment, Fuji Mia Makoto's figure suddenly slid to the side, and the blade brushed against the tip of the spear and bounced away. And a series of sparks burst out of thin air. Shiba Yaku had no intention of stopping at all, and the tip of the spear he only took a little bit of it, then immediately took it back, and the whole person disappeared like a phantom, and reappeared from another direction. At first glance, it seemed that 3 or 4 clear figures could be seen around Fuji Mia Makoto. However, facing such a desperate situation, the young Yuan Liu death god in front of him seemed to turn a blind eye, his nerves seemed to be made of iron, and he had no intention of retreating at all. Shiba Yaku's movements could not help but speed up by 3 points. Speed up. Speed up. Keep speeding up. At this moment, his heart was full of resentment, and his eyes seemed to reflect the bodies of the 2 young men, and his anger burned his lungs. He couldn't understand. These self-proclaimed Yuan Liu death gods are always like this. Inexplicably regarded all the death gods of the Soul Court as enemies. Inexplicably killed the nobles living in Rukong Street. Inexplicably started this damn war. In order to protect the clan members in the spiritual court, whether it is the deceased Kokaki family head, or the Tsuneya Shiro family head who is still fighting on the front line, or himself who has just started not long ago. Everyone is fighting for this damn war. Why do these guys do this? Status? Money? Fame? Or simply a love of killing? People's hearts cannot communicate with each other. Everyone knows this. But Shiba Yaku, who has lived in the spiritual court since childhood, can never imagine what kind of cruel reasons they have to do such cruel things. That kind of strong sadness seems to overflow his chest. Under this violent attack, Fuji Mia Makoto seems to be defeated and retreats again and again. Naomi Karetsu. Accompanied by his roar at all costs, the spirit storm wrapped on the tip of the gun suddenly spread, and in an instant it suddenly expanded in the direction of Fuji Mia Makoto, exploding into a chaotic airflow. In an instant, the large buildings behind Fuji Mia Makoto were all blown open. A straight road was opened. Hoo! Even if Shiba Yaku used all his strength to use this move, he would not feel good. The punch in his abdomen made his throat feel sweet unconsciously, and he swallowed it back. In front of these thugs, he refused to show any weakness. Ah,
I found it. However, the unexpectedly relaxed voice sounded in Shiba Yaku's ears, which made him startled. Hasn't it been killed yet? Just when he was about to take another breath and wanted to fight a few more rounds, he saw the young man in front of him turning to the other side. That was a palace that was blown away by his attack. On the broken palace plaque, the vague words Lingnan Pavilion still remained. What are you trying to do again? Shiba Yaku no longer believed these vicious bandits and looked at the man opposite with a grim look. Of course, I set a trap for you. Fuji Mia was quite frank. Before the other party could react, his figure had disappeared and he walked directly into the dark palace. Shiba Yaku almost didn't think much and followed him in subconsciously. However, when he walked to the side of the half-collapsed palace, his steps suddenly stopped. He stared blankly at the darkness, as if he was in a trance. In front of him was a huge palace. On the walls of this vast palace, iron chains and murderous stones were combined to lock up one after another children with shabby clothes and dull expressions. Each of them had a slight fluctuation of spiritual pressure. Obviously, they were all whole with spiritual power talent. Indistinctly, it seemed that some kind of gnawing sound could be heard in the palace. Cold and quiet. Fuji Mia strolled in the corridor of the palace, taking calm steps and speaking softly, as if he didn't take the man behind him seriously at all. You've heard of Lingnan pills, right? A secret medicine that forcibly increases spiritual power. As early as the 40th district, we tortured Elder Asiman, who we captured, to find out the secret method of making this medicine. He stood still in the corridor and turned to look at Shiba Yaku behind him. Select a boy with spiritual pressure talent, break the soul sleep, retain the lock knot, use medicine to save life, and torture for a long time. Do you know what will happen? Since entering this palace, Shiba Yaku has seemed a little slow. It may be that he didn't expect it, or perhaps the phenomenon in front of him conflicted with the inherent concept, and a bug appeared in his brain. When he heard Fuji Mia question, he almost subconsciously asked back. What happened? Fuji Mia showed a grim expression. The cause and effect chain? That should have been saved in the present world, which belongs to the earthbound spirit, will reappear. Shiba Yaku's body trembled. Of course he knew what the earthbound spirit and the cause and effect chain were, or in other words, all the death gods knew it. Because, as long as the chain on the earthbound spirit's chest is bitten to the end, forming a hollow in the heart, the whole will become the so-called hollow. This is the process of the formation of the hollow. But, wouldn't that turn people into? It has already begun. While he was talking, the faint scream sound suddenly became louder. A young man not far away suddenly arched his body, showing an extremely painful expression, but he couldn't make any sound at all. Crack, 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 crack. Shiba Yaku turned his head immediately to look. Then, he clearly saw the chain in the middle of the boy's chest turned into two intertwined insect mouths, constantly biting itself, and the speed of the chain quickly shortened until only the last knot was left. Dang! A steel pipe located just above the boy pierced straight into his chest, completely covering the position of the knot. Shiba Yaku's stomach trembled violently, and an inexplicable feeling of nausea surged into his throat. When the steel pipe was raised again, the hole on the ground was dead. Only a hole was left in the middle of the chest. The steel pipe turned over, and a pool of blurry liquid was poured out with a squeaky sound, flowing into the furnace located directly above the palace. The whole process was like a fully automated slaughterhouse. Precise, smooth, and efficient. Fuji Mia turned his head and looked at him. Look, a Lingnan pill is done like this. Shiba Yaku only felt that the nausea in his chest was getting stronger and stronger, and his whole body seemed to be trembling constantly. That was the fear and helplessness brought by the sudden shattering of his worldview. After all, he was still convinced that he was righteous the last second. Fuji Mia hadn't finished yet. Not only that. Even these boys used as consumables are not ordinary. They are all artificial materials called secret boys or hidden boys. As human beings, they were actually dead in the slaughterhouse. This is the secret method of the Asimon family's prosperity. Hearing this, Shibuyaku suddenly remembered the delicious feast he had just eaten in the evening, all kinds of luxurious food that he had never seen before, dazzling. What on earth is that? Ugh! Immediately, a rainbow sprayed out. Fuji Mia Makoto walked over with a light smile, patted his back, and comforted him, "Don't be afraid, they dare not give you food. After all, you are the new head of the Shiba family, right? Forgive my poor eyesight, I just recognized you." But Fuji Mia Makoto said this with a smile, while slowly stabbing the Asimon in his hand into the chest of the trembling and mentally depressed man in front of him, making a muffled sound of puff. As if eager to wash away the dark sins on his body, there was no resistance at all. Fuji Mia Makoto lowered his voice and whispered in his ear. "Now, do you understand why we have to fight?" After the voice fell, the shallow hit was slowly pulled out, leaving only bright red blood all over the ground and the man lying on the ground. I don't know if it was because of the trick, but this time there was no prompt. He shook off the blood on the blade and sighed softly. "I said it was a trap. Bond event, sober person. Your bond level with Shiba Ura has increased. Reward, spirit level +1. Get bond trait, no injury circle. Spirit, 5th grade middle, 5 grade upper. Bond trait no injury circle, within a 1 meter range around the body, the highest nerve reflex instinct is formed under the limit of the individual's physical condition. Note, the more sober a person is, the more he must learn to protect himself. There are pictures here, which can be viewed after the updated version. Chapter 37 Kawiya. I will beat you to your knees. Damn you, damn thief!" The skinny Asimon family head was lying on the ground, his left arm and leg had disappeared, and blood was constantly flowing from the broken part. In the center of the hall, there were corpses of various causes of death everywhere, and the pungent smell of rust filled the air, making people feel stuffy in their hearts. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at the figure in front of him who was a little too young. His eyes were bloodshot and he roared, "Rei Ting, will definitely avenge for me." Puff! Kurayashiki Ryoma turned the blade and stabbed it into the old man's vest, nailing his last breath to the ground. The skinny body trembled for a while, and soon stopped moving. "You talk too much," the little boy muttered in a low voice. Beside him, other Yuan Liu Shinigami who had completed their tasks were running back and forth in and out of the hall, carrying the materials needed by Yuan Zijuku. Huge wooden boxes were piled up in the courtyard outside the hall, forming a rather spectacular hill. This was just the inventory of a superior noble family. Shua! Just as the members of Fujimiya's team were busy, a figure appeared in the courtyard in an instant. Ryoma Kurayashiki was alert at first, but when he sensed the familiar spiritual pressure, he immediately relaxed. "Teacher Fuji Mia. Why are you so slow today? This kid doesn't know how to write the word polite." Makoto Fuji Mia casually raised his hand and threw the figure on his shoulder to the ground, saying casually, "I met a tough guy. Ryoma, let Ando take care of his injuries. Do you want to take this back?" Ryoma Kurayashiki looked at him strangely. Eyes. In the past, when instructor Fuji Mia encountered these nobles, he never held back. This one today, he thought to himself and glanced down. The wound is very serious, but there is still a breath. Yet. Fuji Mia Makoto nodded, this is the new head of the Shiba family. He should have a lot of information in his head. We must find a way to get Shutara and the others to dig it out. Don't let him die. Yes. As Fuji Mia Makoto said, he strode into the hall, and then saw a middle-aged death god immediately came to his side. Instructor Fuji Mia. The remaining people of the Asimon family have fled to the west exit. According to the planned plan, we should meet the target troops in a day. Okay.
Fuji Mia Makoto nodded when he heard it, and turned to look at the team members who were busy carrying supplies around him. Then continue to rest here for one night, remember to take turns on duty. Yes. The middle-aged death god immediately agreed. Fuji Mia Makoto looked out the window at the deep night, still feeling somewhat uneasy. In a world like Soul Society that possesses extraordinary powers, it is not difficult to find the enemy troops. Whether it is the 58th Flip-Toe Chasing Sparrow of the Binding Path or the 77th Tenjo Sora, they can play a role of searching and contacting to a great extent. What is really difficult is how to catch the enemy. Therefore, as the vanguard elite reconnaissance team of the Yuan Liu large force, the top priority of Fuji Mia Makoto's team is neither to sweep the nobles nor to raid the nobles' clans, but to lure the large force of the Soul Court. That is bait. The danger level is extremely high. It is common to deliberately let go of some noble members and lure the real combat troops into the trap, as is the case now. However, I don't know whether it is because today's action was too smooth, or because no traces of the movement of the enemy's elite troops were found along the way. Fuji Mia Makoto always felt a little uneasy. Ahem ho 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 ho. Suddenly, Shiba Yaku, who was thrown to the ground, gasped hard, his chest rising and falling like a broken bellows, his face obviously pale. He looked at Fuji Mia Makoto with a gloomy expression and said, You'd better run away quickly. According to the original plan, tomorrow Ho-Ho the transferred frontline commander should arrive. By then, you won't be able to escape. As for the crime of the Asimon family at this point, Shiba Yaku's eyes seemed to dim a little. The Shiba family will be handled by the Central 46th Office. Tisk. Fuji Mia Makoto laughed disdainfully, what's the use? Shiba Yaku was stunned, but couldn't speak for a while. Just as the silence was going on, a childish voice with a hint of uncontrollable excitement came from Fuji Mia Makoto's waist, chanting at high speed. Gee ha ha! Gee ha ha ha! That's right! The loser eats dust. Do you think just admitting your guilt is enough? Cow! My master Fuji Mia exhausted all his strength to beat you to your knees, so of course he will take you back as a sin for the Star Fury? Fuji Mia Makoto nodded slightly when he heard the previous part. Until the last sentence. His face suddenly couldn't hold back, and he almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Shut up! The voice suddenly became quiet. It's not just Xiao Padaos. The Yuan Liu death gods who were constantly carrying supplies around also turned their heads to look here at the same time, and subconsciously stopped their steps. The subtle gaze seemed to have weight, making Fuji Mia Makoto feel that a knife was stuck in his back. Shiba Yaku's eyes widened, and his eyes were about to burst. His face, which was not good to begin with, turned pale in an instant. Originally, he was somewhat resigned to his fate. Now think about it carefully, or should he run? Only the silly Kurayashiki Ryoma pointed outside and kindly reminded, Instructor Fuji Mia, I just saw a few women on the ground outside. It's not long since he died, it's still hot. Fuji Mia Makoto knocked him on the head. Smelly boy, where did you learn this? Uncle Sato told me so last time. Kurayashiki Ryoma betrayed the bad-hearted uncle with just one sentence. Fuji Mia Makoto glanced at him fiercely, and the team member Sato immediately shrank his neck, pretending that he didn't hear anything, and turned around and ran out. Go! Go to work! Do you still want to rest? The team members around him immediately dispersed. Fuji Mia Makoto himself half knelt in front of Shiba Yoroswia, slowly pulled out the shallow sword from his waist, and smiled at him. Master Shiba, you just heard what my sword said. Next, I will ask you a few small questions. If there is anything untrue. Did you see this sword? Fuji Mia Makoto fiercely stuck the tip of the sword into the ground, his heart was ruthless, and his expression was ferocious. White sword in. Yellow sword out. Did you understand? After all the experiences so far, he has long lost his shame. Since the little broken sword wants to pursue perversion,
it must be carried out to the end. Before Shiba Yoroswia the real owner reacted, but the little broken knife on his waist suddenly shivered and screamed loudly. Wait wait wait! No! Don't stab me like a yellow knife! Don't be dirty! That kind of thing is not allowed! Master Fuji Mia! Master! Dog Shiajin! Masada! Forgive me! The originally extremely unbridled and tender childish voice, for the first time, carried a pitiful tone like begging for mercy. Ryoma Kurayashiki shook his head slightly with regret on his face. Master Fujimiya's taste is even worse than that of a child. When Makoto Fujimiya heard the words of the little broken knife, he was startled at first. Before he could show some joy on his face, he instinctively grabbed the handle of the knife and suddenly turned to the side. At the same time, Ryoma Kurayashiki, who was standing on the side, tensed up all over. Bang! Almost at the moment when Fujimiya Makoto rolled away from the spot, a fistful of explosive force hit the place where he just stood like thunder, and with a violent explosion, a huge hole was smashed in the ground. The gravel flew, and the spreading shock wave continued to surge in all directions. Fujimiya Makoto half-crouched on the ground, slid out more than 10 meters with the inertia of rolling, and raised his head with his hands across his chest. Wow! You can actually dodge that attack just now. Not bad. The smoke and dust dissipated, and a slender man with black skin and white hair, wearing a scarf and long earrings, stood in front of Shiba Yoshida, with a frivolous voice. With a confident smile on his face. Fujimiya Makoto's left thumb slowly slid across his face, licking the blood flowing on his fingertips. He didn't completely dodge it. However, if it was the guy in front of him, it wouldn't be surprising. He looked at the little black-skinned man in the pit. Shihaorin Chihiro. The fastest man in Seoul society. The moment the voice in the house sounded, bursts of shouts and killings also sounded outside the hall. Hey! Shihaorin Chihiro put one hand in his pocket and carried the knife on his shoulder with one hand. He raised his chin to Fujimiya Makoto with a nonchalant look and laughed wantonly. You are quite strong. Tell me your name. There are pictures here, which can be viewed after the updated version. There are pictures here, which can be viewed after the updated version. There are pictures here, which can be viewed after the updated version. Chapter 38 I Recognize You. Ryoma. Fujimiya Makoto did not show any fear in front of the great noble of the Ozrati who had just killed the former 8th group teacher and was in the limelight. Hearing his question, the Dragon King twisted his mouth and smiled coldly. I am Kurayashiki Ryoma. Please give me your advice. Ryoma, who was standing next to him, immediately raised his head and looked at Fujimiya Makoto blankly. Ah? Can you avoid me a little? Shifunji Yuan Chihiro smiled proudly, you have good momentum. So it's no surprise that you can defeat this kid Yaku. Chihiro. The seriously injured Shiba Yaku was lying on the ground, with a guilty smile on his face. Don't worry. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro turned around and smiled at him, with me here, you'll be safe. Before Shiba Yaku could continue to say anything, Shifunji Yuan Chihiro turned around again, looked at Fujimiya Makoto for a few times, and raised his chin slightly. Are you still not going to attack? He grinned, his smile was a little arrogant, if you don't move now, you won't have a chance. Fujimiya Makoto looked at him with a serious look. Be calm and focused. You're not qualified yet. With just this sentence, Shifunji Yuan Chihiro fell silent. He looked at Fujimiya Makoto calmly. The atmosphere in the lobby fell into a silent silence. Swish! Suddenly, Shifunji Yuan Chihiro disappeared from the spot, without any dust rising under his feet. When he appeared again, he was already within his reach. The black fingertips were only 3 centimeters away from Fujimiya Makoto's eyeballs. Fast. Extremely fast. This is the fastest man in Seoul society. However, the moment Chihiro Shihaorin's arm came within 1 meter of him,
the world in Fuji Mia Makoto's eyes quietly changed. Air, dust, sound, light. Everything that could be contained in his vision seemed to become dim and still in this short distance, and all the backgrounds in his eyes became blurred and indistinguishable black and white. Only Chihiro Shihaoran, who had a small black skin, still retained an indescribable vague color. At this moment, Fuji Mia Makoto's brain seemed to be running at the highest speed. All dynamic existences were slowed down dozens of times in his eyes. At the same time, his body was also accelerated to the extreme that the spirit body itself could withstand. Bond trait no injury circle. Within a 1-meter radius around the body. Form the highest nerve reflex instinct under the limit of the individual's physical condition. Tear. The blade flashed like a thread, and a very clear sound of tearing cloth was raised in the air. There was a faint white mark on the trajectory of the blade, that was the mark left by the extremely sharp sword pressure. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro widened his eyes and kept his hands retracted. Just now, in just a very short moment, his wrist would have been cut off by this knife. Fuji Mia Makoto's eyes were bloodshot and his pupils were congested. The clear and extremely sharp murderous intent in his eyes seemed to bite stimulated Chihiro Shifeng's heart like a blade. He couldn't help showing a bloody smile. I underestimated you. The next second, he saw the blade in his hand suddenly unsheathed. The battle between the two quick shooters, almost at the same time, soared from the beginning to white hot. The ultra-high-speed swinging of the sword made the air between the two people extremely sticky. Countless swings of the sword formed unrecognizable arcs in the field of vision, and the increase in the number of swords became thicker and thicker. The fierce and violent collision of the blades, after countless chiseling strikes, became a series of extremely harsh metal friction sounds, almost merging into one sound. Even if Ryoma Kuryoshiki was just listening nearby, he couldn't help but feel sick in his chest. Ding 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 ding. The continuous sparks gathered into a line, flying continuously in the air, and were swept by the faster flowing air, spreading in all directions. The aftermath of the sword-to-sword collision between the two men alone caused the surrounding dust waves to ripple far away, and the ground vibrated at super high speed like floating waves, surging endlessly towards the distance one wave after another. The spiritual pressure that rose and leaked from both sides at the same time was like a pillar rising into the sky, destroying and smashing the already dilapidated lobby of the Asimon family. The spiritual pressure light column rising into the sky could be clearly seen even from several miles away. The terrifying spiritual pressure that vibrated endlessly made the Shinigami standing nearby feel powerless all over his body. Even if Kuryoshiki Ryoma stood by like that, he could only watch blankly. There was no room for him to intervene at all. Until Fuji Mia Makoto suddenly shouted, and there seemed to be a burning spiritual light flowing in his scarlet eyes. First type, steel-breaking strike. The spiritual pressure and will that were compressed to the extreme merged to the peak in an instant and released with the blade in his hand as the center. It was like thunder across the night sky. Boom! The spiritual pressure and will contained in the sword blade were extremely sharp. Even Shifunji Yuan Chihiro would never risk taking this attack that touched the peak in a sense, and instantly disappeared from Fuji Mia Makoto's front. The sword pressure that roared like a flood swept towards the stone wall behind him along the gap that Shifunji Yuan Chihiro avoided. The dazzling sword, like a streak of silk, pierced through everything behind him. Whether it was rubble, pillars, walls, or roads, none of them could stop this blow that could easily cut off the steel-skinned body of Yakukaze. Supported by the extremely explosive spiritual pressure, it turned into a beam of light that swept the sky and the earth, turning everything within dozens of meters in front of him into a blank, leaving only a piece of charred land with a trace of gunpowder smoke. During this brief gap, Fuji Mia Makoto found that every inch of his muscles seemed to be in extreme pain, his eyeballs were in pain, and his chest was bulging because of his long breath. Too fast. Too heavy. Is this the true strength of the future first-generation captain? In the countless collisions just now, he could almost clearly feel that every inch of his bones were being hit by countless heavy hammers, and his muscles seemed to be crushed.
Even his legs were stuck in the ground in countless fights. I couldn't pull it out. But even so, he could only defend and counterattack. Yes. There was no room for counterattack. However, the opposite was. Bottleneck of Slashing Technique Stage 3. Death Battling, Slashing Technique Bottleneck Breakthrough. Slashing Technique, Level 10. Instant Step, Level 8. The continuous reminders just now made it impossible for him to tell how many times they had collided, and he was too lazy to pay attention to how many dirty words Xiao Padao said. He only knew that when he stopped, each of them had already upgraded a stage on the panel. Sure enough, only a life and death crisis can make people mature. It feels great. He opened his mouth and blood flowed from his mouth. His eyes were even scarlet. The reason he could hold on until now was entirely due to the strong willpower brought by the wall of size. Shiba Yakuk and Kuryashiki Ryoma next to him stared at this scene in a daze, as if both of them were frightened by this extremely shocking scene, and they were speechless for a while. The battle between the gods of death is essentially a battle of spiritual pressure. However, today, they saw with their own eyes that someone broke this absolute theorem with a sword in his hand. They were obviously not the only ones who were shocked. Kuryashiki Ryoma, right? Shifunji Yuan Chihiro looked at him, but his eyes were no longer frivolous at the beginning, and his face became more and more excited. You are the first person who can fight me to this extent with this body. Such a firm will. I recognize you. Ryoma. As he spoke, he inserted his Zanpakuto into the ground, hit his right palm with his left fist, and gradually showed a serious expression on his face. Next, let me defeat you with all my strength. As he spoke, a trace of condensed spiritual light appeared on the rune of Shifunji Yuan Chihiro's arm, turning into a dark purple gauntlet like an insect shell. Tianxi Bing Zhuang Ban Thunder King Fist. Be careful. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro. The gauntlets collided with each other, making a series of crisp metal sounds. He performed the Shifunji Yuan style boxing stance. For the first time in his life, he treated a weakling with such a serious attitude. You will die. Chapter 39. Don't blame me for being mean. Almost at the moment the voice fell. On the ground under Shifunji Yuan Chihiro's feet, an extremely wild trace of flying dust burst out abnormally, and the shock wave that spread out of the hole set off a layer of white shock waves in the blank space behind him. However, his figure suddenly disappeared from the original place. Faster! Fuji Mia suddenly realized this in his heart. The next moment, he immediately squeezed out the remaining spiritual pressure in his body and slashed forward with all his strength. First form. But before his blade fell, he saw the gauntlet on Shifunji Yuan Chihiro's arm, as if teleporting, appeared within 1 meter of him. Bang! The blade collided with the gauntlet. In an instant, Fuji Miyamoto's hands suddenly felt a hardness that was even more ridiculous than Yachuka's steel skin. The spiritual pressure combined with wool, and the broken steel that was condensed to the current limit seemed to be breaking apart. Following that, a strong sense of impact came almost simultaneously between the wrist, arm, chest, and abdomen, and the internal organs seemed to be shattered under this heavy punch. The spirit body, which was already pressed to the limit, actually had the illusion of collapse. Boom! The impact spread and the ground shattered. Fuji Miyamoto's feet that were stuck in the ground flew up under this huge force, and even the earth, stone, and bricks that blocked the impact were shattered one after another, like dandelions blown away by a child in one breath, bursting into a large number of irregular small fragments. The short collision left a white circular diffusion mark in the air. The thin figure smashed countless walls in a row, rolling in the air as fragile as a stick, and finally smashed into the ground in the distance. Blocked, and not blocked at all. Faster than before, and heavier than before. Is this the God-given weapon? Fuji Miyamoto's will is still firm, even firmer than the last second. Even though the pain in his body is like a thorn in his flesh, he feels that his brain seems to be clearer than the last second.
Less than half a second after landing, he seemed to have predicted the next attack in advance, and suddenly turned over and got out of the pit. Bang bang bang! Sure enough, 3 consecutive heavy punches hit the pit. If his reaction was a second slower, he would probably end up with his head and body separated. Before Fuji Mia Makoto had time to think about the delaying strategy, he saw a slender figure suddenly rushing out of the smoke and dust, with an extremely excited smile on his face. Whether it was the foot armor or the hand armor, the position at the joint of the armor was spraying red flames like thunder, pushing Shifunji Yuan Chihiro forward at a speed beyond the limit of nerve reaction. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro suddenly appeared in front of him, and his sharp high whip kick swept a fiery arc in the air, followed by a series of extremely fast hand armor strikes. The rumbling sound of the air exploded continuously, and Fuji Mia Makoto could clearly feel the almost atomized air sweeping across his face under the intense pressure, bringing waves of tingling. However, Fuji Mia Makoto's bloodshot eyes remained cold. While his body dodged at high speed, his hands also slid quickly, tearing fierce sparks in the air. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro's voice became more and more excited. "Come on! Ryoma! Let me see your full-strength teeth!" Fuji Mia Makoto was not moved at all, and his physical consumption became more and more intense. He could clearly judge that his body would soon reach the limit of the physiological level. The sound of the small broken knife in his ear was still noisy. But, I don't know why. Even in such an urgent situation, his heart became more and more peaceful. Instant step plus 10? Oh Master Fuji Mia! How can you defend and counterattack like this? Instant step plus 10? Little Blackie! Little Blackie with silly moves is also very good. Hurry up and take him back and make him a big girl so that you can't afford to offend him? Until the moment he heard these 2 prompts, Fuji Mia Makoto's heart suddenly moved. He caught the key point in this short voice. It's not about being a girl. It's defense and counterattack, and silly moves. That's it. Fuji Mia Makoto's eyes suddenly swept to the armor of Shifunji Yuan Chihiro's limbs, and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter as he looked at the flames spraying in the opposite direction. That's it. Unconsciously, Fuji Mia Makoto's hands holding the hilt relaxed slightly. At the same time, Shifunji Yuan Chihiro's punches became faster and heavier. But somehow, the more he fought like this, the more he felt uncomfortable, as if every punch was hitting cotton, with a twisted feeling of strength that he didn't know where to use, and the Thunder King fist armor that he was used to seemed to be tearing his body desperately. Until, his eyes suddenly caught the blade of Fuji Mia Makoto. At the moment of throwing a punch, his blade was clearly blocking his hand armor, but at the moment of really exerting force, the shallow punch seemed to deflect along with his force like a swimming fish, driving Fuji Mia Makoto's whole body to twist. Whether it was a straight punch, a jab, or a leg sweep, almost all of his moves failed to hit him, but instead were constantly consuming Shifunji Yuan Chihiro's own strength. This guy! It's just like see through all my actions. As soon as this sudden thought came up, it suddenly stimulated Shifunji Yuan Chihiro's self-esteem, and the intense impulse made him move faster and faster. Until a certain moment, the reverse flame flow at the rear end of the armor expanded to its peak. Finally, it was so fast that even he could hardly turn it around. At that moment, Fuji Mia Makoto, who was constantly retreating and dodging, suddenly flashed a bright light in his eyes. Boom! A violent cloud of dust exploded in the ruins behind Fuji Mia Makoto. He kept his sideways posture with a smile on his face. In Fuji Mia Makoto's completely grayish-white no-injury circle, Shifunji Yuan Chihiro's face still maintained that stunned expression, and his body leaned forward slightly due to the intense inertia. It missed. Immediately afterwards, Fuji Mia Makoto suddenly moved. His counterattack seemed to have been prepared for a long time. From his seemingly broken and bleeding body, a stream of spirit particles suddenly erupted, which frightened even Chihiro Shihoan. It seemed to burn his entire spirit body to ashes. His broken death suit and long hair fluttered in the wind pressure,
blending into the flame flow. Fuji Mia Makoto still held Asachi's hand gently, but the ultra-high density of spirit particles densely covering the surface of the blade was condensed to the point of almost reaching the substance. The battle of the god of death is essentially a battle of spiritual pressure. His spiritual pressure is naturally weak compared to Chihiro Shihoan. However, if he raised his spirit body and will to the extreme at all costs, then, he could also achieve the possibility of keeping up with Chihiro Shihoan's speed and injuring him in a very short moment. Although only a very short moment. Enough. Fuji Mia Makoto's body seemed to be burning. And tiny spirit particles kept floating from his body like fireflies, and were locked tightly in this narrow range. He suddenly broke into the gap exposed by the opponent's empty punch. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro's remaining eyes revealed a bit of shock, and he tried hard to move his armor to block Fuji Mia Makoto's attack. But it was not fast enough. In the range of 1 meter, their bodies were almost touching each other, and in Fuji Mia Makoto's eyes, they were almost still. Blood flowed from Fuji Mia Makoto's bloodshot eyes, and his pupils were completely dyed red. In the peak of instant step and slashing techniques, his figure that broke through the ultra-high speed almost melted with the sword in this attack. This was a heavy gift that he had waited for a long time before he had time to deliver. Second type, Ruo Shui. In Fuji Mia Makoto's eyes, the name that suddenly appeared on the panel was reflected. Two figures passed each other at high speed. A long trace of burnt black dust rubbed out under their feet. They faced each other with their backs to each other, more than 10 meters apart. Voila! Shifunji Yuan Chihiro stood still. A long oblique cut was left on the clothes from chest to waist. The belt around his waist also slipped off and fell to the ground. However, he still stood still. Under Shifunji Yuan Chihiro's clothes, a thin layer of insect shell-like padding was exposed. A long, deep mark was left on the surface of the armor. On his face showing dark skin, there was an extremely complicated expression. He turned his head to look at Fuji Mia Makoto, who was already on the verge of his limit behind him. Sorry. Don't blame me for being mean, Ryoma. However, when he turned his head, he saw Fuji Mia Makoto also quietly turned around and looked at him. As soon as Fuji Mia Makoto opened his mouth, blood gushed out of his body, but he still had a relieved smile on his face. Don't be like this. Actually, I'm the one who should say that. Little Heipai was stunned when he heard this. At this moment, even he had to admire Ryoma's indifference to life and death. He felt a little respect in his heart. Do your best? You did it. However, the next second, Fuji Mia Makoto's body became weak, and he slowly sat down on the ground against the wall, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth, and he said with difficulty. After all, I'm waiting for reinforcements. What are you waiting for? Shifunji Yuan Chihiro's eyes widened suddenly. As if he had noticed something, he slowly and stiffly turned his neck. Crack! Thunder flashed. In the dark night, 3 figures were reflected. Anohana Yachiryu, Sato Furobushi, and Kadori Takeunsai stood at the 3 ends of the T-junction, each holding a knife, smiling quietly at him. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely quiet. You could hear a pin drop. Chapter 42 Knives. Brother Chihiro, have you won? Listening to the noise gradually disappearing outside, Shiba Yakumo lying in the hall thought of the young man just now, and his expression was obviously a little complicated. He moved his fingers with difficulty and tried to stand up. However, before he could move his position, he saw a shallow sword silently across his neck. The cold blade like a mirror reflected the face of a little boy with a weed-like hairstyle. Don't move. Master Fujimiya has ordered, I am counting on you. Fujimiya. Shiba Yaku was stunned when he heard this. And asked subconsciously, isn't that man's surname Kurayashiki? Little Ryoma pursed his lips, his expression was very subtle. I am Kurayashiki Ryoma. For a moment, Shiba Yaku's expression suddenly became very strange, as if he understood something. However, before he could continue to try to speak, Kurayashiki Ryoma suddenly perked up, grabbed Shiba Yaku's collar, and took him away in a flash to the corner. Boom! Just after retreating for less than half a second, a black figure rushed in like a meteor at a speed faster than when it rushed out of the lobby, and buried deeply in the wall and rubble. A cloud of dust was stirred up. Both Kurayashiki Ryoma and Shiba Yaku was startled. Cough, cough, cough. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro pushed the huge stone in front of him with difficulty and crawled out of the ruins. At this time, his clothes were torn everywhere. The scarf that was originally hanging around his neck fell somewhere. His white hair was covered with dust. His body was covered with bloody marks left by his Zanpakuto. The blood soaked his clothes and twisted into large patches. There was blood at the corners of his mouth. Even the gauntlet on his left hand was broken into several pieces, leaving only the part at the elbow tip on his arm. Cora! Please me more! However, before he could regroup, a petite purple figure suddenly fell from the sky, the long sword in his hand drew a cold stream of light in the night sky, and crashed into the ruins. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro gritted his teeth and pushed forward again. Just as the right-hand armor hit the blade of Sato's immortal sword, a long sword silently smashed out from his side. The huge force wrapped on it was hard for Shifunji Yuan Chihiro, who was wearing inner armor, to resist. The overwhelming force surged out, hitting him so hard that he spit out blood, and his body rolled into the ground, blasting out a huge pit. However, Shifunji Yuan Chihiro is worthy of the title of the fastest man in Seoul society. Even the sword that fell at such a close distance was avoided by him at the most fatal tip of the blade, and only the edge of the blade left a deep mark on the inner armor. Damn it! However, even in the face of such a desperate situation, Shifunji Yuan Chihiro did not give in, and roared, "What's the point of 3 against 1? If you have the ability, just fight alone." That's right. Sato Bulobushi stretched out his foot with disdain, kicked the butt of Shikatori Bainsai, and stepped on the pure white feathers. A very eye-catching mark, and said in a dissatisfied voice, "That's my battle. Newcomer! Don't interfere." Hey! Shikatori Bainsai, who was kicked, glanced at her coldly. In the state of Shikai, he had no weakness in the past. He swept Sato's little feet away and turned his head to stare in the direction of Shifunji Yuan Chihiro. Hey! I'm talking to you. Sato Furuabushi was still unyielding. However, before she could finish her words, she heard a gentle sound of footsteps approaching. The voice came before the person arrived. Really? This light sentence attracted the attention of everyone present. Anohana Yachiro was already holding Fuji Mia Makoto and standing aside, smiling at Shifunji Yuan Chihiro not far away, with a calm voice. Fuji Mia Makoto lay in the soft embrace of Anohana and couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. Finally safe. My disciple has received a lot of care from you. As a teacher, you should indeed give him some explanation. As Anohana Yachiro said this, he put Fuji Mia Makoto on the ground and walked slowly towards him, still with that cold look on his face. Shihorin Chihiro's expression froze. Anohana Yachiro, an unprecedented and unparalleled villain in the history of Seoul society. The gauntlet on his left hand was the one that she had just chopped off. If such a monster were to use all his strength. After all, Shihorin Chihiro had no time to think about it. Almost at the moment when Anohana burst out with a stern murderous intent, he instinctively used all his strength and shouted. Thunder! With just this sound, the surface of the remaining 3 sets of armor of Shifunji Yuan Chihiro suddenly burst out with extremely strong spiritual pressure, and the whole body seemed to be wrapped in lightning, with a majestic sound. This is the true face of Thunder King Fist. At the cost of ultra-high-speed consumption of spiritual pressure, in a very short time, the strength, speed, and endurance are all increased by more than 3 times. The effect brought by this state is even stronger than his understanding. Immediately afterwards,
Shifunji Yuan Chihiro rushed towards the direction of Anohana Yachiru like a flowing thunder, risking everything. Go for broke! Facing the lightning, Anohana Yachiru slowly pulled out her eyes were as cold as usual, as if nothing in the world could be taken seriously by her. Raised the blade in her hand. Falling. Simply. At that moment, the picture in Fuji Mia Makoto's eyes seemed to be missing a few frames, only capturing the second before and after the swing of the knife. A very crisp click sound suddenly rang in his ears. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro seemed to have discovered some extremely terrifying omen, and the flashing lightning suddenly stopped in the air, and then retreated several meters, jumping and keeping a blank distance from Anohana. However, despite this, when he swung the right, the surface of the boxer armor was also covered with a layer of fine spider webs. Voila! The armor pieces shattered and turned into debris on the ground. On Shifunji Yuan Chihiro's arm, there was a very thin and long knife mark just a little bit away from cutting off his entire hand. Cold sweat slowly flowed on Shifunji Yuan Chihiro's forehead. The reaction is okay. Anohana looked at him and commented. Then, she raised her shallow strike again, with the tip of the knife pointing in the direction of Shifunji Yuan Chihiro. But thunder second stage. With a loud explosion, Shifunji Yuan Chihiro's whole body turned into lightning, and suddenly disappeared from the spot. He roared desperately and charged towards the terrifying woman, throwing a high whip kick wrapped in heavy lightning. Almost at the moment when the voice fell, a spiritual pressure condensed to the extreme suddenly burst out from under Anohana Yachiru's feet. When he appeared again, he was already just in front of Shifunji Yuan Chihiro. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro, whose whole body was surrounded by lightning, almost stimulated his spiritual pressure to the extreme that he could reach in this life. The terrifying thunder filled his eardrums and his skin was blood red. The long legs that passed through the air were like a giant axe wrapped in thunder. In the sound of the wind, it broke through the distance limit and left a stream of light that seemed to burn people's eyes in the vision of everyone present. It burst out with extremely brilliant power, and the surface of the Thunder King fist foot armor was faintly covered with glass-like cracked lines, obviously reaching the extreme that it could bear. Use all your life's strength. Whether it was Fuji Mia Makoto, or Shiba Yakuk and Koyashiki Ryoma who were farther away, they were completely unable to catch his movements. It was even difficult to face him directly. However, facing such a terrifying blow, Anohana Yachiru still stood quietly in place, maintaining the action of swinging the sword with one hand. At the same time, she gently raised her other hand to the side. Snap! The foot nail wrapped with violent lightning was held firmly in her palm as if she was catching a plate. Hold it tightly. Then, the lightning suddenly went out. At that moment, Shifunji Yuan's face was almost uncontrollably showing a trace of confusion. The extremely heavy single leg exploded, and even advancing an inch became a luxury. Like a baby, there was no resistance at all. Then, Anohana's hand lightly drew a mark from top to bottom. Cut along his chest to the abdomen. A large amount of blood splattered. Bang! Shifunji Yuan Chihiro fell heavily to the ground. Blood was pouring from his waist and abdomen, and red kept gushing out of his mouth, and his eyes were lifeless. 2 knives. Fuji Mia Makoto could not help but stare at the scene in amazement. Shihoran Chihiro, who was so strong that he could not fight against her, was already more seriously injured than him in front of Anohana Yachiru. At this moment, he finally realized it. His own master was simply unreasonably strong, right? There are pictures here, which can be viewed after the updated version. There are pictures here, which can be viewed after the updated version.